Alrighty then. Hello. So the idea for today is that I need a rhetorical flattening. There is some things mentioned about me in a Reddit post on the Destiny Reddit, and I think that it's a good time to kind of make good on some advice that I give other people, which is that even if you disagree with the veracity, let's say, of some of the comments against you or something like that, I still think that there are good things that you can draw out of that. And to all the VOD people, hello. To all the people who were sitting in here, hello. That's basically the plan for today. So we're going to go through some of the criticism that I received in this Reddit post, some criticism that people that roll into the chat want to give me about... Oh, thanks for that. So we're going to go through all of that. If you guys have any criticisms, you can bring them in. If you're unfamiliar with the channel, I would like to say that we do this after almost every critique or whatever. Generally I'll take some time to go through the commentary around things. Today is going to be a lot more explicit because we're going to go through specific examples from that Destiny subreddit and from some other people that have DM'd me. And I want to say in advance that there are some things that I'm already seeing that I've been able to distill down from what are, in my opinion, some really rude comments. But I think they're still pointing at something that you can, get something out of. I've told Destiny this in the past. I've told Lauren Southern this in the past. I've told many other people that oftentimes, and I think this is something that Destiny agrees on, oftentimes if a bunch of people are saying something, even if it's rude, even if it seems over the top, they're pointing at something that exists there, right? There's something that's triggering everybody and you have to address it. And in my opinion, one of those things, or two of those things primarily, are number one, my arrogance, which has certainly increased over my time streaming. I've kind of moved away from the be super patient when I'm on my own stream and be super, rhetorically effective or soft-spoken about criticisms, about other streamers, about all this stuff. And we'll go into why that is. It won't be like a justification for the behavior, and it's something that I'm going to try to actively move away from. But, we'll go into all that later. So that's definitely point number one, is arrogance, which I would agree, there's a problem there. And so I'll start to try to address it. And then the number two is anything anti-Destiny. And this isn't to say that, I'm going to start... being untruthful about my feelings about Destiny or whatever, but there are decisions that I make, for instance, knowing that if I say something negative about Destiny, the likelihood that it will be clipped is pretty high, and there are these streamer related kinds of incentives that I definitely see there, and I'm definitely acting upon them when I do it. And that's honestly, that explanation is similar to why I'm okay with the arrogance a lot more. It would seem that from my perspective, other creators and other people that do live streaming in particular lean into a very opinionated version of what they actually believe about something, or they're very hyperbolic in stating things like that. And I see as a safe, pressure release valve for such arrogance to be comments about Destiny. So if I say something like, I don't know why you guys listen to that guy, he has some really yikers opinions or whatever, from my perspective, I don't think that anybody takes that at face value, but that's a silly reasoning for that. And if it's something that's really going to trigger people, then I'll move off of it, because I don't believe these things to the full extent of how I'm saying them, right? There's still tons of stuff that I think Destiny does well. Already clipped, lol, really? There's still a ton of stuff that I think he does well, and I agree with him on tons of stuff. So I think that when I say these things, they're taken as at least somewhat ironically, but people do not. And I would say that the bigger issue from my perspective is that people take that and then they tie it into past comments I've had about things he said that have like personally bothered me, or things he's done that have like personally bothered me. And they think that it's these things he's done that have personally bothered me that are driving any and all of these comments. And that's not the case, like, at all. It's really just the knowledge that you guys are going to clip it and that it makes the DGGers angry, which I personally find to be funny. But at this point, I think it's not worth shaking that hornet's nest all of the time. And so, you know, that's another thing that I should probably start to move away from, to be a lot less, you know, hyperbolic in my statements about Destiny. So those are two really big, you know, things that I need to keep in mind, right? So those are two very big critiques that I think I'm going to take moving forward. And yeah, don't use the hard R on DGG. You haven't earned that, Eric. But yeah, so Arrogance and the Destiny hate, those are two things that I definitely need to tone down, and those are two things that I'm seeing as like big triggers for some of what we'll see in these Reddit comments that we'll be getting into. Another two things that I probably need to do better and make more of a conscious effort about, and one of them is something that has been a recurring problem, so I definitely need to really focus on it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to highlight it on my notes in front of me here. And that's like reiterating what my purpose or focus is, because it's not purely on rhetoric, right? I think that people that watch the channel a lot probably are aware that I care about like conversational potential, right? I care about how well could this conversation have gone and who is stifling the ability for that conversation to realize its potential. And if we look at something like the Demon Mama versus Hanz conversation, I think it's clear from the line by line, and I'll stand by this, that it was Hanz that caused this conversation to not realize its potential. You can point at rhetorical failings from Demon Mama, both that I mentioned and that I highlighted, and those that I didn't, right? So like, for instance, and I'm gonna dox you, I'm sorry, Lycan DM'd me just like minutes ago, like, hey, how come you're not pointing out these places where Demon Mama is like talking while he's talking, saying uh-huh and sure and scoffing or sighing, and how these things are negative rhetorically? And in the past, they definitely would. Like, I would totally focus on these things. It's just like, when I weigh every single rhetorical critique I could make, which is not necessarily my point, although it's, you know, the duty that people have assigned to me, and I weigh that against like what is actually hurting the conversation, like Hanz doesn't seem to be fazed by these little scoffs and remarks. Sometimes on panel shows, people definitely are, and you can see their camera and you can see how they react to them. Same with the faces thing, you know, sometimes the face thing that Demon Mama does, where she's making faces and wearing on her sleeve that she doesn't like what the other person is saying. Sometimes those do have a really large impact, right? But instead of focusing on these scoffs or ahas or these little remarks, I'm instead going to focus on things that I think are more impactful. So like the way that you're wording something that you're saying, I view as being 2 to 3 times more important than the small little, you know, like mouth noises that you're making while you're talking with somebody. And at some point I have to weigh, like, is this review going to take 6 hours for a 30-minute video because I point out every little instance of this happening? At what point do I accept that this is part of just how Demon Mama communicates or whatever? Like, which is a tough balance to strike there, right? So we'll talk about that as well. And on that same note, talking about like biases that I have and how I correct for them, or perhaps overcorrect for them, you know, and we'll talk about that. Like, I clearly don't like Demon Mama. I don't know anything about Hanz, but I know that I don't like Demon Mama. And part of the reason that I don't are those scoffing remarks. It is the sighing. It is the like, uh-huhs while people are speaking. It is the condescending tone that she chooses to take, right? Like, but even there, when I'm saying choosing, I don't know if she's choosing to do that or if that's just how she talks, right? And like, I don't know how much of this is just like, I dislike her, so I read into those things as more intentional than they actually are. And so in correcting for that bias, I try not to point those out. I try not to point them out until they cross this threshold where I feel like they're impacting the conversation, right? Like I said before about the conversational potential. So, you know, we'll get into all that and more as we go into this. Oh, wow. Thanks, Bars. That's a huge one. Bookie Wookie, you cannot ignore me forever. Oh, no.
Bookie Wookie, you cannot ignore me forever, grin.
I think it's both. We have bad habits, but they are still our responsibility. Yeah, for sure. Now, are those bad habits and fixing them my responsibility to point out in these reviews if it comes to the detriment of like the quality of the review, right? And these are difficult challenges that I have to weigh out as a creator, right? I'm already known as somebody who's super duper long-winded. These reviews take me forever and they lose the attention of people fairly quickly. Or I come off as tone policing or focusing on things that are not important, right? And so from my perspective, I try to weigh those both out and it can get difficult. But anywho, we'll get into that, right? And I'll open the floor on each of these different topics or each of these different critiques and let people kind of give me the gamut of what they think. Maybe there are some people who don't think it's a big deal. Maybe there are some people who think that I'm like downplaying the significance of some of these things. You know, wherever your opinion falls, this is going to be a very chat-centric discussion where I'm going to open the floor to people at each of these topics and let them kind of give me some input on that, whether it's positive or negative or defending me or not defending me, because it's what I encourage other people to do. And if this channel is, you know, in large part focused on criticism of content creators, like I've said before, I try to do this after every single review. What's going on? What are people happy with? What are people unhappy with? How can I iterate on that over time? And how can I correct for things that are going wrong? Booksmart's a big thing we talk about in education is the importance of clear goals and expectations. Unfortunately, you might need to treat these online people like middle schoolers. Or a much less rude way of putting that, Bufo, is that I need to treat these online people like online people having an online debate. That may be another thing that I need to focus on. Is a common criticism that I get, and sometimes it's coupled with something nice, and we'll see that later, is like when I'm giving people advice, it's almost like you're giving advice to politicians that are in a debate where like the most likable person is important. But beyond that, from my perspective, it's the person who is able to have the best kind of conversation. I think lately Destiny's gotten a lot better at realizing that conversational potential in most of the conversations that he does, whether it's with anti-vax people or far-right people, or I haven't seen him with any leftists lately, so I can't say the other side of things. But you know, like I think he's gotten a lot better at realizing the conversational potential of conversations. That's quite a wordy way of saying. I think that he's doing a better job of like bringing out the best in people when he's talking with them, or bringing out the best of a possible conversation when he's talking with them, right? And I think that I need to balance that with like what is expected out of online debates with the dunking and the arguments and the logic bro and whatever. Like, I'm not super comfortable watching these debates from that perspective because it's not one that I hold. I think other people do that way better, right? Like, hold on, let me write this down real quick. Just for debate bro. Debate bro. Culture and expectations, right? Because a lot of people are playing a different game than I'm judging them off of, right? And that's maybe something worth keeping in mind. Although that's one that I'm going to be more stubborn on, right? Because like, I don't think I would be good at that. I don't view conversations that way. I think Irrelevant or other people are much, much better at that. And they would be even better if they did prep before they watch stuff and they didn't react Andy, right? But like, I think that like Relly does a much better job of viewing things from your guys' perspective as like an online debate person and saying like, oh, come on, man, you can't say this. Like, that's not logical, bro. Or, oh, come on, man, you can't really be putting forward this argument. You're not even putting forward an argument here. That's not a, you know, like weighing things that way, I think is something a lot of other people do a lot better than me. So I like leaving that to Relly and other people and then focusing on like, what is my perspective and what do I actually feel about a conversation, right? Because if I try to parody or mimic these other people and how they view it, I'm not going to do a good job because it's not how I see the conversations. I would be putting on an act that like I don't think I would be very good at. But anywho, I'm going to play a little bit of music as I get some things ready in the background and pour myself a little drink, and then we'll get started. So this track is going to be titled Booksmart's Anthem by Jacob Sampson, our resident DJ, and then we'll jump into it. See you guys in a bit.
Yeah, dude, we're breaking into it.
fish emote.
Alrighty then. Let's get into the critique. All right. So, as I said in the intro, we're going to be going through some of the criticisms that have been levied at me after my most recent review between Hanz of Hakir and Dima Mama. Okay? So, some people were upset with comments that I made that were not related to the review, and we'll go through that. And then people were upset about some recent trends in my coverage and in my tone and other things. We'll go through that. And of course, there are criticisms related to the outcome of that, where I said that honestly, rhetorically, if I look at the performance of these two people, both of which was poor, by the way, I would have to pick Dima Mama as the better of the two, because just Dima Mama derailed the conversation less. I feel like Dima Mama did a better job of like not walking into rhetorical blunders that are going to hurt the conversation. And it just felt to me that she took it much more seriously. And I think that came off especially in the line by line. And, you know, after we do a line by line like that, we have that many critiques of Hanz, and it becomes clear that at many points Hanz is the person that's derailing the conversation. I feel an obligation to say at the end, yeah, I think Dima Mama did better. Do I agree with Dima Mama's conclusion? No. Did I agree with it from the beginning? No. Do I enjoy Dima Mama? No. Do I think she did like well in the conversation? In a broader sense, no. But when you only can compare her performance with the performance of her interlocutor, the answer is yes. So we'll go into all of that. The opinion about the way that conversation, the critique went, is not going to change. So if you're looking for me to like flip-flop my opinion on it, that's probably not going to happen. But what will happen is I'll address some critiques levied at me and my coverage, and we'll kind of move forward from there. So let me go ahead and open my chat on the other window. Booksmarts drowned my fish. I'm sorry, bro. I feel like people go into conversations with their biases or their opinions pinned to their brains. I agree with Hanz, but he did not present himself in a way that make me agree with him if I didn't. That's where I'm at. I feel like you got duped, lol. You fell for the I'm going to be good faith. I came into this conversation open. Did I? Because from the very beginning, the very first thing I put on is that like he was being unapologetically bad faith in the conversation and stuff. So I don't feel like I was, unless you mean I'm duped by like, what's her name? Dima Mama, then maybe, I guess. But it's not like I thought like either of the people were being particularly good faith. But if I had to pick one that was higher on that spectrum of being good faith, it would definitely be Dima Mama. It's hard to go into a Dima Mama debate on bias though. Yeah, and correcting for that bias maybe is what gets me in trouble. So we'll see. When Dima Mama says that, it usually means the opposite. Okay. You took something out of the Doomer Politics video, I see. Let me go ahead and open up the Destiny thing. I'll put that over here. Okay. So, first things first. Let's go into some of the bigger critiques I have levied at me that I think are good. Biggest flaw in my opinion is not having any facial hair. I don't think my facial hair looks very good. Like, I wish I had nicer facial hair like Supreme or like Destiny or other people, but I don't think I do. Hey, Booksmarts, just tuning in from the gym. Just want to say your review yesterday was super insightful and unbiased. Mad respect for your skills, as I say. Okay. But we're not here for positive encouragement, okay? We're here to get flattened. And that's what I'm going to do. You seem to be more angry in the past few months. Is this something you noticed in yourself? And if so, how do you cope with it? Yeah, I'm more honest. You know, And that is something I think that, and I have a little notepad here, that is something that I think comes off as arrogance. And I think it could easily be interpreted as arrogance. And that's something that I want to work on. So I think that that's actually one of the better critiques there, is that I've been arrogant. And I think that's something I got to work on, you know? In analyzing rhetoric, do you think it's beneficial to approach it as if you are completely unfamiliar with the topic being discussed? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, like, if it's drama and stuff, generally speaking, sure. But that also pisses people off. So you have this difficult balance there. I might actually bring out MS Paint for this again. That's what I'm going to do. I'm painting. We need MS Paint for this one. This is going to be a tougher one. Let's see. Can I switch to my drawing thing? Let's see here. I think I can. Okay, cool. This brush is not quite big enough. Let's make that 8, huh? Okay. So there are some points that I think are really, really good. And I'll make those whatever I think green looks like. Is this green? Or is this like a pale orange? Is that green? I think this is green. I don't know. Let's make that a nicer green. I don't know what green is. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm very, very colorblind. All right, I'll open this chat in the other window real quick. That's poop colored. Okay, well, poop is green, I think. Man, how do you make green? Maybe this? This is green for sure. Okay, so arrogance is a big one, and I'm going to zoom in for this one. So, bloop. Arrogance. Okay, arrogance. That's a really big one. Let's talk about that. So, yeah, we'll do this point by point, huh? Is that okay? You also look miserable when reviewing the debate. I am miserable when I review the debate. I am. I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy it a lot. People really piss me off. Okay, let's talk about that. So before, in the past, I felt like it was really, really important to kind of keep that under wraps. So if I'm not having a good time, I like to pretend like I am having a good time and to carry that on for as long as possible, right? So in the past... Okay, in the past, I tried to make it come off as if, you know, I'm okay with it. And I try to make it seem like I'm doing okay. But I'm definitely not. I don't enjoy these very much. A lot of the conversations that I review are just really, really not good. We're not seeing like rhetorical masterminds at work. We're not seeing people that are doing like a super great job. And so in the past, I used to take a tone that was much more patient and accepting and whatever. And as of late, I've just worn it on my sleeve. Like I don't enjoy these things, right? So then if I were to say today, okay. Today, I just suffer. Because from my perspective, it seems like the suffer stuff is stuff that the audience likes to see. And this will be a recurring kind of problem here, all right, is giving the audience what they want. And again, I'm using a mouse, so bear with me. I think I'm doing okay for using a mouse, but... All right, so I've been playing to the audience, and that's part of what's going on here with the suffering thing, is if people enjoy me suffering, and it means I don't have to pretend that I'm okay with it, then that's something that I generally do. I think that now I do that too much. And beyond that, I don't think the arrogance thing is just getting at that suffering thing. I think that it's also getting at, how would I word this? Just pure arrogance, like being very comfortable in my position. So confidence is a big part of that, right? If I'm overly confident in the positions or the things that I'm putting forward or the value of my critiques or things like that, that comes off really, really bad to people. And I've noticed that. So the confidence thing is something that I need to work on and I need to fix, right? So I'm going to put that in red. Okay. So confident is something that I need to fix, and we'll put that over here. Okay, so overly confident, that's something I have to fix. I need to not wear on my sleeve that I think that like the reviews are valuable or whatever, because it triggers people. It triggers people when I think that reviews for individual streamers, if they would watch them, would help them understand their performance in a debate much better. To put a lot of value on the line by line thing, I think is bad. To make comparisons between myself and other streamers that do react content such as Relly, I think is bad. So all of that contributes to this arrogance or this arrogant perspective, right, where people are saying that I'm arrogant, and I think that's a legitimate thing. So it's definitely something that I had to fix. So not being overly confident, just have self-esteem issues like everyone else. That's if you take it really poorly, right? And that's not what I'm trying to do. You're doing good, Bookie. Have an Euler send you an e-pen and pad. It's called Schadenfreude, lol. We love it. Yeah, you guys like the suffering thing, but I think I need to play to that a little less. And to be fair, and here's another thing that I'll put here, is generally what I'm doing is I start off patient. Okay, patient. And then I slowly get to suffer, right? I just ride the wave of patience until I can't anymore. And then I suffer. And then I shill. Okay, this is my current formula. So I stay patient as long as I possibly can, and maybe I should actually do my T's correctly. That'll help you guys a little bit. So I stay patient for as long as I possibly can. At the moment that I start suffering, I endure it for as much as I can. And then when I feel like the conversation is looping or something, then I'm like, okay, if you guys want to pay for this to continue going on longer, then you're going to have to. This right here is something that a lot of people don't like that I will not fix. Okay. So let me go ahead and put something in, we'll put it in pink, or what I think is pink, right? Is this pink? I think it's pink. So the pink is something I'm not going to fix. Or to not charge the language, I'll say not change, okay? These are things I'm not going to change. So this shield part right here, I'm not going to change because I have to make money and I don't like shill all the time. I don't do it very well. I'm not like Dylan Burns. I can't do that. So I think that the shilling is okay and I'm going to continue doing it. If it upsets people, it upsets people, but that's something that I'm willing to accept because like I have to shill. I'm not a big streamer. People don't just like randomly sub to me and donate to me and whatever. Like a huge component of streaming for me has to be call to actions. And I think call to action should happen only where they're necessary. And I generally try to keep that at the very end when I'm just going to stop watching something, because the alternative here is that I stop, right? Because what you don't realize is I am at my wit's end when we start suffering, right? Like I am not acting up for the camera. I really don't enjoy when I've worked my patience to the point of it breaking down. I feel like we're looping. I feel like we're having the same problems. Thanks, Salavilla. And then I would normally stop, which is why the shilling thing is not going to stop, because if I didn't shill for the last part, I would dead ass stop viewing. And that's happened before, whether it's with video games that frustrate me a lot or streams that frustrate me a lot. I hit a point where it's like, I'm okay with just not going live anymore. And rather than not going live anymore, I will let people pay for the content if they want it to continue. If it's not fun for people, then they can not pay and then it won't continue, right? So, I think that this is a fair thing to do. It's in line with my job as a creator. Other creators showed plenty, and I think that that's fine. It's not a performative thing. I would legitimately stop watching it. So like, this is something that I won't change, but I feel like it's worth mentioning. Okay, so like the suffering, I do blow it up, but remember that even if I'm blowing up the suffering here, the stopping thing is not playing to the audience. This is like legitimate. I would just stop, because that's my advice to other people generally. If a piece of content is making you really uncomfortable or is pissing you off, like, you should probably stop and go do something else, right? What's the most difficult debate you've had to review in terms of being able to keep your patience and will high? I don't know. They're all on such like equal footing. Honestly, anytime it happens, those are just really not fun. Like, off the top of my head, I do recall a stream with Riley Grace Roshong, and she was on a panel of conservative people. That was honestly a huge suffer stream. Like, I really did not enjoy watching that one bit at all. And it wasn't like Riley was going to be able to turn it around. And I don't think anyone in her position would, maybe aside from Destiny, because of the rapport that he can build with writerly people. But, you know, that's a difficult thing. So the arrogance thing, it comes through in overconfidence. It also comes through in aggression. And this is another thing that I need to change. Okay? So aggression is another thing. I need to tone it down with the aggression, right? Because if you mix confidence and aggression, you get not so great things, right? So if we combine these two things, we get quite a few things that I've been critiqued for, right? So number one, we get the Destiny. Right. When I comment ever on Destiny not watching the reviews or something like that, that is a combination of confidence and aggression that people really, really don't like. It's just people really don't like it, and that's something that I have to work on. Another thing is any comparisons that I make. Compare to other streamers. And again, I'm using the mouse, so please forgive me for my bad penmanship here. I'm not using a pen. So comparisons to other streamers are another place where I think that maybe I get less pushback than I ought to. But that's another problem that comes from this combination of confidence and aggression. You get political commentators. Do you think if you change the lens you review the debates through, it could be more enjoyable? This is something that's been suggested to me before. So, hold on. Should I? No, I'll just say this. So, because this is a whole point that we'll get to later. Adjusting for the debate bro culture and the expectations therein is something that I won't do, because it's something that other people do much better than me, and I wouldn't be able to fake it because I don't view conversations that way. So I would be like bending over backwards and like contorting my brain in a way that like I'm not comfortable with, and I don't think I would do a good job of, because I don't view the debates or the conversations the way that like the people who are fans of debate bro stuff view it. And I think it's detrimental to a larger point that I have about like helping people. So I'm just writing these things down so I don't forget for later, because we'll go through this point more in depth later. I want to help reform people and push them away from using the way that debates are meant to be looked at in their day-to-day life or in their day-to-day conversations. And that's a huge point of the stream, right? That's why I tell you all this all the time, to go outside, touch grass, talk to other people. Don't let this debate bro stuff carry over into your real life, because it doesn't work out well, right? This is even something that Steven echoes in his streams, right? To a lesser extent. But I think like part of what I want to do on this stream is focus on the perspective that I take, even if it makes me suffer, because I think that suffering is demonstrating to you what it's like for a normal person to have to watch these kinds of conversations, and how these conversations, when viewed from the lens of like a normal person or somebody who is having normal conversations, are awful. Like, people would not talk to each other like this. And if they did, it would be like a shit show, right? Maybe between you and your bros, you have arguments like this, but you wouldn't have these arguments with like your parents or your coworkers or with other sorts of people. So like, I really do want to push you away from that. And even if you are having those kinds of conversations, they have an emotional and a mental effect on you that I think maybe you're downplaying, right? So it would be kind of antithetical to what I'm trying to do to focus on that perspective. And like I said before, other people do it much better. I would rather leave it to them. Like Relly. I think Relly does a very good job of evaluating arguments and talking about evidence and things like this. And those just aren't things that I want to focus on. I want to focus on like, what was the potential of the conversation? How was it not realized? At what points did this break down? And how does rhetoric play into that? It's not even a focus purely on rhetoric. It's a focus on like, what was the conversational potential and how did we take steps away from the full potential in the conversation? What stuff happened that led to that, right? All right, we got a lot of stuff to read. At Booksmarts, I think some of this is just that you have some hold on, holy shit, there's a lot. My actual critique is that when you personally align with a person's political opinions, you tend to be harsher with them when I think you should be equally as harsh. You lose your patience quicker, I feel. I don't understand the last part. So I lose my patience quicker with whom, right? Like, do I lose my patience quicker with the person who I align with, or do I lose my patience quicker with their opposition? I assume you mean with the people that I align with. And yeah, maybe this is an overcorrection for bias. So I'm going to add that into here and we'll discuss that later. So overcorrection of bias, I'll go ahead and put down here. Okay, I think some of this is just that you have so many viewers who watch Destiny. I don't like him. I don't him. And that Destiny no watch talk has never bothered me a bit. Okay. I think it's one of the things you will get regardless, though. Any reviews you do, you're doing for two reasons. Booksmarts, do you think this can ever manifest in how you interact with chatters? I recall asking you a question. I feel like you jumped to think I was disagreeing with you. It's just sometimes you ask questions that have like that will derail what we're trying to do, and I get triggered at you guys. So that's, if we want to talk about that, we could, but I'm not sure that necessarily falls in line with what we're meant to do here today. But we could. I talked about it the other stream, but I'll go ahead and put it in that. I'll write it down in a way that I'll remember it on my notes. But okay, we'll talk about that later. One is that you teach others, and two, you hopefully teach the subjects of the review. Okay. I don't think I'll ever aim to teach the subjects of the review, though. That's not my point. Yeah, approaching debate as if it's two people failing to come to an understanding is setting yourself up for frustration. Sure, it is, but I'm okay with that. I'm a fairly patient dude. To be quite honest with you, I stay patient for like a long time. So like the amount of time it takes before I start to lose my patience is like increasing over time, I think, right? Like and maybe this is just from my perspective, but I do think that like it increases over time, right? I'll put a red thing here. Bloop. Okay. Looking lean, bro. Very nice. Just the camera angle. I think personally, to grow, you do kind of need to shill. Thank you. Call out people to take a look of your reviews. There is a reason you get engagement, and a lot of that is because you do offer a service. Thanks. And part of the reason a lot of people enjoy your content is because they come out of it learning something. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, but hopefully about talking to people and maybe how that applies to how they talk to people. The downside is that people are going to call you a shill, but that's the hustle. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Book, do you take into account how you're feeling physically? It's harder to review stuff when you're tired or just worn down. Is that something you consider before you go live? Go for fresh smarts? Yeah, generally. I meditate before I stream. I meditated today before I came to stream. Like it is something I focus on. Although being tired and stuff, like if I'm really tired, I just won't go live. Booksmarts, are you ever afraid of losing that perspective, becoming too online yourself? Yes, which is why I refuse to change my perspective on the debates. Did the Destiny Reddit thread bring this on? Yes. They're literally the worst form of DGG. Yes. But they're a good test of my patience and of the advice that I give to like look for criticism in these things. I have benefited from your service even if you diss my bogs. Yeah, bog standard. That's just a bog standard response from Jangles there. Now I understand the arrogance part. Oh, okay, cool. I'm kidding? Oh, okay. Anywho, I'm going to do a last call on this. So arrogance, definitely something that I need to work on and that I need to address, right? That is a mixture of confidence and aggression that comes off really poorly. And I think it's also, if I can give another small point here that's an excuse, so we'll put it in, I don't know, maybe this. Excuse. We'll call this an excuse. I view this as just being more comfortable. So now, and that's why I'm doing it last, because it's not important to give excuses for stuff. So definitely things they need to fix. We've gone over that. The excuse is, like, from my perspective, the arrogance thing is being more comfortable and open with my chat, because even if I choose not to note my confidence about things or the aggression level I have about things or my suffering that I go through, like, these things are still happening. Like, when I go into private conversations with people and I talk with them, like my other streamer friends, I do talk about these things. Like, these are things that don't just go away because I choose not to address them on stream. They're things that have been there since the very beginning of my time on Twitch, right? And I've just become more comfortable over time with bringing that up with my chat. Like, I think what I do is valuable. I think it requires much more work than what other React dandies and other people on the platform put into, yada, yada, yada. You've heard this a lot over the last few months. And I do think it's a very different product than what other people give. And it does frustrate me when people treat it as if it's the same thing as what other people are doing, because from my perspective, it's really not, right? And I just think that that's something better to just keep to myself than it is to, like, wear on my sleeve, right? Because that it puts you into a spiral pattern where, like, leaning into this arrogance all the time puts you in an arrogant mindset. And it means that when people challenge that, or when people are ticked off by that, then you're going to continue to be arrogant about that thing. It's kind of like an addiction, right? Like, you just kind of start spiraling, right? And then you have arrogant responses to criticism and other things. And it's not good. So I think it's better to try and wean myself off of that and just try to be more of what I was at the start, more soft-spoken, more uncertain of myself, even if I don't think that I am, and more careful with the reviews. And I think that that's good. I think it's a good thing to work on. So the arrogance thing, I would definitely agree, is something that I need to work on, and I will. Let me catch up on things here. Talk to Steven. Is he live right now? Are you ever, okay, I already read that. Let's see, any other ats? So kind of a weird point about arrogance is that we don't often get to see your callouts be right. I don't understand, Mr. Hen. Like, what do you mean? Because I don't really, it might be good for your stream to have a way to claim victory when you were right. Yeah, I mean, we have these moments though, right? Like, if I open up here, yesterday's thing, which was 9/22, so this one, I think, cannot find the system file specified. Huh, well, that should be in here. Stream assets, notes, 9/22. Jesus Christ. All right, let's open this up. So, remember when I noted this divide, like, where he gives 2 points and Dima Mama completely goes off the rails, like, these are the payoffs that I look for, right? Or like in the Destiny versus Wolf thing, where I point out that, like, Wolf had good answers to what was being asked of him, and we can clearly see that with quotes. Like, these are the payoffs, in my opinion. And they may be different from you guys. You guys may be looking for different payoffs or different points when I'm right. But, like, I think that noting and being aware of these things that then become critical later is actually a huge payoff from my perspective. So I'm not sure. That's my opinion on that comment. It might be good for your... Okay, I already read that. Have you tried pooping? Destiny did say that he would want to talk with you about the Hanz discussion because he came to a different conclusion than you. Okay. If he DMs me, then we could talk about it. Well, he said that he would be willing to. Okay. Well, if he comes on while I'm on and he wants to talk about it, I wouldn't shy away from it. That was amazing when it came back to that divide. I loved it. Yeah, those are the payoffs from my perspective. Those are like the winning things in my perspective. But I'm lame, like I like different stuff. Those are my versions of victory. When you give your black pill takes, it turns people off as well. No one likes to watch someone do something they hate. What do you mean by black pill takes? Can you be more specific? Takeshi? I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Yeah, like, what do you mean? Like when I tell you to go outside and not watch this stuff, it's true. Like, I could stop mentioning that, but that's a huge part of the brand. I want you to go outside. I want you to live life. I want you to do things that are not involved with these online communities. Like, and I'm going to continue to wear that on my sleeve. You probably should. If these conversations make you feel the way I feel about them, maybe it's time to watch something else, right? Like, I don't watch this stuff in my free time. I really don't, because it's cancerous and toxic. I only do that because I have a job doing it, right? Like, it'd be like if you're like a political commentator or a political news writer and you encourage other people to just tune out of politics if it makes them feel negative about it, right? Like, I have a job. I still have to be informed about it. I have to watch these things, but you don't. If this stuff really triggers you, maybe it's okay that you just keep up with the bullet points of what's going on, focus on what you need to vote on, and then ignore the rest of it. Because to be an educated voter, to vote on things, to be involved in your community does not require that you know all the little bits and twists and turns and details of the drama that happens in political coverage or in news coverage, right? You could tune out from one thing, tune back in when you need to vote, and then leave yourself from it the rest of the time and probably live a better life if that's something that triggers you. And I'm okay with continuing to preach about that because it's something that I honestly believe and I follow. I don't want to pretend to you guys that I watch this stuff for fun all the time. I really don't. Stream schedule, etc., but you can't really do that right now. Make the Wicked Smarts podcast happen. I can't because Supreme and I don't agree on that stuff. Takeshi is saying no one likes it when you are miserable, but I disagree. I love it when you're miserable. Yeah, so this gets back to this, Takeshi, is people really like the suffering thing, and the suffering thing gives me an ability to chill, and so I'm okay with this. All of these conversations are going to make me suffer, there is a in-between solution that maybe I'll put here. So there is a fix here. I'll note it. Oops. I could not overemphasize it, right? But I really do think that the overemphasizing of it is what helps me shill, and the shilling is the whole point of the stream. So, it's a difficult thing. I'll try not to overemphasize it as much, though. So for sure. Do we have any other points on the arrogance topic? I don't know. Some people just aren't going to get it. I am basically right of center on econ for Twitch, and you were largely right on the wolf debate. Subreddit wasn't having it, though. Yeah, they don't. I have totally been snapped at by Bookie because he misread me, lol, but it was a stressful stream. That's my last wall of defense, is critiquing and being mean to my chat, criticizing my chat. Oh, I'm so behind on the stream. Well, good thing you're on YouTube and you have 2x. If you keep up with the bullet points, you're already more educated than most voters. True. Destiny is live. Maybe you could talk to him. He seemed interested. Again, if he DMs me, I'm happy to. But otherwise, I really want to get through these points. One thing I would make the overall content better is more of a critique for your mods, but having stupid shit timed out before it triggers you. Huh. Well, they suck at that, don't they? I'm sorry, mods, but you do definitely suck at that. But I mean, what is the solution? That I have my mods just on their own discretion time out things that they think are annoying? You would be very unhappy with that if I implemented it, because a ton more people would be timed out. I really think it's okay that their like criteria for timing people out is not if they think it might piss me off, because they're going to catch a lot more people in the crossfire than people that would actually piss me off, right? If anything, I think the solution to that is to not be as triggered by the chatters, or to find ways of dealing with that rather than offload that responsibility onto my mods who are going to have an imperfect implementation of such a policy, right? So, it's tough. What I'm hearing is I need to harass Supreme. Yeah, basically. I'm just kidding. That's against terms of service. But yeah, if you want the podcast thing to happen, talk to Supreme about it, not me. Thanks for the raid, whoever raided. I appreciate it. Books, I think you're doing the community a great service. Imagine how depressing it would be to suffer through these conversations alone. Pepe, all right, bruh. Just do this segment. Destiny isn't going anywhere. He just started playing Stellaris. Okay, looking at the Destiny Reddit post, how does it feel to have a bunch of random people analyze and make assumptions about you? Does it impact your day-to-day, or are you able to compartmentalize? It does impact me. Less than it did at the start. At the start, it impacted me a lot, but nowadays, not so much. In the moment, definitely. Like, I was sitting at a restaurant enjoying some breakfast for the day, some nice traditional food from the country that I'm staying in, so that was good. I've never tried the dish before. And it did sour things a bit to be reading these comments, because a lot of them are focused on, like, what I felt was just me, again, down here, being more comfortable with my chat, right? Like, when I admit to you that it made me feel really sad that, like, Steven refused to watch the Wolf review when I put so much time and energy into it, that's just a human thing, right? That's not a fucking entitlement thing. Like, I can see how you interpret it that way, but it's like such an inhuman way of interpreting it. It's not that I feel like I'm entitled to him watching it. It just disappoints me because I spent a lot of time and effort on it. It just didn't seem like he appreciated it or whatever, right? I get both sides of this. I get how if you don't care about me at all, it's very easy to think I'm just an entitled prick and that this confidence and the aggression around it, whatever. But it's not even aggression. Like, it's just, I was confident that it was a good thing and that it could have helped him. And then I was sad, not aggression. I was just sad that, like, he didn't want to watch it, right? And it's just not helpful to talk about it anymore. And I think moving forward, I really won't. But, like, yeah, anytime you guys bring it up, I'm going to give you the same fucking answer. It's just a human moment, and it's a human moment that I can't share on stream because that's just being too comfortable with the chat, right? Okay. Unless we have anything else in the arrogance point, couldn't you maybe set up test live streams and see who they would and wouldn't time out if they had that power? You could take the data and it's a lot of fucking work. No, kind of is entitlement, but you can feel down about it still. Sure. Hey, Mr. Booksmarts, I would like to talk to people more often in regards to arguments, but it's hard to get across my point since 90% of people get emotional and don't engage in legit discussion rather than getting mad, then ad hom or whatever. What are your thoughts, King? Really depends on how you're engaging, because if you're encouraging them to get emotional and stuff, I think that, like, this is like you're telling me, hey, Booksmart, so me and the things that I say when I'm in a conversation with people, so maybe multiplied by the conversation with people, this Z, gets me this, like, bad outcome, okay? And I don't know what's going on with that. I mean, people just get emotional. People are this, people are that. You're defining this variable for me, and you're telling me how that's leading to the bad thing. But the problem is, I don't know what this is, okay? I don't know what you're doing here, right? I don't know how you are and how you're engaging or what your positions are. And I don't know how you're communicating them or how you're coming across. And without those two variables, I can't give you an answer, because if you're just giving me this one here, that's not the full equation. And that's why it's difficult to answer questions like that. Sometimes people email me and they are honest about what they're doing here, and they can realize that some of the things that they're doing are triggering people. And the question then is, how do I fix the part of the conversation that I have control over? But instead, you're externalizing everything. You're pointing to a part of the conversation you have no control over, which is the other people. And then you're telling me that they're leading to the conversation being bad, and how can I change this? Well, you didn't tell me anything about what's here, so I don't know what to say to change here, right? This doesn't help me at all. It helps me very little, because I don't know your friends. I can't control your friends. You can't control your friends. All you can control, and this is the stoic in me, is your own actions and your own, like, responses to things, right? So that's what I have to say about that. Boop, 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 boop. Hopefully I can undo all these. Okay, wonderful. Okay. All right, that's the arrogance point. I think I already read that. I see. So I need to configure it better for them. Yeah, of course. I love stoicism. It's so very important. Thank you very much. Yeah, no problem. I had just discovered you when watching the Wolf review and was surprised at how much seemingly free work you had done for Destiny by making the review. Perhaps Destiny just it's fine. I don't want to talk about it. Like I said, the order of DGG quality is Twitch chat, DGG, YouTube chat, Destiny Discord, Twitter, Dick Cheese, and Destiny subreddit. Anyone who uses Reddit for anything other than porn is a weirdo. Okay, bro. Okay. We're all done with the Arrogance point. So let's go ahead and move on to the Destiny point. Okay, this is the big one, and I think that I need to make my schnappy big enough to make this work. Okay, so second point here. Let's do it this way. Does aggression have 2 G's? I think so. Oh, not typing things, how it ruins me. Yeah, it does. Okay. Aggression. Oops. Ah! I missed my tablet. Big point. Aggression to Destiny. This has to stop. This has to stop. And if that means, right, I have to stop this. It's no good. It's just bad. Okay. The aggression to Destiny thing, people perceive this really, really poorly, and I have to just stop it with it. It's unwarranted. Okay. It's just unwarranted, and it has to stop. Let's see. So, number one bad point.
Looks like rain!
Thanks.
Hey, Booksmarts, I meant to give you a dono last time you were on and were feeling kind of doomer. I just got paid and had a good surf session and wanted to pass on the good vibes to you.
Damn, thanks, bro. I'm happy to hear it was good out there today. Boy, I wish I could surf more, but I'm fat and unable. Okay. No credit for good and improvements that he does. This is something I need to fix, definitely. I need to mention a lot more that, hey, he's gotten a lot better. He has a lot of good conversations now. He's tried to fix stuff a lot. So that's something that I need to fix and I need to do more of. And beyond that, I need to... I need to balance the criticisms with that, right? I need to balance my criticisms with the credit for good and improvements, right? And I've learned that like a spoonful of sugar to make the medicine go down, as Mary Poppins would say, I need to have like a 3-to-1 ratio. I need a whole spoonful of sugar. Otherwise, people get very, very upset, right? So no comment on whether or not that's an acceptable expectation from other people or whatever, but that's definitely something that I need to work on. So I have to balance my criticisms with the credit for good and improvements, and I need to focus on the credit for good and improvements because I'm not really giving any. And furthermore, I need to make those slights that I do very clear that they're ironic. Okay? This is another thing I have to work on, because sometimes I will deadpan say things that I don't think that you would believe that I believe, but then I see a whole Reddit post or something about it. So if I make any ironic slights, I need to make them clear, or ideally I need to stop doing them, because that community really does not like it, at least on the Reddit. Okay, so that's another thing that I really need to stop doing. And then furthermore, and this is another big thing. Okay, so to the people on the Reddit and other people, this is another thing I have to stop. Okay. Thanks.
Watching in 2 times. I've noticed lately that I get more pushback whenever I say you're my fav streamer. Videos like this are why you're my favorite. Person
Aw.
shrugging.
Thanks. Out of curiosity, why do you like these kinds so much? No more Wolf review mentions. As of this moment, moving forward, we have a new rule, and I need you to help me with this. I need you to hold me accountable. If I do this again, then you need to say, Booksmarts, remember when you said you weren't going to mention this anymore? I need to stop making references to the Wolf review, okay? Of all the things on this list, between stopping the ironic slights against Destiny or the non-ironic slights against Destiny, or giving the credit for the good improvements or balancing them, I need to never mention the Wolf review ever again. Maybe don't even mention it at all, right? Like, just pretend to avoid it, because you know what Supreme taught me? Maybe this is a helpful thing. Let's say that you have something that is a secret. Okay? And you have a secret here. Bloop. And this is your secret. And then let's say that around that secret, there are things that are tangentially related to it. Okay? So like in the case of the Wolf review, maybe there's things about Destiny, right? Or maybe there are things about my opinion. Right? If there's anything to do with Destiny, if there's anything to do around my opinions, if there's anything to do about the, we'll put FB for feedback. If there's anything to do with feedback, the secret is what I think about Destiny, not reviewing it. Okay? So we'll put this here. Destiny not reviewing. DNR. Okay. So we have DNR in here. That's the thing that I shouldn't mention. And then around that, we have anything related to Destiny, any related to my opinions, anything related to like the feedback I received about that. And then you have some like blue area out here, which is okay. And we're going to say that this is about like the notes. This is about maybe the patterns. Maybe we'll say patterns. Oops. Okay, and maybe we'll say anything involving the chat, okay? And then in here, maybe we have the Reddit. Okay, so these are what we're going to call hot zones. So I have a hot zone, all of this here, around what the problematic thing is. In some cases, that's secrets. In some cases, that's things that will get you in trouble. You have a hot zone all around whatever it is that you're not supposed to talk about, right? And you need to keep in mind that if you have a secret or something that you're not supposed to mention, then you also need to avoid mentioning things about that. So like, let's say that you had inside the secret category, like a secret meeting that you had. Let's say you had like a dinner with streamers that's supposed to be kept under wrap right here, okay? Then you don't want to mention what you did for dinner last night. You don't want to mention your opinions about certain streamers, maybe. You don't want to mention the highlights of your week. You don't want to mention, right? You have a bunch of things that begin to get too close to what had happened that you're not supposed to mention, right? And so there's a hot zone around that issue, and you need to keep that in mind and then avoid things that are close to whatever it is that you're not supposed to mention. And that all entails a hot zone, right? So I think that I need to create a hot zone around that particular little thing there. And so I need to just not mention or get close to mentioning anything regarding that. I'll put that over here because it's just a helpful little doodad. Okay. And then again, all of these notes, I create a PNG of them and then I make them available on Patreon. So if that's something that interests you, feel free. There's my shill. Do we have any more comments? I will open the floor to these while I read the chat and get caught up with anything that's at Booksmarts. Do we have any more comments on the aggression to Destiny? I know I've been talking an awful lot. Legit don't like changing this much behavior based on how another person's community can't behave. If Destiny's space is so toxic and him unable to moderate it that you have to tiptoe around it, cut off Destiny. I get it's not something you want to do. It's not possible. We're not cutting off Destiny. So that's just a solution that is nuclear and not possible for me. What did you have for dinner last night, Books? Lol. Looking for some hot stuff, the baby, this evening. Jesus Christ. Because non-performative self-critique is rare. I be self-critiquing sometimes. Okay. Just never stop doing funny voices. Buckles me every time. Okay. Is that supposed to be an ironic slight or are you serious? Who are you talking to? We're allowed to bonk Booksmarts now. Yeah. If the goal is to make people understand your arguments, then you should make some content with a more palatable time format, which I work on, Sam. Like... You have to realize I avoid so much stuff. I create edited versions of the VODs, like the Lauren conversation, like many other things. So to answer you, Sam, like I do try that. And now we have a rule right here, right? So what I will say to avoid this hot zone is I put in a lot of effort, and my editor, Takate, puts in a lot of effort to shorten reviews, to shorten main bits of content, and to shorten the VODs in general to make them more palatable to people. So when you give me a critique, like you should make your content more palatable in terms of the time format, I do. I make an honest effort there. So this is like, you're preaching to the choir here. I'm very well aware of that. And then I make decisions that do get me in trouble, like not pointing out when Demon Mama has every little sigh or or head nod or whatever that I think is rhetorically not good, right? So I am making decisions both at the live level and in the edit to try and shorten these things to make them more palatable to people. So that's definitely something I'm working on. Don't change your behavior based on Redditors. That's not a rule that I'll follow. My one critique of you is that you don't really make any shorter content than 3 to 5 hour stream VODs. That's not true. And I'll prove that it's not true to you right now. So I'm okay with the critiques. Just be sure that you don't say something that's not true, or I'm going to struggle to take you seriously, right? So if I go to here and I go to my channel and I go to videos and I go to just my uploads, okay? So we have these, which are stream VODs. Let me see if I can find a way to just do my normal videos and not my stream VODs. So this one, under 3 hours, right? We edited this down. How long was the actual thing? It was 3 hours, 18 minutes, and we got it down to 2 hours and 33 minutes. This is 30 minutes, and this was an upload, okay? This is under 2 hours, and it was an upload, or under 3 hours, and it's an upload. This is 5 minutes. This one is 49 seconds. This one is 10 minutes, 20 seconds. This one is 8 minutes and 8 seconds. Anything that's not a VOD, 1 minute, 7:24, 49 seconds, 5 minutes and 26, 48 seconds, 33 minutes. We do make an effort. Any content that's edited is way lower than that. Okay. So I hear you. 16 minutes and 51 seconds, the Crowder thing, which was a huge accomplishment to cut it down to just that. 47 minutes on Vosh's executive order. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 38 seconds, an hour, right? So I am putting out 18 minutes, right? So when we're not looking at the stream VODs, there is a bunch of stuff that is shorter. It's just I'm limited by how quickly my editor can churn stuff out. That is the main bottleneck, which is why in the last VOD, I mentioned that, hey, if you're an editor, please reach out to me because I'm going to expand the editing team beyond one person because it's simply not possible to produce the amount of content that I want with just one editor. So I need more editors. If you want to help for free, that's super duper cool. If you have a payment scheme in mind, tell me what it is. But in any case, I am working on that, and it's something I'm actively working on. But what you're saying is not correct. So any edited content that we're putting out, we are trying to keep under that 3-hour mark. So when you say you're not making any content really that is shorter than 3 to 5 hour stream VODs, it's like simply incorrect, right? Hey, Book, you handsome man. I'll be catching up in the VOD. Have a great stream. Thank you. Okay, let me catch back up with recent things. I be seeing your YouTube shorts too. Thanks. He got variety. I do have variety. Would you consider reviews of content that is not Twitch streamers / YouTubers? Yes, nobody recommends it. I feel like though the stream / reviews are really long, the info included, timestamps and chapters is really helpful. It is, which again is another little coping thing that we do, but people don't, I guess, use them. Well, they do because they comment about it, but still. Sometimes I watch the whole thing. Other times I just skip through. Yeah, I think a 15 to 20 minute recap would go a long way. I will note that. Let's put that on the side. Okay, we'll put that on the side here. Actually, we'll put that in the bottom right corner. Okay, these are just general things. Okay, so just general stuff. We'll put in blue. How about blue is a pretty color. Why is this so small? I feel like this is a really small thing. So 15 to 20 minute recap. The problem is with this, I'll try asking for it. The problem is when you take a VOD that is very contextually based, so you have context, right? And then we have our highlights, which is highlight. When we take only these and we put them in, then people have questions or criticisms that are based around this. So somebody will say, I understand what you're saying, but that's not what happened at the debate. Actually, this happened. Like, oh, okay, yeah, we went through that in the context. Or, yeah, Booksmarts, I hear you out, but didn't you see when so-and-so did X, Y, and Z? Like, yeah, we did. We went through the thing line by line. So, yeah, it was in there. Or when somebody says, I get this, but it seems like you're very, very opinionated. Don't you think that there is some reason that X could be like Y? Like, yeah, I did. I went through several different scenarios in here, and I said it could be A, B, C, or it could be Y or Z, for sure. This is the problem, is we get a lot of comments that are like this because we only show them these parts here. So that's just, if you're wondering about my reasoning behind not making that a priority and making shortened VODs a priority, that's why. But yeah, for sure. That's a fair bit of advice. Let me see. At Booksmarts, is it mainly the subreddit that goes off on you, or is it also in his chat and such? A little bit of both, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, a lot of column A, a lot of the Reddit. I think it might be better to just cut off the subreddit instead of stopping the slides, because I think we can both agree that Steven does. The problem is this, is that the subreddit guides some of the behavior of the rest of his chat and stuff. So if the subreddit starts repeating stuff all of the time, it filters its way through, right? Like if we think about, like the tiny, tiny fish, right? The tiny, tiny fish. Tiny, tiny fish. Lots and lots of tiny, tiny fishes. Tiny, tiny fish. And these fishes eat a bunch of mercury, okay? I think this is mercury, right? Or is it HG? I think it's HG. And they eat a bunch of mercury, okay? Nom, 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 nom. You can say like, well, Booksmarts, come on, those little fishes aren't important. It's about these like big whales, right? It's about like what happens in these other places. Maybe you should focus on these other places, right? Like, but the problem is all of the collection of this little stuff, of this little bit of mercury and all of these gets stuck in the whale. And then the whale has a big cancerous tumor, okay? And then when the whale has a big cancerous tumor of mercury, and then you have sharks that eat that, right? Nom, 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 nom. You have sharks that eat that. Then the sharks are eating all the whales, and they have a super high concentration of mercury in them. And then they turn real cancerous, right? So this here is the problem, is that, sure, the subreddit is super cancerous and whatever, but the problem is that those ideas filter up the chain. So those ideas will then go to the Twitch chat, and then those Twitch chatters go to like the DGG, and it carries on. So I think nipping it in the bud and figuring out a way to reduce the amount of mercury that is being ingested by the people that are bottom feeders at the bottom of this food chain in the subreddit is going to then have a knock-on effect where we're going to have less in the whales of Twitch chat, and then we're going to have less in DGG, and therefore we're going to have less in like the environment total, right? The whole environment of like people that talk about me, right? So if I can start to see a problem developing in the little fish here of a collection of mercury, and I notice that there is some source of mercury, like, oh, I'm dumping a bunch of like chemical mercury into the water, maybe I should stop dumping this mercury, then that's going to have an effect all the way up the chain, right? And so that's why I do that. So that's why I focus on them, and that's why I think it's important to focus on them, because it's gonna go up the chain. So there's that explanation. I hope that's a good one. All right, time to catch back up. By the way, I know this is a critique session, but I just wanted to mention that I listen to your VODs while doing cardio at the gym sometimes. The donkey voice pushes me through the tough times. Appreciated. Thanks, fellow. I agree on the clarity of ironic slights. It always makes me squirmless cringe when you take a jab at some other streamer. Alrighty. But that could be because when I was growing up, it was drilled into me, if I can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. Yeah, definitely not a rule for streamers. If you can say something unnice, but it's funny, generally you want to say it. The hard truth of it is, it's very hard to take content like Booksmarts makes and edit it down. True. You can do it with Steven's stuff because it's generally A plus B equals C. DM is bad because of these things. Insert clips. You can't do that when you're doing a line by line or longer form content. Yeah, you really can't, because the problem is, and if we go back down here, so I have a bit of space to talk about things, and we make this a bit bigger. So when we have a whole conversation, I divvy up that conversation into a gazillion pieces, right? And then for each piece, there is a lot of explanation that comes after, right? And when you multiply this out and you have all of these different pieces, all right, and you have all of the different things that I'm saying for each of them, then the value is here. The value is not in here, right? And so that's where the problem is Steven can just take all of these. So he can take all of these. He can summarize it, which I cannot. And then he can have a critique of that summarized opinion. And he can say X. And when he says X, maybe he could have one or two itty bitty lines that August gives him as like when he says something very specific. So maybe he says specific thing, specific thing, specific thing, right? I can't do that because my format is that I have a bunch of criticism for each of these tiny, tiny lines, and it's the criticism that is the value. We have very different formats, so that's what makes that difficult to do. The line by line thing makes it really, really tough because I've divvied this up like this, but the reality is that if we were looking at a long VOD, it would be like nothing but lines. It would be like, you know, it would be tons and tons and tons of lines. So yeah, that's the difficult part. Now in the future, and this is where I would like to take the channel, I could just watch a whole thing, have a very competent editor or research team, or write a research document that just has specific quotes that I can make generalizations about. But we're far from that. I don't have that really connection with my current editor. Perhaps I will in the future with somebody else, and that will be possible. But I don't see it as possible at present to do something like that, because I would really like to do it the way I did essays, where I just have quotes, and this is kind of similar to how Steven does it. I just have quotes, very specific ones, and I use these quotes to make a broader argument. So I have a few quotes, and then I say X, okay? And then the X is like way smaller than the length of the quotes, right? If anything, the quotes would be longer, right? And then I can just have a bunch of these. So you multiply this by, by 10, and then you have a video that is only so long, maybe 20 to 30 minutes, like the recap that you're talking about, right? But at present, I would have to have the whole stream, watch the whole stream, take all my notes, and then prep a 15 to 20 minute recap. And that takes way too long relative to how much money I make on this stuff. If I made more money, definitely possible. If I made more money, I could hire an editor and like pay them a ton to spend a ton of time on it or something like that. But that's just not where we're at present. So yeah, that is what it is. At Booksmarts, I will say where I am in the stream, it seems like a lot of the critique is too intertwined with Destiny because it's all coming from Destiny's community. So that's some critique. Yeah, sure. And that's why I'm opening the floor. If you guys have critique, then I can do that. The solution is to stop being a fisherman in this analogy. Fuck the ocean. Maybe, but I can't do that. I can't just live off of the land, unfortunately. In the future, maybe. But at present, no. You know, I kind of sometimes just want to hear your recap and take your words for stuff. Okay, yeah. And if we had a bigger... So here's the other problem. And this kind of addresses what both of you are saying. So the way it works is this. Okay? We have a whole ocean. All right? And in that ocean, a huge portion of it is DGG. And if we look at my portion of that ocean, it's just this little sliver here. And this is Booksmarts. Okay. And what you're telling me is, hey, Booksmarts, I'm part of this ocean sliver that really trusts you. So I would be okay with just a 10 to 20 minute review thing because I just trust you. The problem is DGG does not trust me. They'll look at this 10 to 20 minute thing and then they'll come up with a bunch of fucking, you know, things that were already covered in the VOD and then we have problems. And it's not just DGG, right? Because then we have some small sliver that is the subject. And the subject will do the same thing. They'll look at this. What the fuck? You're critiquing my content creator? I don't like that at all. And then they go to this, right? So while this serves this tiny Booksmart segment, it really doesn't serve these segments. And that's why I feel there's a need to do this. Because if instead these guys are directed to my like 2-hour like abbreviated version, I think that the conversion rate of people that will go, oh, okay, that's all right. Yeah, I kind of agree with this Booksmarts guy is going to be much higher, right? And that's why is I think we're going to have more conversions if they go to a 2-hour thing where I explain everything in depth and give them my reasoning than if we go to a 10 to 20 minute thing. Because like everybody is super biased, right? And my people are biased too, which is why you're okay with a 20 minute thing, right? They all have their own biases and that makes it really difficult, and I have to work through those over the 2 hours. So, oh yeah, it's difficult, bro. It's difficult. Bloop 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 bloop. Okay. Are you looking for something kind of like Cinema Sins, where you could quickly intercut points debaters make with your big notes page filling up? Perhaps. I don't know how valid my critique is now, but I personally stopped watching your live streams. Listening to you rage a chat was funny at first, but it got old quick. Pushed me to just watch the vids. Okay. Saw the title and it got me to try to watch this specific stream. Okay, cool. So you had a problem with this up here. Okay. And the solution that I've come up with is to, here, let's, don't overemphasize, right? So the suffer thing is funny and whatever. Wait, what did you say specifically? Listening to you rage at chat. Okay, raging at chat. Maybe we have to fix this. This is a recurring thing. This will be our next big point. Because hold on, let me ask you specifically, Zachary. Is it raging at chat that is your personal problem? Is it specifically raging at chat, or is it suffering? Because if it's suffering, I cannot help you because I do suffer, and there's no way to hold on to that. But if the problem is raging at the chat, that is fixable. Okay. So, I mean, I could fix that. That is definitely doable. I'm going to write it down as if it was, because I think that's actually a helpful critique, whether or not that's what you believe. Rage at chat. Okay. Because I can do much better at this. This is easier for me. Like, it's hard for me, if we go back up here, to stop the suffering because we spend so many hours on a single person or two people, but I am able to reset myself and not rage at the chat. I know I have that in me. So if this is the case, I could fix this. Not the suffering, it was how much of the content it was. I felt like every time I joined, it was what you were currently doing. but I love when you rage a chat. I'd rewatch from the start and just skip it. Okay. So yeah, I can definitely stop this. I need to choose to be patient. Because it is a choice. When it comes to chat, I do choose to be upset with you guys because I think it's funny. but if the audience doesn't like it, then it's something that I need to fix, right? So I need to choose to be patient. That's something I gotta fix, and something I gotta change. But oops, what the fuck? Density. What did I just do? Oh no. What have I done? What did I change? Dilution. There we are. Oh, this needs to be in this color. The excuses don't matter, but I do find it to be very funny and enjoyable. But yeah, maybe this is something that I need to change as well. Because I used to be very patient with you guys, right? Like in the past, I was able to be more patient. So like I'll note that here as well. Let's do this. Boop, boop, boop. We'll cut that off. Da, 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 da. All right. Yeah, because I used to do that a lot more, and I just I don't anymore because I think it's funny to do it the other way. But yeah, I need to do this more. Let's see. Booksmarts, maybe if you ever want a smaller video format is by isolating a specific technique that you see debate bros use in general and then providing examples from several Oh, okay. All right. I like that. Yeah. So we'll add that in here. So I'm going to call this, actually, you know what? Fuck it. You guys deserve your own thing. Actually, yeah, you guys deserve your own thing. Here you go. This is the first chat one. Are you guys proud of me? I'm taking you very seriously. As part of my initiative to not rage at you, I will take you more seriously, okay? We need shorter videos. I like this stream. I know that some people don't like being in the hot seat and having people critique it. I kind of enjoy it in a weird way. Hell yeah. Okay, so we need 15 to 20 minute recaps. That's doable. I think we could do that at the cost of the brand. We could definitely do this. And I think it's worth it because you guys want it. So we could do 15 to 20 minute recaps. We could also do what this chatter is suggesting, which was brilliant, yet I've already forgotten it. Isolating specific techniques. Okay, so technique videos. I'm getting a lot better at the mouse thing. Okay, we've added that on. It is funny as fuck, but I'd rather you not suffer. Aw, thanks. Example, debate bro technique 1, over-focusing on one question. Yeah. Yep. Okay. I can definitely do that. Always this DGG stuff. There may be some rude trolls in every community, but the vast majority of people that watch him are probably silent as well. Like the problem is that there's a ton of upvotes on these comments. So this is a sentiment that I can't pretend is just like a select group of people. Now I don't want to say that I imply those people are idiots, but aren't idiots. But it's healthy to keep that in mind. I'm a silent watcher of him. Through him, I discuss. Yeah, a lot of the silent watchers came out when I asked to meet people in Europe, and a bunch of silent viewers in Europe are like, yeah, you know, like I don't necessarily think that the guy is the best at this, that, or the other thing, but I still watch him. And when I saw your stuff, it was fine. And I never chat and I don't even have an account. And like, it's very interesting. As someone who's never publicly chatted, I agree with that guy. It feels like you've copied a lot of Destiny's mannerisms. And if I wanted that, I'd just go watch Destiny or a variety of his clones. Okay. I'll add that in here. I guess I have to take this down a little bit. Oh shit, that's huge. That's what she said. That's a good point. That's a good point. I have more patience than that, dude, so I should maybe make that a part of things. All right. Speaking of people who never chat in the chat, but I've met in real life, I think establishing some baseline goals for all critiques and repeat them more during reviews might refocus people on your goals, kind of like a rule book for smarts that you can always refer back to. Okay. I like that. Let's think. Where do I put this? We'll put this down here for now because it's just like a good recommendation, right? Bloop. We'll go to here and then we'll do you know what? I'm a fucking genius. No, just kidding. I'm not allowed to be that anymore. We need to keep a rubric. This is so easy. Yeah, we need a rubric. Duh. Fuck, why didn't I think of this? You're such a genius, Boris. I love you. Keep a rubric for the debate reviews and then reference back to this a lot. Okay, that's good. That's good. From what I understand.
Hi, bookfucker. You look good today.
Thanks. From what I understand, you believe that if people have healthier conversations, they will naturally tend to more reasonable opinions. It could be good for people to remember this. Yeah. Why don't we keep noting things here? So, okay. Haven't you mentioned that how it sometimes bothers you when you feel like you were being overly toxic to chat? It does. Raging at chat is funny, but sometimes it gets excessive. It's like too much junk food. Eventually you will start to feel sick. Good. Would you ever jump into debates in the future? Maybe. Unlikely. I don't enjoy debating people. I do think that your 10 to 20 minute takes could be more easily spread to a greater amount of people and then hopefully grow your sliver of fans instead of being 95% dependent on other communities' fans. Personally, I wouldn't say that you shouldn't rage at chat at all. It's more so that it can start to completely take over the stream, which in turn contributes to reviews taking so long, in my opinion. True. Yeah. Remember when we used to do a thing where I would take like time in the middle of everything to like deal with chat. You guys remember that? I think that that was a smart solution that we should probably do more of, honestly. Like where I say, okay, we're taking like 15 to 20 minutes for you guys, and then we're going to spend an hour on the thing, because that also gives my editor an opportunity to know like when they should cut stuff out and whatever. Okay, let's continue this. And this is what was I going to write here? I like the junk food analogy. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so you need to be more careful when critiquing individuals based on their performance and to debate the conversation between Destiny and the silly serious. Your critiques to Destiny. I don't understand. You're going to need to add more, but I don't think that you can. Oh, okay, you did. We're ungrounded based in the context of the conversation. Okay, that was like a passing remark. That's okay. So that doesn't fit in here though. That fits in here. Aggression towards Destiny. Okay, so these slights need to stop. That was not an ironic slight, but it was a slight. And any comments about Destiny, I think I just need to more or less cut back on. So I think it fits in there. Be patient or quicker on the timeout/bans for the stuff that triggers you in particular. One has to tend to one's garden sometimes, and that requires aggressive weeding. Okay. Now, I will give an excuse. I call my excuse card. So, the thing with being quicker on timeouts that you guys don't understand as chatters is if I time people out, or worse, if I ban people, it turns them into anti-fans really, really, really quickly. Or it makes them to where they go off into other communities and say some shit like, Booksmarts can't handle criticism. He can't even handle questions. I asked one fucking question and then he fucking banned me, or he timed me out. He didn't even give an explanation. You know, like, that's what I'm trying to avoid. That's why I'm not quick on timeouts and stuff, or banning people. But maybe you have a point. Maybe I need to minimize that worry in my brain. But that's honestly what I'm thinking. Let me know if you have any comments on that. It is noticeable that the chatters have whittled your patience down a lot. Been watching you since you were smaller, and the shift was a bit jarring. The chatters and the Reddit and all that definitely have. Uninstall League. I haven't played League in forever. Fuck you. The timestamps in your videos are really dope and helpful. Thank you. Do you know what holiday today is? No idea. Just don't talk about the debate bro technique of not oh, okay. Shh. That's like, Vosh and political violence. That's one that we keep under our sleeve. Addressing the Gish Gallop shit would be massive for the community. It's a fucking massive issue for pretty much everyone in the politics sphere. The problem is I think it's overdiagnosed, but I understand what you're saying. How about when someone asks something, like, I don't think that Demon Mama fucking Gish Gallop last night. A Gish Gallop is such a specific thing. You guys just apply it to people that take forever to talk, and that's not how it works. How about when someone asks something in chat, if you don't refer to them to the VOD? What? No, fuck you. No, I will, because we waste time. The point of not addressing people that ask questions like that is that they waste time, right? So no, you're not slipping that one in. I'm sorry. Like, if something that you asked me is addressed by the VOD and it'll take me forever to explain it the way I explained it in the VOD, no, I'm going to refer you back to the VOD. I'm sorry, buddy. When you rage at chat too much, it breaks up the momentum/rhythm of the VOD, and I got to skip it to get back to the content. Fair enough. Booksmarts, if you can, which I think is what we have here, right? With the balance and the junk food and how it takes over the stream and takes too much time, right? Here, right? Balanced junk food takes over the stream. Have you considered making a post on Destiny's Reddit asking about and any criticism they may have, as well as what they... No, because I have my own subreddit, and if I really cared to do that, I would do it on mine. Booksmarts, rubric. This is amazing. Yes. Chat needs a syllabus. True. Take me to school again. Yes. Rubric is lovely. Okay, cool. Bookfucker is so pretty. Thank you. Next Jola stream, I'm cussing him out. Booksmarts is a shit. Thanks. Chat timeouts again, Sag. Yeah, we are. And Hercules, you're going to be next on the list. So, granted, the Lauren Southern Tale of Twin Rabbits review was some of the most entertaining content, even if it was torture to go through. That's how it tends to be. For the rubric, aside from having goals for yourself, having a clear code of conduct for chat will also help yourself. Your viewers and your mons will understand how to act and what you won't tolerate. We have a private one behind the scenes, but perhaps you have a point. Perhaps it will be also good to have a version of this for chatters as well. So a code of conduct, I think that's good. This is quickly going to turn into like its own point here. Like its own like thing I need to change. And chat. Yes. Okay, I like that. Aggressive weeding is permitted. Thanks. Yes, that's part of why I allow dumb fucks in the chat for a certain amount of time. Yeah. I have to hurry up and catch back up through this. Maybe the being angry at chat can be replaced with treating them more frivolously. Mention them and make fun of them, but treat them like a dumb bug you swat quickly. That's really fucked, though. The rage is off-putting, but I get the frustration from trolls/drive-by commenters. It feels particularly bad, though, when a neutral or helpful comment gets roasted due to uncharitable reading. Yeah... I think ignoring bad chats is the best way to deal with it. Just don't acknowledge them. You already have the no back and forth rule, so they just end up screaming into a void and you pretend not to see it. Yeah, and when we get the chat room that I want built, it'll help this a lot, but I have to save up. Like, I think the one guy that I talked to about this, who I actually trust to give me an accurate estimate of what it would cost, is somewhere between $3,000 to $6,000 for my own version of the chat, and it would take somewhere in the range of like 2 to 6 months to make. So that's a big endeavor. I'm slowly putting away money to do that. It's just that's a lot of money. So debate bro technique 2, overdiagnosing debate terms. Fan turnover rate isn't as bad as long as you're acquiring new fans. Anti-fans also still kind of loyal watchers. Yeah, but they don't pay me. I care about paying. I think your rules are stifling and inhospitable to trolls seeking to derail your chat. Well, that's a good thing. Wait until he sees the rest of my chats. I'm doomed. For the Lauren Southern critique, you did a good job of reiterating your criticism of your prescriptions throughout the video. I'm happy you think so. I try to warn people before I time them out if they're exhibiting bad behavior that isn't egregious. I do think it's really important to try to be as gentle as possible in chat. I agree. Almost everyone immediately changes their behavior when they're warned about without argument. Okay, so maybe we'll have a warning is necessary.
My friend.
Warren
Auto
first.
flattening is chat energy.
Best critique I can give, get rid of the weeb aesthetic. It's cringe. Well, your name is I Wrestle Weeb, so I don't know. I'm on a quest to download and install all Xbox. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, do it. So am I correct when I say that your main goal for this kind of content is to draw in and entertain internet politics viewers, then educate them on rhetoric? No, it's to educate them on rhetoric. It's to show the problems with their creators and get them to accept it, right? Like, that's why I do so much to try to keep them on the hook for as long as possible. Is like, come on, you have to see that your guy has some problems and they need to work on it. If so, it might be a good idea to have the whole goal written down somewhere on this notes page. Yeah, so that gets back to what we had down here, right? If we have a rubric for the debate reviews, then, you know, that can help with this. Yeah, for sure. Might be a good idea. Okay. No, double down on the weeb, get a pink light and everything. I never have political debates, but I have debates all the time, so the rhetoric talk is more helpful in my... Okay. I think we're done with this point. So rage a chat, shorter videos, aggression to Destiny, we've covered that. Arrogance, we covered that. Reiterating the focus about conversational potential I wanted to talk about, but it seems like we already got that down here. So make focus clear, we'll say. Whew, this is taking longer than I thought, but that's okay. Actually, I may not be doing bad on time. How long have we been live? Does anybody know? Does it tell me in here somewhere? Yeah. Oh, we've only been live an hour and 45 minutes. Pog. I thought we were like 3 hours in. It just feels very long because I'm being flattened. Okay. Wunderbar. Okay, holy shit. We've gotten through a good bit, ladies and gentlemen and NBs. Okay, so there's that. We got through Arrogance, we got through the Destiny thing, we got through the reiterating focus thing. Also, look at this. Isn't this cute? When I was in Austria, when I was in Vienna, I got this little like memo notepad thing. I think it's like really cute. Look, it's got a grid for like writing down everything, and then it's got this like whoop. It's got this nice fold out like the old school Playboys with this thing on it. So I really like this, and it ages super nicely. I like how like the print on it just like rubs off to white. It looks kind of cool. Oh shit, this is live. It most certainly is. President Sunday come up yet? No, what do I'm not watching that dude's fucking video. That guy is... I don't mean to be ableist, but... No, I'm just kidding. That's against the rules. That's against the rules. I'm trying to be better. Right? Aggression and confidence. I need to work on my aggression or I will come off arrogant. What I will say is he was very not nice to me in our conversation, and because of that, I'm not super interested in the dude's video, and I'm not sure that he has the purpose in mind of actually like helping anybody to improve, and it seems like he has a personal thing against Doomer, and I don't want to be involved with that any further than I already made myself, so that's why I don't want to. There you go. There's my like legitimate reasoning instead of being mad and appearing worse than I need to appear. There you go. Okay. Booksmarts, being flattened isn't all that bad. It makes you longer, if you know what I mean. I don't need help with length yet, bruh. Criticism black hole. Ever been spaghettified via line-by-line criticizing of your VODs? No, but some other people have. Where can one find said conversation? I think it's on Chud's YouTube channel. That... By the way, Chud Logic, your fucking commenters on YouTube are some of the worst motherfuckers. Like, let me find this conversation real quick so I can demonstrate to chat exactly what I mean. This is what we'll go through in like 2 seconds, but let me see if I can find this. This. These these commenters are so fucking mean. It's funny that Booksmarts will talk about how Vosh's biases shape his rhetoric, but he doesn't consider how his own bias against Vosh affects his rhetoric or the advice he gives. What do I say at the beginning of anything to do with Vosh? What do I say at the beginning of anything to do with Demon Mama? What do I say at the beginning of anything to do with the serfs, right? Like, it's like... Sometimes when people say things that are just completely like off the mark, like earlier, and I don't mean to like roast you a ton, but it's a very good example, chatter, okay? When you said that you're only putting out VODs that are this long and you need to do uploads that are shorter, and we look at my uploads and they're all shorter than the time span that you created, I'm okay with criticisms, but if you're going to say something that's completely like not true or it's off the mark, then I have a difficult time like intaking it, right? This is why Lauren Southern has a very difficult time intaking some of the criticism about her, because some of it is just lies, and it's really tough to try and get something out of a lie, right? Like, I know that I am biased against Vosh. I mention it every single time. I shit you not, every single time I have ever covered him, right? It's obvious that he dislikes Vosh. I admit it. It doesn't need to be obvious. I wear it on my sleeve, and that shows in the video or whenever he personally speaks about him. Sure. So he's not approaching the topic from an impartial standpoint. I'm not. I can't. I do my best to, but like, comments like this just drive me crazy because it's something I put a lot of work into, and people just like, I don't know why, but they don't care. Okay, this one's fine. If Doomer was an actual leftist, blah, blah, blah. The more and more I listen to President Sunday do, the more I feel like he's acting in bad faith. Oh, this is much better than when I watched it. In a video with Dylan, Doomer Politics accused, longtime PS viewer, President Sunday viewer and fan, but I must admit this was not his best. There were okay, that's nice. Wow, okay. These were, I swear to God, these were really bad when I read them last time. The moment of okay, blah, blah, blah. Wow, Booksmarts is really desperate to distance himself from his work on Doomer Politics video. I'm not. Like, here's another thing that people were speculating about. People were speculating that Doomer put me in the credits without asking me. Doomer asked me, Booksmarts, would you like to be credited at the end of the video? I'm considering putting that in. And I said, sure, I helped you with it. I eventually would have to address it. Go ahead. I at no point I'm trying to distance myself from the work. I just try to make sure that people understand what my work on the video was and don't extrapolate beyond that, right? Like, me looking over a script and giving advice on it is not me giving my blessing to every single point in the script. That's not the point of the work. The point of the work is to give him advice on where I think the Voshites might disagree, or where I think more evidence was needed, or where I feel like his opinion came too much into the mix. It wasn't supported by the evidence he was presenting, right? This is what I'm doing. So I'm very specific that that's what I'm doing, right? I'm not distancing myself from the work. I'm specifying what the work was so you know what you could criticize me about, right? Like, and then when we talked about something that was levied at the level of that criticism, I give insight into what the work was, and I'm honest about my work on it, right? Like, when he mentioned the part about the definitions and how Vosh gave a definition and his opposition, which I believe was Sargon, gave a definition, or Dankula, whichever one, they gave a definition. I told you that, like, and at the time when I reviewed the script, there was a third definition from Google, and I said this whole little area here is a mess. You either need to like highlight the aspects of it that you think are similar or something, because to me this was really unclear. I gave that advice to Doomer when I watched it, so I can agree that that's a problem in the final product of the video, right? Like, some things just like bother me. The argument Booksmarts has about go make fun of this person, we should make fun of this person, was incredibly slimy to me. Someone whose entire deal is optics and rhetoric should understand that an active invitation to harass is different than just passively making fun. He did. He actively invited people to harass. He said we should. Like, some people are so dumb. So I hope and I encourage all of you to get on this, that we all make fun of her as aggressively as possible. It's hilarious to me. Booksmarts, has about go make fun and we should make fun of this person was incredibly, like, I don't know. Some of this was really bad. Lol, Booksmarts has a mic from PA level of narcissism. This is what I was talking about with arrogance and what I'm trying to work on. Maybe it's coming from here, right? When I'm telling you about, like, look at things that you think are shooting above the mark of where criticism should probably land. Just try to see what they were aiming at. So arrogance, I'm working on this. Though to his credit, he seems to have a more involved way of dealing with it. I don't view narcissists as inherently bad people, but in situations like this, it makes for an optical nightmare because they'll engage in behavior we normally expect only from the most deplorable individuals, when really Booksmarts is usually, well, kind of cringe, but not terrible. Better than, and then I assume he means Mike from PA. Like, okay, I'll work on myself, buddy. I'm sorry there's no amount of money Lauren Southern could pay me to help her improve her arguments. Like this, I'm not a racist, I'm just a mercenary that takes money to help racists do racism better is not very... Like, in case it's not clear, Lauren paid me no amount of money to have a conversation with her, okay? That, like, she didn't pay me anything. I didn't take money to help racists do racism better. And I didn't take money to help, like, Doomer do racism better. Like, this is just out of nowhere. You said you dislike Vosh. Do you like Lauren Southern? No, I don't like Lauren Southern. And that's another thing that I think I make clear on my show and stuff is, like, I don't like Lauren, no. But I think Lauren having a line of communication to me through DMs and stuff, or like being aware of me as somebody who's just trying to help people, I think is important. That way, if she sees reviews that I've done of her, she sees critiques that I've done of her, she sees clips about me talking about her, she has some idea of who I am in the space. I think it's important that people within the space understand what my purpose is and what I'm trying to do. So if Vosh sees a clip of me, he knows from talking with me what I'm actually trying to do. Or if Destiny sees clips of me in the space, he knows what I'm actually trying to do, right? Like, I think that that's an important thing, and it's important to give these olive branches to people and help them wherever I could. But no, I didn't take any money from her, right? Okay, so not to get too distracted on this. Let's see. Booksmart's mercenary for hire. Yeah, apparently, dude. As someone who is like 30% from Vosh's Slice of the Ocean, I think your insight is incredibly valuable. Oh, okay. Oh, I wasn't even showing you guys the comments this whole time. It was stuck on my face. I'm sorry. I've been like highlighting comments and stuff. As someone who is like 30% from Vosh's Slice of the Ocean, I think your insight is incredibly valuable. Thanks, bro. This seems very unhealthy, Book. Why are we here? We're here so that I can improve, bro. Please, sir, I beg you to talk to Destiny about the DM versus Hanz debate. I'm starved of content. I beg you, sir, just a crumb of content. We'll do it later. Do you think giving rhetoric advice to Nazis is a good use of your resources? First of all, I don't think that Lauren is a Nazi. But second of all, apparently my advice is wasted on people from the left. So hold on. I'm working on myself. I'm trying to improve myself. That's an arrogant, aggressive statement. Hold on. Let me center myself. Let me read that one more time for you. I'm working on myself. I'm sorry. I'm a bad person. Do you think giving rhetoric advice to Nazis is a good use of your resources? No. Especially considering you are ligabit. No, again. Okay, there we go. 2 no's to that question and its accompanying question. As a pretty big Vosh fan, I was really surprised to see a lot of people on his Discord saying you were platforming Lauren, even though Vosh has said like 10 billion times it's not platforming if they're a bazillion times more well-known than you. Yeah, it's rough. Looks like you've lost a little weight, Booker. Trying to get ripped? I'm trying to get laid, brother. It might be helpful to make a more clear distinction between liking someone as a person and liking/agreeing with said person's content. True. I'll work on that, I guess. Is that for me? Lauren has done very evil things and still defends her past actions. Perhaps so. I thought Destiny recently decided to stop talking to Dean Mama and have her stopped being talked about on Reddit. Well, we all go back on these sorts of things. We're content creators, not bastions of good... what's it called? Never mind. Hold on. Oh, I'm working on myself. You'll have to fucking excuse me. I have no comment on that. Okay? I have no comment on that. I don't want to comment on Destiny and what he said and what he's doing and whatever. That's not my place here. We talk about conversations here. If you have a problem with Destiny's consistency, you bring that to another creator. That's not my shtick anymore. This is something I can't understand as a viewer. Does criticism like this bother you? Not particularly. I mean, some of what I just read to you does, yeah. From my perspective, it seems so ridiculous that I assume it can just be shrugged off, but I don't really know. No, I mean, like, It'd be like if you created like, oh, hold on, is this arrogant? No, I don't think so. Like I'm a performer, right? I'm doing performances. So when people have like a negative interpretation of my performances, I think it's important to understand where that's coming from because I want to improve it, right? I want what I'm saying because I think it's valuable, right? Not to be arrogant, but I do think that like what I say has value. That's the reason why I say it. I think that it has value. And so if people find it unpalatable for one reason or another, or I'm not connecting with them, I do want to try and diagnose where that fault is and see if it's something that I could fix, right? So that's why I care to look at these things. Hey, Booksmarts, do you really think it's a good use of your time to fuck books? And can you tell me how that helps defeat Nazis? It's probably not a good use of my time. And I don't know how it helps to defeat Nazis. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer to this question. Okay, time to go to the Reddit. It's time to go to the Reddit, party people. It's time. We are here. We are here. Yep, it's Reddit time. Can you guys read this okay? Let me make sure. Oops, that's not going to help me. Okay, I think you can, right? Critiquing strictly arguments with this debate is dumb. When Dima Mama spoke for 2/3 of it, Hanz wasn't particularly strong, but oh, hold on. Let's watch this clip because I actually haven't watched the clip. God damn it, how did I manage to miss this like twice? I don't know, bro. Nazis like to burn books, and when he procreates with the books, he's offsetting the book burning. Maybe. Do you have a stream deck? I do. I have a stream deck. Okay, anywho, enough distractions. Let's watch this video. Destiny said Hanz was way better, so enjoy that convo later. I don't care. Destiny has stupid fucking opinions. I don't know why you guys still value his opinions so much. Booksmarts, would you? That's going to get me in trouble. When I watch this, I think it's funny. Like, I think it's funny. I can't help myself. I think things like this are funny. I'm adding an excuse. I'm doing it. I think that shit's funny. I think it's funny. It's just an excuse, right? I said that I'm going to improve these things, but boy, oh boy, do I think that these are funny, okay? I don't know how you take it super seriously like that, but you know what? This is about me improving, and I'll accept this. I'll accept my flattening. Acting was too good. Yeah, maybe, bruh. Destiny is a big boy. He can handle it. I don't think it's about Tiny not being able to handle it. It's about just everybody else. You seem to give people that give long-winded answers a pass, even though that can also be a way to derail a conversation, obfuscate things. Our definitions of long-winded are just very different, though. Like, some people are just long-winded, though. Like, sure, it's a possibility to derail conversations with it, but I don't think that's what they're doing when I cover it. Otherwise, I would mention it. So I don't know. I think remember this. I am from academia. Okay? And in academia, we're very long-winded. I'm used to essays going back and forth with people. I'm used to, if you want to talk about an idea in depth, if you want to talk about complicated topics in depth, it is going to require long back and forths between people. It's not about quips and stuff. That's your online debate stuff. But when your online debate stuff wants to masquerade as like intellectualism or whatever, like, I have to hold you to one or the other, and I'm familiar with intellectualism, so I'm going to focus on that, right? So if you take a while to give an answer, I don't really mind. I don't think that's that big of a problem, right? Like sometimes it is a problem, but my threshold for that is like very, very high. So sure, that may be the case. Is that something I can change? Probably not. Probably not. I have a really hard time thinking that somebody is long-winded, especially when like Dima Mom in that conversation. She was long-winded, and I would point it out like twice that happened, but that doesn't mean she was like that for the whole conversation. You guys focus on like 1 or 2 points in which she was long-winded, which if I could just bring our diagram up again, I can show you where those places were. I don't think that this was the problem there, and you may disagree, and that's totally fine. We're allowed to disagree with each other. That's to be expected. But let's go back to YouTube. But like if I'm looking here, where she was long-winded is right here, right? Where we have this big loop, which I show right there. The reason that this was a problem is not that she's long-winded, it's that she had the opportunity here to ask him about his reasons, and instead she shut him up, didn't ask the question, and continued to go down this, right? This is where Dima Mama was bad. Yeah, and I note that, right? And then we look down here in the 6-year-old story, and this was bad. But this was not just bad because of her. This was bad because of this. Or right here, children look to adults, whatever. This was bad because it didn't respond to anything that he said here, right? And that's why we have this huge conversational divide, right? But like, instead of then focusing on his 2 points and being like, this wasn't a response to my points, he says, that's not abolition. He's referring to some tweets that they had with each other. And then they get into a whole spat. And then he repeats the point that which we know is not going to help him, right? So like, if this worked out differently, if he would have focused on the 2 points and then she would have gone to another long tirade, then yeah, for sure. The problem here is she's being super long-winded and it's on stuff that doesn't matter. But like, you know, like I feel like this is clearly visible when I do it like this, when I do the reviews like this, because I know the points where this happened, but like it doesn't happen like thereafter. Then they have back and forths that are fairly reasonable. It's like mostly this point here and this point here that were really long. So, you know, and again, if you want these notes, they're available on Patreon for anybody that's interested. But yeah, along with all the other notes. Okay. Booksmarts, it might be helpful to assist chatters in recognizing their biases. Like I know like that one, the one time, holy shit, hold on. Like I know that the one time holy shit. Like I know that the one time the DM asked a question, didn't wait for a response, then continued on, really taints my opinions of her. But I don't think most people are able to do that. Yeah, sure. But I can't take the biases into my account. Remember when I say that people have biases against creators, it really doesn't work out well. She talked 22.3 minutes out of 32 minutes. You're out of touch on this one. She talked a lot, but that's not why the conversation went bad, dude. Resnaf, here's what I'm going to do, bro. Because I'm supposed to handle chatters differently now. We're supposed to have a different system of handling chatters, okay? That fucking triggered me. And you're now triggering me. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to choose to be patient with you first. All right, I'm going to choose to be patient with you. And I'm going to go to my desktop here. I'm going to go to my notes here, and I'm going to show you my response to this. And then if you bring this up again, bro, I'm going to fucking time you out. How about that? So she talks like that much time. What does Hanz do with his speaking time? What does Hanz do with his speaking time? He had the Exhibit A. I'm going to ask you this, Resnaf. Did you watch the full review of this? That's what I'm going to ask first. Did you watch the full review that I did of this? Because if you didn't, I need you to just sit down and be quiet. Because if you're saying I'm out of touch while you didn't listen to my opinion about this at all, then I need you to sit down and be quiet. So if you did watch this and you want to incorporate what I had said about the limited speaking time that Hanz used inappropriately, let me know. But if you have no response to that, then we cannot continue this conversation because I'm not willing to go through everything that I said during this review again. And I see no response from you. So what I'm going to go ahead and have my chat do, or my mods do, is I want ResNaf timed out for the rest of this entire stream. So go ahead and give him however many hours you think I'm going to be streaming for and time him out. Because we've taken this whole entire time to ask him a question. He doesn't respond. He's gone. I'm sorry. I don't want to see from him again because he's going to derail this entire thing for no apparent reason on something he's ignorant about and he didn't even watch. So there you go. That's my fixing the rage of chat thing. Congratulations. Quick round timeouts. There we go. I'm trying to work on my timeout speed. Goodbye, friend. So, anywho, let's get back into what we were supposed to be talking about. This, critiquing strictly arguments with this debate is dumb. When Demon Mama spoke for 2/3 of it, Hanz wasn't particularly strong, but not being the biggest baby gives him the win by default. So, let me be very charitable to this. Let me take a few breaths because that person fucking triggered me. All right. Okay. Rub those earlobes? Nah, I'm good. Critiquing strictly arguments with this debate is dumb. So I'm going to take a little bit of a problem here. I didn't critique strictly arguments, did I? Chat, did I? Irrelevant raid incoming? All right, well, hello to all the relevant people. Let me know when it goes in. Go off, give in to your anger? No, you sound like the Sith. Looking happy and healthy today. Thanks. So I don't think that I critique strictly arguments with this debate, so I already feel like this is a bit off. Apparently, Dima Mama spoke for 2/3 of it. I've got no comment on this. I don't care about that necessarily. I don't think that was necessarily the problem here. I think whatever limited speaking time, apparently 1/3 of the conversation that Hanz had, he chose to use in a really inappropriate way outside of the opening of this conversation, really. Hanz wasn't particularly strong, but not being, so I'm happy that we can agree here, but not being the biggest baby. I guess if we had to say who was a bigger baby, it would have to be Dima Mama. So I guess I agree here. He's not the biggest baby. Gives him the win by default. Maybe for you, and that's totally fine. Part of being nicer about chatters and critique is going to be realizing that we can have differences of opinions on stuff, right? And I think I'm actually going to add that into here because that's probably an important thing to mention. Hello, Raiders. People were not happy with how I responded to the Hanz versus you guys probably just watched it, the Hanz and Dima Mama thing. So I'm trying to go through those and go through some general critiques about me to bring you guys up to speed. I have a problem with arrogance, irrelevant people. Okay, I have a problem with arrogance. Okay, and I think that, like, that's a problem, okay? And I think it's a mixture of confidence and aggression. So if we have the red star here, it means I need to fix it. If we have the yellow, then that means I'm playing to the audience. And if we have a purple, that means we're not changing. So some people are mad that after I suffer and I'm at the point where I'm not going to continue watching a stream, people were mad that I said that I'll shill in exchange for continuing to watch it. I'm going to keep doing that because I think that's a fine business decision. And otherwise I would just stop the stream and be like, okay, we're only watching 20 minutes of this. Two criticisms that I think are really good is my confidence and my aggression come together to be, to paint a picture of arrogance that's no good. So mentioning that Destiny didn't watch that one review about the wolf thing, I promise I'll try to stop doing that. Comparing to other streamers like yours truly, irrelevant, that's not good. I'm going to try to stop doing that unless it's like a positive thing, like saying that Relly is better at analyzing things from like a debate bro perspective, like understanding arguments like bit by bit and logic bit by bit and evidence bit by bit and then evaluating a debate that way. The reason why I don't do that is because I look to people like Irrelevant or Destiny, and I think that they do a much better job of that. I enjoy just taking like a fresh, what I think is like a normie perspective on things, or a rhetorical perspective on things, or a populist perspective on things, and applying it at that level. So my excuse for why I've been more arrogant is I think I'm more comfortable with my chat and shooting them straight on how I feel about things. And I think that, the excuse is the least important part here, right? But that's my reasoning. But these are two things I need to work on, okay? Relly is pretty damn base, not gonna lie. True. Booksmarts, you're actually pretty humble, much more humble than we could all possibly imagine. What? Who is this Relly guy? Sounds like a fine guy. We should check him out. I like the tension of him asking for money to keep going. It's like a cliffhanger in a way. Yeah, I'm not getting rid of that because I think it's good. And if I didn't, I would stop at that point of suffering, right? So, anywho, whoops. The other point is aggression towards Destiny. I'm too aggressive to Destiny. Okay. I'm not giving him credit for his good and improvements, and I need to. That's why it has a red star. I need to balance my criticisms of him with an acknowledgement of that good and the improvements he has. I need to stop making ironic slights, or I need to make them very clear. Like, we're currently viewing a Reddit thread which has a lot of negative comments about me, and here is the clip. Destiny said Hanz was way better, so enjoy that convo later. I don't care. Destiny has stupid fucking opinions. I don't know why you guys still value his opinions so much. Booksmarts, would you? That's going to get me in trouble. I think that's funny, okay? I'll be real with you, Twitch chat. I think that's funny. So my excuse is that I think it's funny, but that's a bad excuse, so I need to stop doing it. That's why we have a red star. It's actually so funny, but it's way too hyperbolic. Yeah, exactly. So, you're about to get yourself Anna. Yeah. No more Wolf review mentions, right? Because people get really butthurt when I say I was butthurt that he didn't watch my Wolf review, and we talked about, it's over here. Hot zones. This is something that you guys may be familiar with, and Wicked Supreme taught me, is that when you have a secret or something that you're not supposed to mention in here, then what you need to do is you need to avoid anything that connects to it. So if my secret is that I didn't like that he didn't watch that review, anything regarding how he interprets my stuff, I shouldn't talk about. Anything about the Reddit's response to the Wolf review, I shouldn't talk about. Anything about other people's opinions about the Wolf review, I shouldn't talk about. I should avoid talking about the Wolf review, right? Mentioning the chat thought about the Wolf review is probably okay, or my notes from the Wolf review is okay, or patterns from the Wolf review is okay, but we have a hot zone here with things that are close to that, like Destiny and the Wolf review thing. So that's what we talked about there. And then I rage at my chat too much. I need to choose to be patient, and that's why it has a red thing. I need to work on that. I used to do that a lot more. If the viewers wanted to see people be mean to their chat, they would probably watch Destiny instead. There's a balance to be struck here for sure. When it's deserved, then maybe people can get the boot, but it's like junk food. Too much and it takes over the stream, and it takes too much time. I need to be quicker on timeouts, which you missed, but I just used a timeout. And my excuse is I think it's funny and enjoyable, but obviously it's like junk food. If it's too much, it's too much. Shorter videos. I need to have 15 to 20 minute recaps on my stuff. This is in blue because it came from the chat. I need to have technique focused videos where I talk about specific problems, like people having a one question focus. This applies to Irrelevant, right? I need to make my purpose clear in my videos. So keeping a rubric for my debate reviews would be really nice, and it would fit the theme of book smarts, right? Because I'm an essay writer. So keeping a rubric that talks about what my criteria is for a review and referencing that often is going to be really important. Having healthy and productive combos is a big part of that. That it's made for this particular community that I'm talking to is important, and mentioning it to that community is good. Having a code of conduct for my mods and my chat that's public and available for everybody would also be good and transparent, like warning people first, or the fact that you can't have back and forths in my chat, that sort of stuff. And then we talked about also, why do I care about what his Reddit thinks when his Reddit is super toxic and full of mercury? We used as like an analogy. Well, if all these little fishes, complete Mercury. And then the Twitch chat is influenced by all those little fishes on the Reddit, and they steer discourse. And then the Twitch impacts the DGG sharks that eat up the Twitch chat and what they say. Then that Mercury moves up the chain of the fishes and becomes very collected in DGG, and that's not good.
Hey, Book, you're looking handsome. Sweet
Thanks.
haircut. You're killing it.
Thanks. 100 a sec. Thank you for that. So what I need to do is figure out where is the source of Mercury, and how do I stop that source of Mercury from getting into the bottom level fishes? So when I notice that the fishes are having a problem where they have a bunch of Mercury about me, I probably need to work on fixing that so that it doesn't make its way up the chain. And I have environment written here, but in reality, this is going to be like Destiny. Eventually, Destiny is going to get this from his DGG. So yeah, that's the TLDR of what we've talked about so far. And now we are watching, or we're looking at this Reddit. So we went through this one. Booksmarts want to save all the sea life. True, I do. That'd be very nice. Critiquing strictly arguments with this debate. I didn't critique strictly arguments, so we can set that one aside. Is dumb when Demon Mama spoke for 2/3 of it. I don't measure the conversation based on who talked for more of it. If it's a problem, it's a problem. We went through a map of the conversation. Somebody in here had a similar point, and then I asked them if they watched the review. They didn't respond, so they got timed out. We waited quite a while for their response, but they clearly didn't watch it because this is not at all what my focus was. Hanz wasn't particularly strong. We would agree there, but not being the biggest baby, he wasn't the biggest baby. We agree on that. Gibson the win by default. I don't judge the conversation based on who is the smallest baby, so we just have a difference of opinion there. That's fine. I always think when I watch through these debates, what would an outsider to this think? I have this presumption in my head that as long as you talk more and explain your points more and can kind of bully the other side out of speaking, people will understand more of that person's side with them. This specific case is really the opposite. Just because Hanz did and presented really no hostilities before DM went ballistic. Guess it's a toss-up. Nothing to comment on there. How fucking brain dead. And I'm a book fucker simp. What the fuck? I mean, not much I can take out of this one. I think it was a joke and it's funny. Is Booksmart seriously trying to cure Reddit brain cancer? No, I'm just trying to see if there's something I could take out of this stuff. Bonus meme, Dan was right. And this is probably in reference to Dan saying I'm just a semi-advanced clout chasing fuck. I don't think Dan is right, but yeah, I can't really continue on this. Why do you think he is a Destiny leech off of this clip? For context, this was just in reply to a comment. I would agree with you if he was doing this the entire stream, but that isn't the case. True. I'm pretty sure that they are on good terms. Otherwise, they wouldn't be speaking amicably on stream so often. Yeah, if he had a problem, he would bring it up to me. I'm almost certain because he's an outspoken dude. What degree of brain rot do you need to have to think DM looked better rhetorically or optically? You need to have the kind of brain rot that comes from going line by line through this conversation for 3 hours from start to finish, which we did. And in case you didn't know, I can go to my desktop, go to stream assets, go to my notes. This is available on my Patreon for anybody that's interested, but we went and did an entire map of how the flow of the conversation went. So we went through this entire thing. This is the document that we created at the end. Sorry if it looks shitty. I did all of this with a mouse. My pen tablet, I don't have the pen anymore, so I can't use it. I think I did okay for having used the mouse, but I realize it's not the cleanest thing. So yeah, we went through this entire thing, and anything you see in orange is like bad points. One really bad point was this question about how can we make school better than all other options. Hanz didn't really work us up to this point. He introduced it really early on in the conversation. It didn't really work. It wasn't working with Demon Mama. He repeated it at numerous points during this with, again, not building up to it, not setting the foundation for this question to work. And that was really a problem, is anytime he had the opportunity to speak, he keeps going back to this thing that he knows that Demon Mama isn't going to respond to, right? And he also didn't make it clear that the mandates is the main focus here and not the schooling, because when given the opportunity to, like at this point, I think over here, he asks about fixing schools, even though he knows that even with the perfect schooling system, Demon Mama would not be okay with mandates. So even though he knew that mandates should be the focus of the conversation, he failed to address that. And that was a bad use of what limited speaking time he had, right? And then as this conversation drags on, we have more and more of him being a troll, right? Is that coercion? No, I'm serious. Do you beat your kid? Like, like both of them just start getting really bad faith. And I think that we count up much more of this from Hanz. And it all comes together with Hanz kicking her and like admitting the bad faithness at the very start. And we had hints of this at the very, very beginning, right? And this unapologetic bad faith from Hanz from the very beginning of the conversation sets the tone for the entire thing. And I think we see this throughout with his performance and where he chooses to go, right? Like, so I don't think that Hanz played this conversation very well. I think that Dima Mama showed more of an interest in actually having the conversation than Hanz did. And for that reason, Dima Mama got the award. Neither of them were good in this conversation. Unfortunately, the standard that I'm using to evaluate the conversation is between two people that are doing very, very poorly, right? And when we're looking at two people doing very, very poorly, then the question for me, at least, in how I evaluate conversations becomes, who is the person leading to this conversation being the way that it is? Who is the biggest obstacle to realizing the potential of this conversation? And the answer to that question, after going line by line, argumentative line by argumentative line, rhetorical flourish by rhetorical flourish, is that Hanz was the obstacle in this conversation. And if you disagree with me and you've watched the video, let me know. Where do you disagree with me from the video? Because nobody has provided that as of yet. But if you watch the video that I had and you go line by line, it becomes very clear that it's Hanz using what limited speaking time he has to undermine like the conversation. So that's why Hanz got the lesser of the grading there. So that's what degree of brain rot I had, is I watched the conversation for 3 hours straight. Do you think Dima Mama got worked up because Hanz was bad faith or because she was worried about the line of questioning? I'm not sure. I honestly couldn't say. Well, knowing Dima Mama is usually bad faith can't excuse her opponent for doing the same. Sure, but then you can't also have this opinion that like it takes brain rot to think that DM looked better rhetorically or optically, right? Like, I get that you guys have this Destiny-esque belief that, well, if somebody else acts this way, then I act the same way in response. And then whatever the outcome is, ultimately the burden falls on the person that started it. I don't believe that. I really don't. That's not a standard that I hold people to. So if that's a very hard cut rule for you, you will always like find yourself disagreeing with me because it's not a standard that I apply to people. I don't think that because somebody slighted you first, it then makes it to where any slights that you commit against that person are both justified and will get you out of a fair evaluation of those slights against each other, right? So just because Dima Mama has the first slight does not mean all the magnitude of slights that the other person makes cannot be compared to each other because she had started it, right? Like, I don't believe in that at all. I'm looking at the sum total of what both sides are doing and then evaluating based on that. When you evaluate based on that, even with the limited speaking time that Hanz had, he chose to harm the conversation at a lot of different points. He chose to harm his own argument, and that's why I thought that Hanz was the worst of the two. Do you think Dima Mama, and I believe in Hanz's position. Do you think, okay, I already read that. This makes a lot more sense now that I'm hearing it from book. Dima Mama had a terrible argument, but Hanz killed the conversational potential. And that's where I'm coming from, which is different than some people. And if you have a different way of evaluating it, that's totally fine, because then we can just have a difference of opinion because we're starting from a different place of evaluation, right? One specific issue I had was the super child thing. I 100% Hanz brought it up, but I think the actual super child scenario is almost implicit in the debate. Like, at some point you must address your prescriptions for handling very, very unreasonable children. At some point this is going to be pushed to the extreme. Sure. But as we went through in the conversation, and as you admit in your own thing here, Hanz is the one that starts this. Hanz is the one that responds to the 6-year-old story with asking, what if that 6-year-old said no? And then we go into this like, he asks no, and then she continues on no. So like, he's the one that starts with this. And it's, yeah. I thought DM was the first one to imply Hanz would beat a kid that doesn't want to go to school, but maybe I misremember. She asked, do you beat your kid? Do you beat the kid if that happens? For sure. But that's not the super kid thing. Wait, two bad faith debaters had a non-productive debate, but how? Destiny asks, be careful. Okay, my bad. My biggest disagreement would be that one can only bring so much rhetorical effectiveness to a conversation when the opposite person is consistently being rude. But they both were rude. This isn't a one-sided thing. Like, This isn't a one-sided thing from him. Like, you have to realize that, bud. Communication is a both sides meme. It is. I personally felt like Demon Mama didn't want to engage with the question Hanz offered, and they seemed reasonable extensions of her answers. Sure. Yawn. Okay, you're blocked. It seems like you can always win a debate if you're insulting and upsetting the opposite person, but then take a step back and return to the conversation in a calmer manner. For sure. Stop saying just because we disagree with you, we're doing it because of Destiny. I said it's Destiny-esque. Okay, so this is why I cannot mention Destiny, because you guys you get so triggered. If I say something is Destiny-esque, or if you believe something similar to Destiny, that's not saying because, like, you guys get hooked on this guy so fucking much. That's why I can't talk about him anymore. But okay, you're right. Remember, I put this here in red. Stop making ironic slights or any kind of slights against Destiny, because it will make it super tough for you guys and you will stop listening. No, that's fair. Okay. My apologies. I'll try not to bring him up. How is it bad to disagree with the validity of a human being's identity? Just my opinion, bro. Who says this? Okay, you guys are getting to be a bit much. Okay, back to this. It is an attack on the chatter, not Destiny, you doofus. Yeah, well, you can say that all you want to them and they're not going to listen to you, and they don't listen to me, so it's whatever. Anywho, I went back and watched some of this video, and Booksmarts has some really trash takes. Okay, let's see what it is. Hanz poses the question of how Demon Mama is going to make school more desirable to kids and parents than all other options. Yeah, that would be this one right here. You cannot make school the greater than all other options. If I'm wrong, then how are you going to do that? Okay. So we're definitely there. So far, so good. Booksmarts counters with this being an extreme that he should have aimed for 70 to 80% instead of all. Yeah. Let's be fucking more fair to me, okay? I said we needed to work up to this. I said that we needed to work up to this because he immediately went from identifying that a perfect school plus a mandate was not going to be okay to this right here. If we would have worked over more time to get her okay with this, we could have gotten her to engage with this question better. It was jarring the way that this was included. I offered examples of how you maybe could have done that. That's what I did, and that's what this chatter is pointing to. But the general problem was not that he did 100%. The general problem is that he did not work up to this question, and that it clearly wasn't going to work because Dima Mama wasn't even understanding the perfect school thing that he was focused on. From Hanz's perspective, understanding his opinion, understanding his notes that he had on stream, I see where he's going with this, but she did not. She was confused, right? And that's what I'm saying. We needed to have worked up to this better. And what they're pointing out is just something I gave as an example of how you could have done that. You can have a problem with my example of how you could have done it, but the main issue is that he didn't work up to that question and it didn't work. And then he continued to repeat this question without ever working up to it, right? And that's the problem there. The issue, Booksmarts had just noted that they both stated that 15% failure was unacceptable to both parties. More than that Dima Mama wouldn't care even if it was a perfect school. She disagrees with mandates. So the problem is not with the schools nor improving the schools. It's always with the mandates. Booksmarts suggests Hanz should allow DM to propose a system with twice that failure rate. Like, what even is, I don't even understand this point because it gets away from like what my larger point was. Like, you've taken what I gave as a possible example that you could have done instead of this, and you're critiquing this super duper specific point rather than looking at the broad reason that I gave that at all. So this is rough. This is, okay, Salivola is going to give me a much better interpretation of this. There's also the obvious point that he continually repeated the question when it's obviously not going anywhere. Sure, which is like what I'm trying to say with like the whole reason that in this picture we have Exhibit A is because he repeats Exhibit A like numerous times. He repeats it here, he repeats it here, he repeats it here, and it never works anytime he brings it up. So like, and he never works up to it either, which is like the other second part of that problem. But yes, I agree with you, Caesarian. Salivola. That's kind of an unfortunate name, Caesarian. It's like Caesarean. Never mind. Booksmarts, this is more about the actual argument than the optics of it. But do you think... okay, you're not interpreting their thing. But do you think approaching Demon Mama through the lens of consent would be more effective here? Maybe. Can a child really consent to making a decision about schooling anyways? Maybe not. One of the reasons we think about consent in terms of sex and stuff is that children can't fully grasp the ramifications of doing that activity. I feel like this should be applied to the decisions of schooling. To be fair to Hanz, he mentions that here, right? That the personal betterment and the society based on the societal needs is a good thing. And young people can't choose school because they don't know the extent of its importance, right? This was a point that he made here. The problem is that Demon Mama completely doesn't respond to any of this, goes to here, and what does Hanz do? He interrupts her with a thing about abolition, repeats his question, and doesn't ever return to this. So that's the problem. That's the problem. If he would have focused on this, which I think is the clear path forward, after she had gone to this, we could have been way better. And I would have thought way more negatively of Demon Mama. If we would have taken his 2 points about personal betterment and societal collapse, and he would have reiterated them after she said some shit that had nothing to do with that, then this would have gone so much differently. Instead of drilling down on this Exhibit A question, if he would have focused on these 2 points, this would have been very different. And I probably would have come out of this thinking that Demon Mom was the obstacle because she refused to address these 2 points. But she only does that once, and then he lets her get away with it. And then he goes down with what she wants to do the entire rest of the conversation, right? So this was one bad by Demon Mama, for sure. But then he doesn't capitalize on that. He doesn't focus on what should be important there, right? So yeah, for sure. And again, to be fair, I think he did do what you're mentioning there. Did DM ever say why she was against compulsory education, but not things such as taxation? Yeah, she did. And if you watched it, it disappoints me that you didn't see that because that happens in the very beginning of the conversation. She said the state should not be able to mandate education, but the state can mandate things like vaccines because that causes a direct threat to other people. It can kill people, right? And she mentions this at numerous points throughout the conversation. I could probably find another one of it over here. Yeah, right here. Other stuff using force is okay. For example, places where people are going to be dying as a result of that, right? And if he was smarter about the way that he argued, he could have used this blue, which is blue because I think it was a good helpful thing that's going to bridge the 2 sides. He could have used this and been like, okay, maybe I think that people are dying or that society will have such negative ramifications that affects everybody if we don't educate people, right? And he also misses the point that like these laws are not about forcing kids to go to school. They're about forcing kids to have an education, but that's like a whole other thing. Anywho, I have to start ignoring you guys because I have to get to these things. But both agreed on that at the start. She conceded that on the vaccine mandates and acknowledged that education has the same value. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. You're full of shit. That never happened. No, she doesn't. The only things that they concede on is that they should improve. The only things that they had agreement on is that they should improve education, that mandates for the vaccines are okay because it kills people, and that 15% not being able to read and write in a society where reading and writing is pretty much necessary is bad. Like, no, that didn't happen that way. That didn't happen that way. An uneducated kid can kill people or become homeless and spread disease. He should have made that point. He doesn't. That's what I'm saying. He's critiquing both sides. I don't get this overcompensating argument. Maybe check your own biases, chatters. Yeah, I'm like trying so hard to. And I try so much harder that everybody else has such an easy time because they can just shit on Demon Mama because her position is bad and they don't like it. And she's bad and they don't like her. By trying to like overcome those, I feel like I put myself on a platter for people to hate me. But like, I think it's important to do that. I think it's important to try to overcome those biases and look at how the conversation went, look at how it could have gone. It's just so difficult to have that position all the time. Like, that's my whole brand and it's so difficult. I'm curious about how the unreasonability or maybe distance outside of the norm of what an average person would believe factors into your assessment of rhetoric. To me, the fact that Demon Mom was trying to argue, I don't do that at all. Like, that's part of the bias thing that I try to control coming out of the door. I don't believe in what she's putting forward. I think it's dumb. But like, if I let that seep into everything, it would seep into every single argument. It would totally taint the way that I'm perceiving the conversation. Why is the other reason she listed for vax? Personal reasons for the one getting vax? Not only... Watch the conversation, dude. You have to watch the conversation. I'm very tempted to block you from Restream so I don't see your chat messages anymore, because you're really starting to trigger the fuck out of me, brother. And I'm supposed to be timing people out now. That's one of the things that I agreed that I would do more, is instead of focusing on people like you in the chat that trigger the fuck out of me, to just ignore you or to time you out. So now I have to start timing you out. She gave 3 reasons for vax. I would suck your dick if I'm wrong. At this point, I don't care about you, buddy. I'm ignoring you. I think the issue is that people already think Hanz is right, so even if he does perform... Okay, yada, yada, yada. It is important, but people see red. If you don't appear to hate the streamer, I understand you. I feel like Demon Mama could have argued better if she were arguing for more variety in education rather than focusing on kids being forced to go to school. Yeah, but I mean, at least she mentions that at numerous points in this thing, right? Like, she mentions here special education, tutoring, they need therapy, there are alternative options, homeschooling. Like, she mentions this a lot, right? Like, I don't know, brother. People are bringing up good arguments against DM, but are ignoring that Hanz didn't bring up any of them. Yeah, like, I don't want to have a theoretical argument with you guys about this. Like, well, okay, good luck, people. People hug. Like, and here's the thing, Nitro. I'm going to be really nice to you. Even if there were more reasons that she gave for the vaccine mandate thing, they don't apply anywhere in here. Can you hold on, Nitro, you and me, buddy, if you're still here. If she had more points here, Hanz never referenced back to them ever throughout the rest of this. So it wouldn't have even mattered if she had given him those footholds early on with her explanation of why she's okay with the vaccines. And if you are correct, if she put in more stuff here, it wouldn't have made a difference because he did not latch on to that, right? He fucked up, of course. Okay, then we can agree on that, because that's what I care about with the takeaway here, right? Because that's what we're focusing on. I know we may be forgetting with this, right? Like, the point is frustrating because Booksmarts classifies this as an error for Hanz when he's attempting to hold Demon Mama to the central argument. It's his opinion of the central argument. He doesn't do a good job of pointing out that it should be the central argument. That's the whole point. Oh my God, I'm melting. Oh! Yeah, that was a pretty dumb point. Well, okay, I can stomach that. You might have missed it, though, but Booksmarts rephrases that point right after that. Booksmarts' second take on his suggestion to Hanz is along the lines of, I think it's difficult for school attendance to be optional because there are so many other options that children, their parents, or their communities would pick over school. True. And I think school should be a priority, which is why I want to mandate it. We have seen children do things in lieu of school in the past. Booksmarts' main point was that using a bunch of absolutes and superlatives isn't going to steer the Yes, queen, in the way that you want it to go. Hanz is making a logical argument, but he kind of jumps to the end with the extreme form of his argument. Being more palatable and looking for agreement at every step of his argument probably would have served Hanz better from that perspective. Yes, almost certainly still would have ended in a shouting match. Oh, you took the doomer pill, but that's okay. The rest of it is based. DM's level of smugness while being so incredibly wrong is infuriating. Fair enough, dude. Like, I love this because it's such a fucking sanity check that, like, some people get what I mean to say. Here's the thing. We're going to paint. So sometimes when I am examining an argument, okay? Let's say we have a debate, okay? Debate. Let's say we have a debate here, okay? And I am examining it. Bloop. And I have my magnifying glass here. When I'm examining the debate with the Booksmarts, pardon me, I'm using a mouse. When I'm examining it with the Booksmarts lens, I would like, when you want to criticize it, to criticize it within the Booksmarts lens. But what people do is they take their lens and they look at one part and then they go, actually, I don't like the Booksmarts did this because blah, 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 blah. And they're only ever talking from their perspective. And then, like, let's say that we're looking at this and then we're writing things down on a sheet of paper. What are we observing? Okay, through the Booksmarts lens, I see this, and I see this. Like 1, 2, and 3. And then they go, oh, I looked at it from this perspective. Booksmarts' 1 is really fucking dumb. Booksmarts' 2 is really fucking dumb. Booksmarts' 3 is really fucking dumb, and it's because of all of this. Like, okay, where is any inclusion of how I thought about it, right? If instead you were to say Booksmarts' 1 is blah, 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 but I think in my color, I think that blah, 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 right? This would be fine, because what does this tell me? It tells me that you looked at what I said. So, okay, you understand what I said, and then you incorporated your own thing. So I can go, oh, okay, you got what I said and you have a different opinion, or you got what I said and this is like a way to fix it. That's totally cool. So if this fixes it, that's awesome. If this is a like addition to it, that is awesome. But you have to show me that you understood where I was coming from, because sometimes you say this stuff, and if you were to look through my lens, you would see that there are parts of this that are like completely off, or like parts of this that I already had in there, or you know, like, or then in your explanation there, like, it's just, you know, like, you have no perception of the way that I looked at it at all. And instead you make all these claims, and then you say that my thing is like no good at all. Or here, we'll do this in your, you know, then you say this whole thing's bad because 1, 2, and 3, without any inclusion of like what I had said or what I had thought, right? Like, that bothers me a lot. Because like, if you have criticisms of me or my coverage, don't just like you have to include some of what I said when you're critiquing it, or like, you can't just give your own opinion and then say, I have this opinion, so anything from this lens is just fucking stupid, okay? I hate this one. Like, okay, then why were you even watching? I have the same approach to every fucking conversation. Like, it's so crazy to me. Does this make sense? Am I making sense? No, I'm not talking about you, but that's good that you're distracted by your girlfriend and your cute dog on FaceTime. Live your life, buddy. People have such wildly different experiences in the American school system that unless they spend a time in a variety of programs, they'll have implicit biases. This was clear evidence here. The biggest issue is how immovable and antiquated the root of the system is. Part of changing that is challenging foundation legislation like the structure of the compulsory education. Sure. I love this. The part should be like a specific unlisted video or a clip you should link to for chatters. What's it mean that the opposition's lens is smaller? Oh, I don't know. Does it mean anything? Who cares? I mostly had to make it smaller because what it's not doing is it's not including like what I believe, right? It's not including all of the picture. If their lens was like this, that would be dope. I would love a nice, big, fat, juicy lens, because you know what it's going to do? It's going to have some of this. It's going to have some of what I said in here, right? It's going to have some of my points in there. It's going to have a note on the way that I look at things, and then it's going to add even more to it, right? I want Big Daddy Big Lens, okay? I want Big Daddy Big Lens to come in here and mention everything. And hell, maybe even Big Daddy Big Lens, like the one that the chatter who responded to them did, will include stuff about what they're saying. And we'll continue to like talk about this, right? Like, this is great. I love this. This is good. I like, if it came from this lens, I would love that. But that rarely happens in these messages, right? That's what this person did. Yeah, that was a pretty dumb point. See, that's their opinion, and that's including the other person's position. You might have missed it talking about their lens or their way of looking at it, but Booksmarts rephrases that point after that. One of my points, Booksmart's second take on the suggestion, all of my take on the suggestion here. And then Booksmarts' main point was that using a bunch, and then my lens. Booksmarts' main point was that using a bunch of absolutes and superlatives isn't going to steer the conversation the way that you want it to go. The conversation the way that you want it to go. Using a bunch of superlatives and whatever is my point. Hanz is making a logical argument, but he kind of jumps to the extreme. This is their perspective, right? Looking at both of what the people said, me and the other person, being more palatable and looking for this at every step would have helped him from that perspective. And then this is them including my perspective and including my point and why that's coherent. Almost certainly still would have ended in a shouting match, though. This is their opinion. DM's level of snugness while being so incredibly wrong is infuriating. Their perspective again, right? I love this because this is including what I think, what the other person thinks, and what they think. And that's lovely. But when you're responding to something that somebody else created and you have no indication of like understanding what their point was, the way this person like has such a bastardized view of what I had said, like it's very silly to me. How is it going to, okay, let's scroll down. At book, the question is more like, how do you tell which is bigger in practice, if that makes sense? I don't understand. I feel like the disconnect is that some people just assume you're picking the argument that's correct in your analysis rather than evaluating how the conversation is going. Maybe. I'm curious whether you also got the impression that DM has a super skewed view of the average student's interaction with the schooling because of her upbringing. I don't know. I got the sense that growing up in a weird religious household meant that school was more enticing for her as a source of relief from an oppressive atmosphere. I'm not like a psych Andy, so I try not to. I have no idea. Outside of the realm of what I want to say about the conversation, you know? One thing that annoyed me was banning people in the chat that disagreed with you. When did I do that? This Hanz v. Demon Mama debate was an unproductive shit show. I think DM debates in bad faith. Look at her debate with Rem. I think I banned one person, and I don't think it was for disagreeing with me. I think it was for being an asshole, dude. Where the fuck is this? Whoops. Victim mentality. Man, I really think Video Game Donkey should just stick to talking about video games. Where the fuck is this coming from? I thought they were friends. It's a meme, bro. His ire rises every day that Destiny didn't watch his Wolf debate review. This is what I meant when I said this. No more Wolf review mentions. Okay, I get it. I'm not allowed to be butthurt. Whatever. That never happened, the banning? I don't know, dude. I don't doubt that there was some banning, but this person's just like blowing it up. Are we talking about President Sunday at all today? We did earlier. Seems like Bookie has gotten a little too full of himself lately, and it's making him act cunty. Oops. Oh shit, what the fuck? I hit continue this thread, but it brings me like somewhere else. So this is the arrogance point that I think is fair. Like if I had to put this in a more fair way, I would say arrogance and aggression to Destiny. Remember, these are two things I admit have problems and I need to change stuff. So I think that this comment is fine. He's hurt that Destiny didn't listen to his feedback. True. But I can't mention that anymore. It's fine to think your friend has stupid opinions. Destiny has always pushed back on disagreeable takes made by friends on stream. He means getting in trouble with DGG, not Destiny. This is also true.
My friend.
Booksmarts, the banning dissidents complaint is one that I have literally heard levied at every streamer ever, regardless of context. Not worth worrying about. Okay, fair enough. I know, but it triggers the fuck out of me. But yeah, I shouldn't worry about it. You're right. It's fine to think your friend has stupid. Okay, you know what? That's going in the thing. That's going in the thing. You have a very good point. You know what? It's such a good point that I'm adding it in here. Oh shit, that's not going to work. Oh fuck. My mouse skills are really being tested here. You got a good point. I need to not pay attention to people that say stupid shit like exactly that. and I'm using a mouse, so please forgive me if this is very messy. Okay. Ignore banning dissent remarks. For sure. I totally agree. I very much agree. Okay, we should save this before 6. Whoops. We're at 9.23.21. All right. Back to this. It's fine to think your friend. Okay, we already read that. Booklets. Book gets pretty aggro on his streams in general. Again, we get back to this. Aggression is something I need to work on. Aggression, right? So that's fair. On his streams in general, it's not nearly as serious as everyone is making it sound. Oh, thanks. Think of it in terms of that one friend who likes to rant about everything. Sure, maybe they get a bit dramatic, but as long as you realize they're not totally serious, it's pretty fun. This is literally what Dan does all the time. I'm not saying the book is lying or doesn't have a kernel of truth in what he's saying. True. He probably does think that Destiny's opinions on rhetoric are not always top tier, but he also doesn't think Destiny... I like how this gets 0. Poor guy. They are. Don't let these people clutching their pearls give you the impression that this is something extraordinary, unusual, or bad for either Destiny or Booksmart. Why do these people get 0? What is wrong with this Discord? I mean, this fucking Reddit. I don't understand. What the fuck happened to him? He's been so arrogant lately. It's insane. Yeah, well, arrogance. Okay. I have to look for some pearls that I can accept as good advice. So yeah, maybe arrogance. I watched a couple of his streams, I think a few months ago, and he was playing Apex. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good at all. Oh no, that's not good. He was just such a bastard to every single person in chat. What the fuck happened on the Apex streams? We don't talk about the Apex streams here. You have a comically short temper. When it comes to some things, yes. When it comes to tech problems in video games, yes. I have a very fucking short temper. When it comes to repeating myself, I have a very short temper. Yeah, certain things will fucking trigger me, okay? I will admit that. I have a problem. Gonna sound like I'm white knighting, but I don't know why Book has ever been a source for good rhetoric. He has the most condescending... I don't know if I'm super condescending, but we've had this problem before, so I'll accept it. And just plain annoying rhetoric. Then, okay, now you're just being mean. Out of anyone in the Twitch politics space, I think he probably is a good source for real-world rhetoric. Thanks. What would be effective if two small politicians debated? True. In those kinds of debates, being positive, charitable, and patient pay off, as often these debates are not so much about the topic, but appearing to be the more likable person. Sure. The audience tends to not yet be decided, so appearing to be a dick can be just as damaging. Yes. Maybe more so. Yeah. Than actually being wrong. Yes. Streaming debates are not like that at all. Maybe. Political streamers are not trying to make the audience change their mind, as people who watch political streamers are some of the most partisan people in the world. Maybe. These people don't want streamers to change their mind, but to reinforce and validate their opinions. People like Zan, who change politics due to exposure to good debaters like Destiny and Vosh, are rare, as most people's opinions do not change. But this isn't true. Everybody who sends me emails, everybody who comments on the Discord, everybody who I've met in Europe, everybody who I met in Georgia, every person who I talked to about how they got into Steven had changed their opinion due to the dude. Don't pretend like this is rare. It's not rare. This is the one thing that I really want to communicate to you guys is this is not rare. This happens a lot. It doesn't happen on a dime, but people do really change. You put cracks in the foundations of people who later shed whatever it is that's not working and they change their opinions. Yeah, it happens a lot. It's not rare. Every person who I have talked to who watches Destiny has mentioned to me that they had some turning point where they came away from some radical ideas and they found him helpful. Whether it's people who were super pro-feminism that ended up figuring out like a way to balance that with being a man, or people who were on the alt-right that moved to where he is, or people that were far left that moved to where he is. Like, he's a magnet for people like this. Like, this is not true at all. It's not as rare as you guys make it out to be, right? Like, I feel like everyone assumes they are the enlightened person who isn't dug in on their position in a sea of ideologues. Sure. Yeah, Destiny changed my politics years ago. Yeah, like, I feel like this is the case for all of us. Booksmarts, people say this, but at the same time, half of DGG will say that they were on right a year or two ago. Yeah, I know. So be aware of this dissonance, because this is not true, right? Like, I've been fine with everything this person has said, more or less, but like, be careful about this because it's not true. And once you believe this, you're okay with just like giving up on things like optics or rhetoric or changing minds. Effective, or like what I'm trying to focus on, which is not losing people, right? Effective debating in this medium is getting the other side to think their guy was an idiot and ill-informed on the subject, but it is much harder to get them to change their opinion. But that's a step in the right direction, right? Like, so, all right, we're busting out paint again. We're busting out paint again. There is progress here, right? There is a timeline, right? And right here, you have to listen. You have to listen to a debate, right? First, you listen. Then somebody looks dumb. And then over time, and this is going to be the longest amount of time, this is change. Right? So change takes a really long time, right? But the first part is the person has to listen to you. They have to stay engaged with the conversation long enough that we can then have your person start to look dumb, right? And then once you're convinced that that person is real fucking dumb, right? Like right here, you start convincing them that the person is actually fucking dumb. Then we start to make a change. Then we start to make a change, right? And then eventually you'll end up on the other side of things, right? And you will be changed. So this is like a gradient. It happens over time. My focus as Booksmarts is here. I want people to keep listening to you and not tune out. This is where I focus, right? Then Destiny, and it's okay to mention Destiny because this isn't a negative thing. Destiny focuses here on the making people look dumb, right? And arguing with them and doing the debate thing and whatever. So this is where Destiny focuses, right? And then like this change is something nobody has control over. And this is just up in the air. Like this is just something that happens over time. The change thing is like a natural occurrence, right? This is up to that person. Okay? So we have control over making sure that this person stays listening. We have control over making them look dumb. And then we need to leave it in their hands so that they can eventually change over time. Does this make sense? Is this okay? Is making someone look dumb the only way to change minds? No, but it seems to be the way that debate people think, and I'm not willing to argue against it. So we'll just take it as a granted. Is making someone look... okay, I already read that. Why is everybody adding Caesarean? I like the comparison saying that politicians are less partisan than Twitch streamers. Omega lol. Okay, bro. That's why everybody's adding you. I just ignored it because I can't argue with them about everything. Are the people that changed because of Destiny more or less than even 20% of the people that have seen him just within politics? I'm not sure. Remember that Destiny had a problem for so long with this. If you don't listen to him, you will never make it into the second box where he can make people look dumb, or where you're in the position where you start listening to more of his positions and you realize that you can make a swap over to a new position, right? He stops Like if this is you and you're a little bullet and you're moving through this, so many people are stopped here. So many people are stopped here. Or so many people get through him making people look dumb, and then this restarts where they need to listen again to a new conversation and they stop because he says something they don't like, right? Like so many people are deflected before they make it all the way through to watch all of his stuff and then make it to change, right? So that's like part of the problem that I see is like people don't make it all the way through, and the listening part is important for the beginning of any conversation, right? Stephen changed my politics somewhat, but I also felt like Stephen had some problems, and he and his community were so often hostile to people who thought similar things to me that I stopped watching him. Yeah. So you're one of the people that had to stop here, right? And that's what I focus on because I think it's the first step that everybody can work on. Until I found this handsome fucker called Booksmarts. Easier to watch his stuff now that I feel like I can be critical without being torn apart. Awesome. May I ask for elaboration on look dumb? No. I don't. You're going to be such a problematic chatter, and I can already feel it because I don't care about this. Like, this is an example of when people ask questions that I think are dumb. How do I explain this? Like, out of this entire thing, your takeaway was, hey, what does looks dumb entail? It boggles my mind that on this entire explanation that I gave, that is using the wording of this person here, your focus is on looks dumb. It's not on people get stopped at listening. It's not on change over time. It's not on I do this or Destiny does this. It's not on the person has the obligation to do. It's not on any of that. What did you choose to focus on? What does looks dumb mean? Like, am I crazy? It seems like such a silly thing to focus on. I don't know. Anywho, I'm going to continue to ignore you, Nitro. I think mind changing online is rare, but around Destiny, it's common. Destiny got me to consider thinking about policy more, and now I have some cool ideas, as well as a full-fledged ideology of my own. That's good. During Hanz versus Riverboat Jack wasn't even arguing points that she believes in, and Hans's chat still turned against him due to his attitude. There's blood sports, and they're throwing a fit. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for the 100 bits, Taboos. Vel, seems like there's a cycle of alienation in that community that some can handle, but it always turns me off. Yeah, I'm starting to feel it, dude. What exactly do you mean by change, Booksmarts? Please elaborate. You're memeing, but I don't know. Like, I hope Nitro understands, like, that's such a funny thing to focus on that you throw me for a loop. Wait, didn't we explain this the other day? Don't I have, like, a picture of this somewhere? I think I do. Where is that? Here it is. So sometimes we have chatter one. Oops. Let's do this. Sometimes we have chatter one over here, okay? And chatter one says, hey, Booksmarts, do you have any opinions on squares and triangles? And I go, oh yeah, like squares have 4 sides and they have four, angles, and 4 is the magic number, and triangles have 3 and 3 and the 180 degrees for their angles. So 3 is pretty important. And some people ask about rhombuses, which is like fair because we're talking about shapes. And somebody says, Booksmarts, why the fuck are you talking about squares and triangles? What about blue? Like, fucking, you throw me for a loop at this point. And then I have to scramble to change my brain from like numbers and shapes to colors. And it's like, well, yeah, blue, I guess fucking, yeah, blue's cool. I'm not going to focus on the fact that you totally dissed or ignored what we were talking about before. But yeah, blue is like this and blue is like that. And then you continue to like rage at me, or you say stupid shit, and you just continue to do this. And eventually I get mad, right? Like it's so annoying and I don't know how to explain or handle it. Oh, the cycle of chatters. Yeah. Booksmarts, you got stun blocked. Resist. Okay, I will. But I want to know what this person's problem is. I really do. I want to know why they're like this. Like, who made this person like this? To be charitable, you have looks dumb and it's pointing at Destiny. If someone didn't get the whole explanation, you might get the wrong impression for the drawing. But that's not what he He's been here the whole time. He's been here the whole time. He said something stupid before too. Oh, okay. You're right. I should just time these people out because they're a bad fit for the community and they just really shouldn't chat because they're fucking distracting and stupid. Holy shit. Yeah, you're right. My apologies. Okay, let's get back to the Reddit. But it's much harder to get them to change their opinion. They just convince themselves that their guy was not capable. Being a dick works if you make your opponents look bad. Booksmarts wants Destiny to be a much nicer guy in debates. This is a losing strategy on this medium. Okay, that's your opinion. They threw you for a loop because your self-described purpose is to get people to listen to you, and you just failed that completely. And you're gone. I don't believe in change. I think it's just people putting on a different hat. Clarify, in my opinion. Okay. Big Stories, why are you getting hung up on these people? That's a good fucking question, dude. Because if they don't understand that, I want to help them understand. I want to know why they didn't understand. Like, it just blows me away that people focus on like the weirdest fucking things. Like, what, why are you focused on this? Right? Like, I just don't know. I just don't know. Okay. All right. Let's move on. Booksmarts, you missed the comment that went into more details for your issues. Search for he does in general in the thread. Went into more details for your issues. How is it going to get him in trouble? Has Destiny ever reacted to Booksmarts shit-talking him? He's got such a victim mentality. What? Oh, because they think that Destiny, I'm referencing Destiny, it's going to get me in trouble with Destiny? This is a really mean thing to say, especially when that wasn't the intention of mine in the clip. I'm talking about DGG. Destiny is never this way to me. Like, people have all the pieces to interpret me well, and they choose to interpret me poorly. How is it going to get him in trouble? Has Destiny ever reacted to Booksmart's shit talking? No. So, do you think it was Destiny I was talking about? Or do you think that doesn't make a lot of sense? That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? So, could it be possible that I was not talking about Destiny? Or are we going to assume I was talking about Destiny because it makes me look like a dumb fuck with a fucking victim mentality? Yeah, okay. Yeah, actually, let's go with that one. I like that one. He's got such a fucking victim mentality, this motherfucker. Like, oh my goodness. If someone looks rhetorically better to you in a conversation, do you think that in the eyes of an unbiased audience, more people would view them as the winner? I don't know. That's not really how I think about it. He does in general. He was depressed for months about what Dan and Descrub King had said about him and whined endlessly about Vosh saying he had GGG brain rot. Whined endlessly? Like, this person is just going off the rails, and look at how many people upvote them. Like, people believe this shit. Like, I wasn't depressed for months about what they said. It had stuck in my mind, but I wasn't fucking depressed about it. Like, depressed, whined endlessly. Like, the hyperbole in these statements is fucking crazy. Which is funny because he treats DGG people the same these days. Yeah, some of you, when you act that way, for sure. I like the guy. Thanks, dude. I'm happy that you like me. I think as a whole, he does content and think he's helped Destiny a lot for rhetoric stuff, but he's very frustrating and not self-aware at times. Okay, that's fair. Not self-aware, totally fine. I've learned that there are certain things I can't talk about. I've learned that I'm too comfortable with you guys at the expense of optics and stuff, and now I'm making a change of that, so that's fair. He'll talk mad shit about others while taking any negative comment toward him hyper-personally. Not really, dude. Like, I don't feel like this is fair either. Godkiller is a parasocial Andy who hates that you talk to Destiny and he doesn't. Oh, okay. Godkiller is very online. Godkiller is hilarious. Oh, okay. So this is just like a crazy dude. That combined with him generally acting way more arrogant these days. Oh man, did I really take all of my stuff from this guy? Oh no. Well, arrogant these days. He never questions if his analysis or general view on life is wrong. That's not... I'm going to stop reading this. He's going to fucking trigger me. That combined with him... Okay, blah, blah, blah. Generally implying that the whole online sphere is beneath him. It's not that they're beneath me, dude. It's just like, don't like this content. He just won't stop talking about touching grass and... Oh my God, this dude is ass bad. All he does is shit on my online stuff, and my online stuff is so good. I'm happy I soured your opinion of me. Actually, you're one of the problem people, dude. He should really consider how much of a fuck up he was that one time he went on a Dylan panel while saying he should say... I didn't even say anything. I just acted like a goofball, dude. And not be judging so harshly because you're getting frustrated after doing 3 hours of analysis on a 30 minutes video and acting like the subtleties you've grasped from that are so obvious while the other party is in the middle of a debate. I don't. Now you're full of shit. Now you're full of shit. I said in the very beginning when Hanz was in the chat that what we do on here is looking at things with hindsight, pausing every 2 seconds, and I don't expect you to see these things in the moment. So no, now you're full of shit. He'll say that he knows that. Yeah, I will say that I know that, motherfucker. But he doesn't act like it because I'm acting to a fucking audience, you dumb fuck. Maybe if you understood that fucking streamers are out here acting for a fucking audience, you would actually realize that you should go outside, touch some fucking grass, and do something of actual value, you stupid... Ooh, okay. I don't like this God Killer guy. Can I block people on here? Is that possible? Is it possible to like make it to where I never see posts from this person ever again? Expand the thread, maybe he gets called out. When I do that, it opens this whole thing and then I can't see what's going on. Oh, okay. That's way up here. Did you mix up the Scrub King and Irrelevant? Okay. So he's racist. What did Relly say about him? It was the Scrub King. Yeah, it does seem like he gets a little angry and pretentious at times. He's just a word nerd. I don't know. Give him a break. The vibe I get from him is deeply cynical, and that can cloud his analysis. So no, he doesn't really get called out. I'm sorry, party people. I enjoyed that triggering lemma. Oh, okay, bro. Got to read the post history now. No, I won't. I agree his messaging is harsh, but the takes are pretty consistent and defensible. They're in the fucking document, so what the fuck do you think? Some of them, yeah. Sorry, now I'm being mean to you. I don't mean to. Some of these are, some of them aren't. Like the ones that I pointed out definitely aren't. But some of them, like Arrogance or Aggression to Destiny, for sure, right? Like, D Omegalol vote him. Huh. Okay. Every vote counts. I don't even have a Reddit account, dude. I'm a loser. And now this whole page is frozen. Man, I really think video game... Okay, blah, blah, blah. What the fuck happened to him? He's been so arrogant lately. Okay, we already read that one. Booksmart says good... wait, we need to catch back up with where we were. Maybe that's why you can't block him. You're not signed in. Oh, interesting. I mean, people in all of internet politics have a problem with overvaluing their particular streamers or content creators' viewpoints, but does Bookfucker really think there's no reason to value Destiny's? No, I don't. He is probably extremely tired of people in his chat and comments white knighting Destiny. As far as I know, Destiny and Booksmarts are good. True. Destiny constantly says that no one should take his word as gospel. Also true. This thread perfectly encapsulates why Booksmarts probably feels so done with Destiny fans acting parasocial, such feel the need to do so based yet so downvoted. I'm sorry, buddy. Book usually runs interference for Demon Mama's cringe. Do I really? Is this a thing? Do I run interference for Demon Mama's cringe arguments? Yes? Yeah, well, you're a dumb fuck, WrestleWeebs. I'm not taking your opinion seriously. This is what I think people get hung up on, Booksmarts. That's how they interpret it. But that's not what I'm doing. I say at multiple points I don't even agree with what she's saying. Like, how do I even fix this? literally on the no-no list runs interference. I'm not saying it's reasonable. Well, okay, but how am I supposed to counter this? Like, do you guys have any ideas? Like, people say this kind of shit all the time, but it's one of those criticisms that, like, I don't think it's true, and I don't know how I can interpret it in a way where I have a solution. Because it's like, it's just the way that I view these conversations, right? Like, people still think you run, like, I'm not running interference. Like, I just look at these conversations differently than you guys, and you guys get upset about that because you just want to not like people whose opinions that you don't like. Kind of related, but I'm about to go to eat and would like your perspective. Was it not dishonest of DM to say that Hanz created the super child when it was her hypothetical 6-year-old that she admitted she was going to ask Hanz? No, it's not. I don't think it's dishonest because Hanz was the one that asked, like, and then kept going with it. So no, I think it was Hanz. And then got more hyperbolic until it didn't end with you beat your kid. Don't bullshit me, motherfucker. Don't bullshit me. Don't bullshit me. It started with the what if no. Did you beat your kid was one little part of it. And then the endless loop happens. It didn't end with this. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Because you will drive me crazy. You will gaslight me. Do not lie to me, okay? It didn't end with that, okay? Let's just be clear. Let me be clear. Say one time that DM came out looking better. DGG, they're secret allies, yeah. Stop defending Destiny's Satan Booksmarts. She has demon in her name. For fuck's sake, what more proof do you need? Okay. Any kind of attempt to understand her is running interference. Okay. And that's hard to compartmentalize when she's constantly bad at... Does DM make dumb arguments, or does she just sound dumb? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Once DGG has an enemy, that anyone who has a hint of non-aggression is a white knight. Oh, okay. Destiny just hates her so much, clouds his audience's mind. I think what people that write that kind of stuff come from is... they form an opinion by small clips and by just seeing your bad moments. I think the only way to combat that is to reiterate a lot. I do. Like all the time and more clearly. Okay. Don't expect that anyone has heard you from the start of your sentence. We are not talking about shapes now. Looks dumb is just an example, etc., etc. I don't think that's a reasonable thing to do, though, if I cap every other sentence with the same point over and over again, right? We got to come up with PR strategies to increase Booksmart's approval rating with DGG. Kinda. Proud and glad that I stopped watching just as the endless loop started. Yeah, good. Got geology coming up. What you do is awesome. Booksmarts trying to remain impartial will rally hate from both sides and seem pointless at times, but you have the chatters that appreciate you. Yeah, that's all I'm here for. You can't fix this, Sag. People just get mad and hate people, and if it seems like you might be giving someone they hate the time of day, they will hate you. Okay, just talk more about how bad face she is and then state that you're trying to review it from an unbiased lens. Okay. I think it's just a psychological thing in humans that you have to account for. All you can do is disclaim, and the rest is up to the universe. Okay. I get the feeling it is just a huge difference of frame of reference. Like from my perspective, having it take like kid shouldn't before she goes to school is so batshit insane that it starts Demon Mama 1 million points down, and it's hard to imagine that being outweighed by the actual line by line details of the convo. Oh, okay. Do you think it's reasonable that when people hear Booksmarts.DM came out better, it sounds like you think she has a better argument? It's reasonable, but they know that that's not what I do with the reviews, so it's kind of silly. We never evaluate on this channel people by the value of their arguments. It's not what we do here, right? Like the whole thing is rhetoric, or at least that's what people say. So, okay, just small clips. Your viewers can contextualize that in your own lens, but random DGGers won't. Have you considered how you expect people to be able to parse your hyperbolic comments, but when others do the same? No, yeah, I have. Like, that's why I'm not going to do it anymore. I didn't come out with some giant defense of it, right? Like, I said that, like, here it is. Stop with the ironic slights, right? So I didn't. The only excuse I had was it's funny. So... No, I'm not defending myself. No, I'm trying to stay consistent because it's at the forefront of my mind. When other people do this, I don't defend them at all. So I continue to criticize them. That's why my only excuse is it's funny. But yeah, I have the red thing here. I need to stop doing this, right? So the subreddit is just a clip without any context. You can't expect any of the commenters to actually watch your review. Fair enough. Oof. I can never be a streamer in this space, and that becomes clear every time I watch Booksmarts. It's all just a weird optics game where parasocial audience members just go out and clip people out of context to start drama. Maybe, bro. I don't get you guys. When did Demon Mama made a valid argument ever? I'm being hyperbolic, but holy shit, watch that debate again. You ask one question to her that is challenging to answer, and the debate is over because she has a debate bro mental breakdown. That's not really how it worked, bro. The high mind DGG is a powerful flourish, Booksmarts. You best watch out. Its many eyes do not fall upon you. Okay. That's fine. Okay. I think we're all done with the Reddit as well. One day he will be a true Sigma male too, willing to state his opinions even if people disagree. That's what I do. Booksmarts has good opinions on rhetoric, but he hasn't demonstrated to me that his opinion on being logically thoughtful should matter. No, I don't, because I don't think that. Whenever he argues with Destiny about topics unrelated to rhetoric, he almost always gets bodied. That's not true, but okay. We'll let that one slide because I don't want to say anything mean about Destiny. We'll let that one slide. As part of my Booksmarts reformation period, we'll let that one slide. Book's rhetorical advice: be nicer, don't interrupt, and don't raise your voice first. That's it. That's not it, but okay. This thread really shows that this community is not a cult. Oh, goodness gracious. Honestly, that's what I said earlier about treating viewers like middle schoolers. You have to repeat your goals, and then even then some people would not grasp the concept. Yeah, maybe, dude. You haven't demonstrated? You guys are memeing on me now? Okay. Well, there you go. There, I responded to it. I did it. I wonder if there's anything on my YouTube that I should respond to. Any comments on there? People. My hair was actually not looking bad yesterday. That kind of looks cool. All right. Any comments that are bad? Wait, where would comments even be? Oh, here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's time for my flattening, mommy. DM has the most patronizing and condescending speech patterns ever. I think she got some of that from the way Vosh talks and just goes over the top with it. It's extremely irritating. And she started in with that tone immediately when the conversation started. Yeah, because it's how she talks. That's just how she talks, bro. Feels like I haven't learned anything, but had some good laughs. You're awesome, bookfucker. Okay, this is the first BS review I've watched where I think you're completely off on a few points. Hanz fucked up a decent bit, but even when he didn't, DM didn't engage honestly at all. Then how am I off on a few points if you agree that he fucked up? Because we didn't really... Okay. I wonder if we get more. I agree. To me, DM's positions and arguments were incoherent. Sure, but that's not where our focus... Okay, just don't jump into it. Oh shit, I actually never knew about the transcript feature on YouTube. I'll sub for that. Thanks, brother. I'm happy. Videos should be called Chat Torture's Book with Money. I don't know how you could think Dima Mama was rhetorically better. She keeps changing her position so many times. That has nothing... Okay. Good luck keeping someone in school for all those years without some sort of force where there are periods of issues during school and there are things like playing games or watching YouTube available to them. You might be able to... Okay, this is about the arguments. So she is against forcing things. Okay. I think one breakdown in communication in this conversation is that I feel like when Hanz said school, he tended to mean education. Yes. 110%. The best part was Book roasting Hanz so hard at the end, and Hanz is in the chat. To be honest, I don't like either Hanz or Demon. I can't stand both of them. Okay. I usually enjoy the analysis, but this one just seemed like a lot of complaining, whining about the chat, and in general seemed like you didn't want to be making this content. No, not particularly. It was a sufferfest, dude. Book isn't the smartest. What a dick. What a mess. Amazing. Why'd you do all this in Paint instead of Notepad or WordPress? I explained this in the first fucking 10 seconds. I'm sorry. Does watching these debates negatively impact your mental? Is it just me, or does his old lady voice sound like Gilbert Godfrey? It does. In the game Bang, Biera is Italian. Oh, okay. Performative parts debate dollars are kind a cringy book. Chat was a very particular type of cringe today. True. Loved it, but you fell apart a little too fast. Probably because of the paint. Book's just out here on a cross, suffering for our sins. Yeah, true. I don't know why I watched this. Me neither, bro. After watching the VOD, I had no idea Hanz was so bad fate till Book said something. I thought D-Man would say, point it out. Oh, did he not at all? Wait, did Destiny not point out Hans's failures? Like, what happened with the Hanz review? I've got to run for the day. See ya. Wait, did he not point out anything negative about Hanz? Where is this coming from? I think people who dislike her mostly have Destiny syndrome and are only familiar with Destiny hating on her. Otherwise, they just don't. I don't think that. I think it's easy to hate Dima Mama. I'm very sympathetic to people that hate Dima Mama. Books is looking very skinny. It's odd. I am a fat fuck. What are you talking about? Where is it? It's just because my hair is cut, I think. He said he wasn't great. Oh, okay. Only made a couple of slight criticisms. Most people are on Hans's side. Destiny and Wicked for sure. Huh. Yeah, but they both hate Demon Mama and they don't care to check their biases. That's not a curse of F, it's a curse of J. But the real issue here is that... No, J is different. F is like this. What are you guys talking about? It is a fucking cursive F. It is a cursive F. Yeah. Like, what do you mean? That's how the F goes. I'm so confused. You guys are full of shit. He got the RO next to his YouTube logo. This guy in Romania? Oh, shit. All right. That gave it away. Oh, no. Okay. The cat's out of the bag. Damn. Fuck. You're kidding me. Oh no, whatever, dude. I disappeared him. Oh shit. All right. Yeah, I'm in Romania. This VOD's a Patreon exclusive. The CCBS, dude. Did you see this video book fucker? What is this?
Why? Hello, my friend. Yeah. Seem pretty hyped for this, huh?
You know?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
Where do you want to?
I mean, I don't know. We can start anywhere. Like, you're the one who put up the video, and
why does every time Dima Mama spoke? Oh shit. Interesting. Okay. I think we're all done. Oh, I'm really important here? Hi, I'm really important. 22 minutes and a 30-minute convo, or what was it? Yeah, like a 30-minute convo. Why was being in Romania a secret? I just tried to keep it a secret, that's all. My mom married someone from there. I got to tour the place and see castles and shit. There's bears on chains that you can pet. Yeah, I know. It's a backwards place. That's okay. We don't have to talk about Romania. I would prefer not to talk about Romania. My neighbors can hear me. I live in a communist block, so I have to be very, very, very careful. Anywho, don't leave Destiny's. Oh wait, yeah. I have to talk to Destiny. Okay, fuck, I almost got out of it. You guys are sharp. Okay, let's call Destiny. Let's see if Destiny wants to talk. Oh, he's not in his Destiny room. He's not in his Destiny room, I wonder. I mean, I can message him. Okay, I DM'd him, but we'll see. I don't know what Stellaris is.
My friend.
Look at September. That means
cool.
subs are 20% off everyone.
Oh, maybe we should do this. Oh, wait. Oh, God, that's going to take forever, isn't it?
A new world of opportunities awaits.
What the fuck is this?
One of the empires stole your expansion path towards the top. Yeah, so should I go blow him up?
I'll give him 2 minutes, and then I will be done with this. I will give him 2 minutes. I'll ask my phone to count it. Set a timer for 2 minutes. There we go. 2 minutes on the clock. We'll wait for him, but only that long. Because I kind of want to go. 2 minutes are banned? Yeah, basically. Do you think analyzing debates in isolation, blah, 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 blah? Huh? Oh, he responded. Should I call him? One second. Let me make sure I can hear you.
I fell as though I flattened him.
What's up? Can I do it?
rhetorically.
Yeah, hi.
Hello.
So people said you wanted to talk about that Hanz and Demon Mama debate?
Oh, no, people told me you wanted to talk about it.
Oh, apparently we had very different conclusions. What was your takeaway?
I thought the Demon Mama looked really, really, really bad. Hans was a little loud, but I think that, yeah.
And why do you think Demon Mama looked really, really, really bad?
She almost didn't engage on a single point, and I think it became pretty clear that some of her like analogies or stories were like obviously in bad faith, and when she was pushed to like defend an argument, she would immediately pivot and change the topic, and I think that was like pretty readily apparent.
Okay. And you saw that happening more than a couple of times in the conversation?
I mean, it was a short conversation. It was like 20 or 30 minutes.
Yeah. So you didn't see it more than a couple of times?
I don't know if I saw anything more than a couple times. Maybe if I think about it, but there are a couple things that like stand out to me. But
and how much of an obligation do you put on Hanz to then refocus that conversation? Because there was one main pivot that I pointed out where he brings up two main points for why he supports the idea of mandates, and then she goes on telling some long story, and then he, instead of refocusing on those 2 points that he made, interrupts her and says that what she's describing is not abolition, and then they go into a whole tangent on that rather than focusing on the 2 points that he gave.
I think he brings the conversation back a couple times well, but then other times he lets her kind of like lead him around like on some dumb points. Yeah.
Okay. And my understanding then is you're putting much more of an onus on Demon Mama for dodging on those points from your perspective rather than on Hanz for like choosing not to pursue those points.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to like get people in real time on stuff like that. Hanz could have probably done a better job at refocusing, but I think he refocused pretty well a couple of times given the how like bombastic the conversation was. But I mean, like, you can always do better. Yeah.
What do you think you refocused onto?
Fuck, I would have to go back and watch my review of it. But like, I'm not gonna remember the specific examples. I don't know if somebody in chat can remember, but there were a couple of times where I was watching. It was like, oh, it was good that Hanz brought it back to this question, or that he was able to bring this question back up again.
It's probably how can you make school better than all other options available to parents or students?
Maybe. Oh, and then it was the thing where Demon Mama would keep playing this thing where she would say like, oh, like school is really bad, so we shouldn't force people to do it. And Hanz did a good job of like reminding her, well, we said that point didn't matter, so let's move to the next thing. Yeah, that was one part. Yeah, I don't remember anything more specific on that.
Okay, because when we went through the line by line, it did seem like Hanz really failed to ever get this conversation to focus on things. And the one question that he continued to bring up, which was, can we make school better than all other options? I think is a really like hyperbolic question. Like it's like, she's not going to have an answer to this and nobody's going to have an answer to this. And this isn't really tackling the main question that he wanted to focus on, which is around mandates and whether or not we could mandate something. So for
the problem though was that like Demon Mama opened this up. She said multiple times. This is a point I think that Hanz did a good job at like bringing her back to was what would you do to incentivize school? Because when he first posed that question, Demon Mama stalled for time and she said multiple times, oh, there's a million things. There's an infinite number of things. And then when she started rattling off stuff, it was like a little bit of nonsense. And then I think she said yummy food. And I think she gives that answer like 2 or 3 times. There's a million ways that we can incentivize this. But when Hanz pushes her every single time, she never actually gives a single thing. And then I think later on her argument kind of like devolves into, well, children would never choose not to go to school, which is kind of ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, like, Hanz could have done a better job, like, doing the conversation. If I was analyzing this, I would be more harsh towards Hanz if I was analyzing this as, like, parent-child or, like, teacher, special education student or whatever, where, like, one person is clearly, like, in control of everything and the other person is just, like, a screeching banshee. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure, like, Hanz maybe could have done a better job here. You know, maybe he could have put the straitjacket on the person here. Like, that would have made more sense, but I'm not going into this conversation, like, with assuming that Hanz has to, like, be playing both ends, like, with the ultimate level of maturity. He could have done some things better to pull it back, but I think Demon Mom was, like, clearly acting in bad faith for the majority of this conversation.
Like, okay, so I'm what would you point to as being bad faith? So you can think that her arguments are silly, you could think that she pivoted, but where are you seeing bad faith? I'm not saying it didn't happen, I'm just
sure
curious.
There's a few points. So one is when somebody says, so I don't know if you're an essay writer, okay? Anytime somebody puts etc., it means that they're out of things to say, right? So like, for instance, when you're like, oh, well, this is a good idea because of, you know, this and that, et cetera, et cetera. You say et cetera when you're out of things to say. It's not because you have way more things you could list off, right? So like, it's kind of like an analogy to that or whatever. Like Demon Mama saying in the beginning of that conversation, there's a million ways that we can incentivize going to school. She never gave a single one in that entire conversation, which was kind of like the biggest part of her argument. Well, if you don't want to do mandates, how else can you incentivize it? And Demon Mama didn't give a single thing, even though Hanz asked multiple times for that.
So you keep repeating she didn't give a single thing, but you noted things that she gave. You may disagree, you may say that they're not like good points, but
she said she gave one thing and she ran away from it instantly because she realized how ridiculous it sounded. She said yummy food.
That's not the only thing. I know. I feel like you're being hyperbolic, but I want to be like really specific because I'm looking at notes.
What other things did she say? I'm curious.
That you can entice students by making the learning experience interesting.
How? That's not an answer to anything.
Oh boy, we're getting into this. So that is an answer though. Like you may not find that to be a good answer, and I would agree. Like it's vague, and I'd say that free lunch is.
It's literally begging the question, right? Like If you could design a curriculum
fair enough,
that's so interesting that kids would naturally be drawn to want to learn it, I mean, then you've solved the question with your own question, right? Like, how do we get kids to go to school? Oh, by making the curriculum so good that kids want to go and learn it. Well, okay, well, wait, how do you do that? Like, that's like, yeah, it's kind of like saying, like, how do you act like a good person? Like, oh, we'll just be like incredibly virtuous. Like, yeah, of course. What? Yeah.
Sure. Then why then did he never bounce on that or jump on top of that and say that that's begging the question, though?
Because I think he tried to, well, first of all, I think identifying like fallacies in the middle of whatever is cringe. Now, he could have said it in other words, but I think he tried to play off of that. But every time he did, she backed into some really weird. So for instance, I don't remember the specific parts because I didn't write down when I was listening to this, but as they were talking about like the curriculum thing, I'm pretty sure that she started going off on the like, well, me and my siblings, there was never a single day that we didn't want to go to school. We love learning. Me and my siblings love it. I've never heard of a kid not wanting to go to school before, which is unbelievably, like, as soon as I would hear that, I would probably start chimping out in the conversation because like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
You just she said that she doesn't know any kids that didn't want to go to school. Am I hearing you right? Because I don't remember that.
Well, she said there was never a single day where her and her siblings didn't want to go to school and learn.
Right.
I'm almost positive that was like a word for word, almost like what she said.
Okay, but not other kids, right? Because I thought I'd heard you say other kids.
Why are we putting so much value
she might not
on
have said
Hans,
other kids, but she might have said other. She might have generalized after that, like kids like to learn. I don't remember 100%.
Would we
I know
chastise Hans
for a
for
fact
not
she said that her
fixing it
siblings,
quickly?
and then she might have generalized after. It's like, oh, kids really like to learn, but that was the implication, right?
That kids trust adults, and that if adults sell it well to them, then kids will be excited to go, and a law may not even be necessary to make them go.
Sure. But
which is very different from what you said.
Okay, sure. Well, let's back up. There was no law in place or whatever when she said her and her siblings never wanted to miss a day of school. This is like another kind of thing that she does. She does this later when Hans asks her if she would prevent a kid from suiciding or have the state prevent a kid from suiciding. And Demon Mama does personally, when she gives that answer, like the implication is that you're either not tackling a question head on or you're trying to do some slight thing. If I say something like, hey, we need to like make school interesting for kids to go to, and you respond with, well, me and my siblings always wanted to go to school. The implication is that like most kids always want to go to school. Even if you don't say it verbally, that's heavily implied, right?
I think that would hurt her. Like, I understand where you're going with this. It's just, it's not what was said in the conversation. And
we're not just going by like the strict, what were the words said? It's like, what are you implying with your... Okay, right? But then you're not even listening to the conversation. I don't even know what you're listening to then, right?
I'm listening to the words that the people are saying. Like I know we have
that's not the conversation. No, you're parsing code like a computer, right? You're missing half the conversation at that point. If that's like we can't read, like we can't parse language like a computer program, right? Like when somebody sends me to the store to get 12 eggs and a carton of milk, and I go and I get 12 eggs and like 12 cartons of milk, is like we don't parse language that way. If I were to tell you,
but
like,
she doesn't even do what you said. Like, I've been holding back on this, but in the same line where she's talking about the law may not even be necessary, kids are excited to go, she also says that for the kids that don't like to go, there's likely an issue, and then she provides solutions to that. So it's like your recollection of this is not matching like the way that the conversation went, even if we have these interpretations.
What were the solutions that she provided?
She said that they could get a tutor for at home. They could enroll them in special education, which I assume that she means homeschooling to some extent.
So get a tutor and enroll them in special ed. These are things that already exist in the current system.
Yeah, for sure.
So these aren't contradictions to anything Hans is saying.
They're contradictions to what you're saying. Like I'm just pointing out that what you just said is not matching up with the way that the conversation went, and your inferences are like clouding your ability to understand what happened in the conversation.
But you're not. So pulling back, the broad overview is Hans believes that education should be mandatory. Yes. Demon Mama is saying that it shouldn't be mandatory. There should be some other way to incentivize this. Right now, you're telling me ideas that Demon Mama says that already apply to Hans's argument. Right now, you can already get a tutor. Right now, you can already be enrolled in special education. None of this has anything to do with whether education should be mandatory or not. In fact, when you say if you can't participate in school, if you say that you can't participate in school well, so you should either get a tutor or enroll in special education, that still sounds like you're implying that there's a mandate to learn. It doesn't
okay. Let's
respond to the argument at all.
Let's take a breather for a second. There's another big problem, another criticism I had with Hanz is he constantly frames everything in terms of making a kid go to school. But as you just said, and as you just changed in your description of this, education is different. And I think that that's what the point of the law is that we want kids to be educated. But that's not a clarification that Hanz makes. Instead, Hanz chooses to focus on making the kids go to school. I agree with you that the law is about...
Again, implication, right? This is like your
I'm doing
parents
what
telling
you
to-
want me to do. I'm taking the implication thing.
No. You're reading the actual word. Hanz doesn't care about people going to school. He obviously cares about people getting an education.
But that's
right?
not ever what he says. And he focuses on school.
Literally, doesn't he literally say later on that, like, yeah, getting a tutor and all of that is okay? I thought there was a point where he actually said that. You can call it a concession.
Yeah,
but I'm
he
pretty
does.
sure he explicitly. Yeah. So it's not. This is like saying that, like, oh, like I went to bed last night at 10. Well, why did you wake up at 2 p.m.? Oh, I went to bed at 10, but I didn't go to sleep until 2. Like,
And
wait, what?
To be clear, he says that
Hanz
they
is talking
need
about-
therapy.
Sure, but these are all part of like a mandatory education system. Nothing here is breaking the mandatory part.
But hold on, let's be really, really specific, because he says that the therapy would be the required thing, and that's what triggered Dim Mama to say, you're saying what I'm saying back to me. He didn't say
but the
tutoring or
therapy is-
homeschooling. He said
But
the therapy
the therapy would be required in order to get back into school.
Yeah, and that's what
the
he
whole point.
says. But that it's school again, Destiny. This is my point. Is like he always couches this in school and not education, which was a failure of his in the debate.
Because school and education are like synonymous in this conversation. It
Evidently
more or less
not.
means the same thing. Okay. I would venture a guess that like 98% of people, like school and education in this conversation, are like synonymous. Like when you say like, oh, people need to go to school, and then you're like, oh, really? Well, what if I just got private tutors for all of my classes and I go to school? It's like, okay, yeah, that's fine. I mean, yeah, but you're like going to school, you're getting an education, right? That's most people would immediately make that concession.
He
It's not even a
failed to
concession.
build a bridge when she immediately after the point is that of therapy is to get them to go to school. She countered with, no, I think that the point of the therapy would for them to be happy and liberated and then to become educated. And he didn't try to build a bridge here, which leads me to believe that his focus was on school. It's not necessarily on the education, because he fails to make that bridge anytime he's given the opportunity, which is why he got so much flack in my review of him.
So stepping back then, I'm just curious, and I'm just on a personal level, you think that Hans's major focus was that he just wanted children to go to school?
Yes.
He didn't care about the education? Okay.
I don't know if he didn't care about the education, but he always couches this in school.
Okay.
Do you think I'm crazy for that? He doesn't ever say anything different.
That's one of the most unreal interpretations that I could possibly hear.
How is it
I don't even
unreal?
know how
It's
to engage
literally
with
what
that.
he fucking says, like throughout the whole conversation.
Like, no. I don't even...
Like, if I have to do the line by line, if I have to look at all of their words, he doesn't ever make the bridge anywhere where he can to the education. And if he would have, it would have been a very different conversation, but he doesn't. Now,
No. It would have been a different conversation if Demon Mama had anything to actually give in counter to a mandate, instead of talking around it and providing like other solutions that just get you to school that could also be mandated.
that
For
educate
instance,
you.
no, it's not about being. Wait, so do you think that? Hold on, I'm okay. Now I'm fascinated. Do you think that Hanz was arguing in favor of mandating school, but Demon Mama was arguing in favor of mandating education?
No, because she's against mandates for this in general.
Okay, but you think Demon Mama was... Then what is Demon Mama talking about when she says getting a tutor to get educated? And how is that making a concession or building a bridge? How does that connect? Can you connect that for me?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that right after Hanz says that we should get them therapy so that they can go to school, she says, no, I think that the point of the therapy is so that they could be happy, liberated, and then become educated. I'm saying that what Hanz failed to do there, if his focus was on education and not on school, was to build a bridge at education. They're like, oh, okay, so you want them to have therapy to be educated. Well, that's my goal too. Isn't both of our goal at the end to make sure every kid is educated? Then that could have been a very different... Go ahead.
What did he say afterwards?
He said, what if no kid wants to go?
Okay. And what was her follow-up after that?
Then it's a failed system and that you need to start over.
Okay, so So how is she providing any solution or anything here? It sounds like she's just saying, like, if they don't want to go, then the system doesn't work, but she never gave a way to make kids want to go to school or want to get educated.
I totally agree with you on that point. Like that's not my point here. My point here is that if Hanz had meant to talk specifically about education, he had a really good opportunity to build a bridge here when she explicitly stated that. And instead he chose to go to a very hyperbolic question of, well, what if no kid wants to go? And then
because that's the point of the conversation. It's not this whatever weird education school divide you're talking about. The point was, how do you get a kid to go and participate in education, whether that's the tutor we're talking about or whatever, if the kid super doesn't want to?
Yep, that's what Hanz wanted to set out to do, and I don't think he did a very good job of getting answers to that at all.
Well, because I think he asked the right questions, but Demon Mama didn't have any answers. Like, how do you have a conversation with someone that says, like, oh, well, me and my siblings, every single day, we wanted to go to school? Or when Demon Mama's saying, what do you do when a kid breaks out of the car? What are you doing when a kid breaks out of your house? What are you doing when the kid breaks out of the school? Like, how are you supposed to engage with that?
You engage with the solution that he's putting forward, right? Which is that the mandate. Like, okay, well, if the parent can't find a way to get to the kid to school, then they would be in trouble with the law or something.
Yeah,
no?
and then you force them. Yeah, but what was Demon Mama's alternative to that? What was her alternative?
She doesn't give one.
Okay, so she fails to do her side of the argument for the entirety of the conversation. It's a 30-minute conversation. She didn't give it.
Okay, let's be super duper clear. I don't agree with Demon Mama's position. I don't think she performed well. I just think that when we look at what was the potential of this conversation? What could have been accomplished? What's the kind of conversation that we could have had?
It should have went like this. Hanz should have said, what are things that we could do for an alternative of a mandate for education? Okay. And then what Demon Mama should have said was, education shouldn't actually be mandated. She could have said, for instance, there should be alternative paths in society for children to take if they don't want to go to school. Or she could have said, we need a radically redesigned system of education where there are different paths that people can take through the education system that doesn't look like traditional school. Or maybe she should have said, like, homeschooling or something should be like more of an option available, or even the fucking child labor can come back and that should be an alternative to education. Or maybe education can be delayed until you're an adult and there's something. I don't know. These are all, to be clear, I'm not defending any of those arguments. You can argue back and forth with any of them, but any of those things would have been a path towards more conversation. But instead, she vaguely alluded to having millions of ways to do it, but the only thing she ever really said was yummy food. And then she started saying a bunch of irrelevant shit like, oh, well, they could go to therapy first. You're already mandated to go to therapy first. You have problems going to school. Like that's not anything about the mandate, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
So
who do you think? Oh, I'm curious. Who do you think performed better in this conversation?
Like, it depends on how you're defining performance. So from my perspective, I'm looking at who was less of an obstacle to the conversation moving forward. And I would say that's Hanz, because Hanz had many more options that he could have used to get this conversation on track and refused to do that at many points. Her defending her argument, if she chooses to be slimy and whatever, which she definitely was, I just don't think that outweighs all of the failures on Hanz's part to get this point across. Like, even the question that he continued to reiterate, how can we make school better than all other options, is hyperbolic and not what you asked just now, which could have been way better. I shouldn't have to. What I did right there is I'm treating the opponent like a dumb fuck. What I just did, I'll do what I just did as a mode of condescension. When I get to the end of an argument and I realize the other person is clueless, I might say, you could argue this way, or you could, I've done this to a lot of socialists. You could say that a co-op could work like this. You could do this, you could do that. I would never expect myself or anybody else to actually walk my adversary through the entire conversation though. That's insane to me. Like, do you acknowledge that you're putting way more onus on Hanz in this conversation to conduct it in a reasonable way than you are on Demon Mama? Sure. I think if that's a criticism that you want to make, that's fine.
But why should Hanz be the one that has to act like the adult and Demon Mama can act like a child and the expectations for her are so much lower?
Because I feel like she's doing much better with her position. If she chooses to oh man, this is so difficult to explain.
Well, it's difficult. She doesn't defend her position ever a single time. How is she doing much better?
But she does, because she says that you could be doing other things other than school. The problem is that he's focusing on school. I already told you, Destiny. Special education, tutoring, homeschool. Don't tell me. That's school. It's not fucking school, dude. These are different fucking things. Like, are you for real? I thought you're fucking memeing on me.
No, wait, I can't tell if you're for real right now. I feel like I'm getting brain blasted. Having to go to tutoring, forced to be enrolled in tutoring because you can't go to school so that you can go to school. It's like school.
Because you can't go to school. You said it in your own statement. That's its own thing. Tutoring is different than school.
But the implication is there is a mandate to get tutored so that you can go to school.
To get educated.
Going to school.
To get educated is the point. There is a big difference between these two things. And part of the reason that this conversation didn't go well is because Hanz didn't make this distinction. If he did, they could have agreed much sooner.
I disagree. They wouldn't have agreed because Demon Mama would have continued to dance around it because she didn't defend a single one of her points in this conversation.
You said she doesn't defend a single one of her points, but she does, and I walked you through that. Don't be hyperbolic, because I cannot accept it when you're hyperbolic.
What does she defend? Wait, I'm sorry. Walk me through it again, because I lost the plot. What point did she defend?
The solutions part that you said she had no solutions for, she gave you 2 of them. You may not think that one of them was good or both of them were good, but you have to acknowledge that she gave those. Like, you're putting me in a position where I have to keep repeating, like, she gave stuff.
Let me rephrase. Okay, let me rephrase then what you're saying so I can make sure I understand. So the argument is whether or not we should mandate school, very specifically, the building. And you're telling me, well, she's defending mandating, or she's defending getting kids to become educated because she's in favor of them being forced to have tutors if they can't get educated.
She's not in favor of forcing anybody to do anything, but she is in favor of getting kids educated, and she thinks all the kids should be educated. Like,
okay, and you think Hanz was not arguing in favor of education. He just wanted kids to go to the building.
He doesn't say the building, but he says go to school. Yes.
What do you think most people mean when they say go to school? I'm just curious.
Love your focus on this. I love it.
Because it is. I mean, you can pull all the chats, because I might actually be just lost from this conversation. This is like unreal to me. I don't actually know. I almost feel like I'm being trolled. Like, I don't like when somebody's arguing if we should mandate going to school. They're talking about mandating education, right? Like, I'm pretty sure. Well, maybe personal biases aside, like if you say like we should mandate school, some people would be okay with like homeschooling. Like, I'm okay with homeschooling as long as you pass the curriculum. Does that count as going to school if you're homeschooled because your home becomes a school, or is that just getting an education?
Somebody that's homeschooled wouldn't say that they went to school, would they? They would say they were homeschooled.
But that's a type of schooling. That's a school, right?
It is a type of schooling, sure. But you're not going to fucking school. Like, that's why she gets to say the shit that she's saying throughout so much of this conversation. That's why it would have been important to make that distinction. Like, you had to remember that my goal when I'm watching this is different than your goal when you're watching this. I'm looking for a way that these two people could have easily connected. And by redefining this as education and not going to school, which she constantly focuses on, they could have probably moved forward because she offers alternatives. And if he could have said, oh, yeah, I'm cool with these alternatives and I'm just in it to get kids educated, then they could have agreed because she said as much in the middle of the conversation. But every opportunity that he has to build that bridge with her, he fails to. Or he chooses to say something that's silly, like, what if no kid ever wants to go to school, right? Like,
that's not a silly thing. He's trying to get to the meat of the matter. What do you do if a child doesn't want to go to school? But you're saying he means going to the building and not get educated.
Yes, because that's not what he says.
Okay.
Like, I have to stick to like what he says in the conversation. Like, I know that the inference thing is an easy leap to make for you. I can't make that when I'm doing the review or when I'm doing the analysis of it, because that leap not being made is part of why this conversation is not going well, why these people are not connecting.
No,
and I have to point that out.
Disagree. That is such a wrong. The problem is your analysis is like corrupted by the inability to parse the inference, right? The reason why this conversation didn't connect isn't because Hanz assumed that school and education were the same thing. It's because Demon Mama couldn't defend any of the arguments related to like what do we do as opposed to mandating it by law.
So you don't think that's any part of the disconnect is coming from her inability to parse that same inference that you're expecting me and her both to make? You don't think
absolutely
that any part of it is down to that?
Absolutely not. No
really?
Way. Because why would she say that like one of the alternatives then is yummy lunches? Doesn't that imply going to a school building to incentivize it? Rather
because
than
he
education?
asked about school. Yeah, if you want a kid to go out of the house and go to school, that's definitely one of the things for school, right? Like,
But why would she talk about incentivizing going to school instead of just incentivizing getting an
because
education?
he's talking about school. That's my point. Like, do you, like, I don't want you to think like I want you to at least see where I'm coming from on this. Like, do you see how when she's talking about the free lunches thing, this is coming from the focus on school and not on the focus on education, right? Like, it's couched into exactly what you just asked me about. Why would she say free lunch? Because we're talking about school.
If she doesn't believe that students should be going to school, then why is it that when he asks her for examples of how you can incentivize kids to go to school, why would she start answering that? Why wouldn't she just say, hold on, I don't want to talk about kids going to school. I just want to talk about kids getting educated. Why would she jump in and entertain that idea then? Unless they both had an understanding that education and school were synonymous in this conversation.
Because he's talking about mandating kids to go to school and she's staying within that. Like, I don't understand.
But that's
the question.
not an argument. Why? But that's not her argument.
Her argument is you shouldn't mandate kids to go to school. That was what was laid out in the very beginning.
Wait, no. You said that her argument was that you shouldn't be able to mandate. She doesn't believe you should mandate education or school.
Let me see. Yeah, I do have education written. My bad. Okay, so not education.
Okay. If somebody were to ask me, let's say somebody were to have a debate on me on how we can improve dating. And I'm like, okay, let's talk about how we can improve dating. And they say, okay, so what do you think is the best way to get all black people off of Tinder? Do you think I would engage with that argument? I would say, wait, that's not what I'm here to talk about. What the fuck? So if she believed that she was having a conversation about mandating education, and then Hanz said, okay, well, what's the best way we can like incentivize kids to go to school without a mandate? Why would she go down that conversation path of talking about how to get kids to go to school if what she's really there is to talk about like education? It doesn't make any sense.
Because I really don't think that her focus is on education so much as the mandates themselves. Like, if I'm being honest, like if I were to give you an answer, it would be because her focus is on the mandates more so than it is on the education. And when he asks about school and the mandating for school, she's going to focus on school. Like, does that make sense?
Then why didn't she? Okay, my mind is blasted. Is there any other part of the conversation you want to talk about?
I feel like I really want to argue with you about this because I feel like you're not understanding that there's a significant difference between these two things. Like,
there's not. I absolutely reject that. I just wholesale.
You really don't think if he would have said education throughout this entire conversation and focused on education more broadly in the spirit of the law being about education, that this wouldn't have gone differently?
Not even close. Of course not.
Really?
I don't think it would have changed a single thing in this. No, it would have been one sentence at the beginning, uttered and forgotten immediately. Yeah. I actually can't believe that you think that like Demon Mama. I mean, like, unless you're assuming that Demon Mama is like 45 IQ and that like she's getting stuck and she can't realize the difference between school and education either in the conversation. Like, why wouldn't she just say, oh, hold on, let's clarify. Are we talking about sending a kid to school or getting a kid educated? Why would she start immediately talking about ways to incentivize kids to go to the building instead of being educated? Like, it absolutely doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
So she's on the defense about mandates in particular and mandates about going to school. That's why. So from her perspective, she's on the defense.
No, school and education, you said, not just school. She doesn't want mandates for school or education.
That was a concession that she gave at the very beginning, or a reframing that she gave at the very beginning, but we never ever build off of that. Instead, we continue to focus on school, which is why I'm saying the education thing is always there, and we could talk about it in terms of education, but the talking about it on school is making our job harder than it even needs to be.
Okay. I don't know where we go from here. I don't think I'm ever going to I don't think I'm ever going to agree with this.
Right, because you think that if we didn't change the terminology from school to education, or if Hanz didn't focus on like that we should get kids educated, that they wouldn't have been able to agree, or at least to come to some kind of compromise. Like, I would agree to give you like some, I don't know, like an olive branch. I don't think that he would have flipped her opinion necessarily on mandates, but I think he could establish with her and make it clear how much they both want to like improve education and improve maybe access to education.
This conversation wasn't about improving education or improving access to education. That had nothing to do with this conversation.
But that gets closer to the topic of mandates at least.
Nope. Not only is it irrelevant, they specifically address this because Hanz specifically asks Demon Mama if they got rid of, if school was perfect, would you still be okay with a mandate? And she still said no. So that's total. All of what you just said was totally relevant.
But he doesn't say if you had a perfect education system. Like this may be super semantic. But this,
I can't. All right, listen. I hope you're having fun memeing. Okay, good luck. Is there any other parts of this conversation you want to go over? Or are we good?
I'm so surprised. We actually have something we really disagree about, and I can't argue with you about it because you're giving up. That's very interesting to me. I guess it's frustrating, but this is like a big difference.
We can't. But we're at an impasse. Like, if somebody comes in to argue over like should school be mandatory, like the assumption is, of course, thinking about school/education, right? Like that's a given. Like I wouldn't even think twice about that. I can't even imagine that somebody would try to like argue against that. So. But we can't. But if we don't get past this point, obviously, none of the rest of the conversation matters. So I don't know what else we can talk about.
Okay. Did you have any other opinions in this conversation? I'm just still blown away that you don't think it would have made a difference if we would have talked about education. Like,
no, I think that Demon Mama like pivoting to giving silly answers, like doing the me personally thing, I think is a show of bad faith.
Why is it bad faith to talk about her personal experience?
When we're having a conversation about whether the state should or shouldn't do something, and you're like committing yourself down a bad path, and then I ask you a question about it, and you start giving, me personally, then you have stopped engaging with a hypothetical because you realize you've committed yourself to bad answers. Another good example of this.
That wasn't in response to him asking a question, though.
It absolutely was. In response to him asking if your kid was like suicidal, like, do you think that somebody should do something to stop that or whatever? She was like, well, me personally, I would do something to stop that. And then as soon as he tried to reframe it back to what the obvious question was, is should the state be involved? And then she said no. And then I think he reframed it again. He's like, okay, so if there's a suicidal kid being neglected by their parents, should the state be involved in this? She shut down the convo because she couldn't take the logical bite or the rhetorical or optical bite of owning that hypothetical because it sounds fucking horrible, because it is pretty horrible. So, and that's when the whole conversation shut down. That's exactly what happened.
Okay, can we walk through that part just real quick? That last part, because I thought you were talking about the previous thing.
Oh, sure.
Okay, so they established that if something like a cancer needed to be removed from a kid, it's okay to force them to remove the cancer, right? And then they move on to, they say, I would like to build the system without force, except as a last resort, right? And then he asks, what if your kid wanted to Roblox themselves? What if they wanted to commit suicide? Would you stop your kid from committing suicide? And she said, yes, but not other kids. So when she's responding here, and I'm going to be good faith because I hold myself to be good faith because I especially don't like this person, and I really just want to go out of my way to be good faith with her. I think that she's meaning, would you personally involve yourself with some other kid's suicide? And she said that she wouldn't if it's somebody else's kid, but she would personally if it were her kid. But this is different from the state or there being some use of force by the state as a last resort, right? Because then when they get into a screaming match after this, I think she says that you pulled a switcheroo on me because we're talking about me personally and my actions when before we were talking about the state and whether the state would use force.
Because it's not a switcheroo. He's obviously like doing a line of questioning to figure out like where the thing would stop, right? Like, let's say for instance, like your kid won't eat because he's a picky eater. Well, would you force your kid to eat lunch if he wasn't? It's like, well, yeah, of course I would. Would the school force the kid to eat lunch? No, that's totally different. Why are you pulling the switcheroo? It's not a switcheroo. You're just trying to figure out like where the line is. But as soon as she realized what she'd committed herself to with her previous answers, and I even said this when I listened to it, I said as soon as that came up, I said, I bet the conversation is going to stop here and they're never going to revisit it. And they didn't. Because every time he tried to bounce back to that point, she started screaming, shut the conversation down, and said she was done talking about it. It was absolutely impossible to move at that point because she realized she'd committed herself to something that just sounded really bad.
I think that she committed herself at the point where she said she's okay with building a system without force, except as a last resort. I think that's the point where...
No, hold on. No. But force as a last resort is still enforced by force. That's still by force. That doesn't mean anything.
That's what I'm saying. I think that was the point where she doomed herself. It wasn't on this answer about suicide with kids.
No, but she was saying that she would never want the state to intervene if the kid was suicidal and neglected. That's what she had committed herself to, and that's what she didn't want to follow to the end of that conversation.
No, because the question was about her personally and if she would get involved, unless I'm remembering this incorrectly.
But the next question was going to be, what if another kid was like being neglected? Right. Should the state intervene? That was the next question.
I don't.
But she saw that coming and didn't want to go forward with it.
I don't think you're seeing where I'm saying that there's a difference here. So
I know there's a difference, but I'm just telling you it's going to go from one to the other.
Well, hold on.
Of course, it's obvious.
I don't think that you do. That's why I'm saying this. And you know I'm good faith. I try to be good faith with you, dude. So the first question was about a system with force by the government, right? The second question is about if you personally would get involved. I think that is the disconnect here. Unless I'm remembering this wrong, one was about her personally, as her own personal being, if she would get involved. And then the first question was about a system, and a system where I hope we could both make the inference here that we're talking about like the legal system where force is used as the last resort, right? Like these two things are different. If you personally would get involved is different from like, should the state require force as a last resort to get involved, right?
Sure, but I'm just saying that like the one is going to lead to the next, right?
What do you mean by that?
You asked let's say you asked the first one, it's like, would you get involved if your kid was suicidal or whatever? And she's like, no, I wouldn't do anything to change that. And I was like, oh, well then you're done with the conversation. But if you would personally do something to intercede on behalf of your kid being so, okay, well, do you think that the state should if there's not another parent willing to do so for another child that's being neglected?
Oh,
that was
that's
the
where
obvious
you're
next
going.
question. No,
Okay.
that's where no. That's where Hanz went. It's not where I'm going. That was his next question.
Did he ask that? Did he get to ask that? Because
I
have
think he
written
was
down
barely
that his,
starting to. Well, we can go back and listen to that if you want. But he was barely starting. But Demon Mama saw where that was going, and then the conversation shuts down.
it's not
We can go back
necessarily that, because I have written down that his next question was, "Are you sure?" So I don't
Do you want
have.
to listen? Do you want to start? Do you want to start the conversation at that timestamp, and we can listen and see if we can both figure out what we think is going on?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Okay, can you link me the VOD with that timestamp or the YouTube video with that timestamp?
Can you ask your thousands of chatters?
Chatters, let's go.
And like while they're doing that, and because I feel like I'm always in this crazy fuck position, because what I want to do on the platform is like to look at word by word, what are people saying, try to control for biases. Like I don't believe in her stupid fucking position. I think that she's a bad interlocutor. I think that she's bad faith. And I'm always trying to fucking correct for this by being super technical and like super to the point with her, with Bob Seven, with these other people. And I feel like it's easy for you to just make it seem like I'm crazy for doing this, but I feel like it's like what I have to do. I have to go off of like the nuts and bolts of what happened. And
yeah, because I mean, like part of human speech is like looking into inferences and stuff like that. Like 99% of what we say is unsaid. There's like a theory of language that has to do with this, but like very, very few sentences that we say actually make much sense. Like for instance, if I ask you like, are you hungry? Like if you just look at me and say like, yeah, and then I walk away, you're going to think I'm a fucking moron, right? Hello?
why?
Wait, if I walk into, let's say I'm your dad, okay, and you're on your computer,
I'm
and
sorry.
I walk into your room.
I shouldn't meme. This is not the time to meme. I understand.
Yeah, okay. The vast majority, or I could even ask more specific, like, hey, do you want to go get something to eat with me? And you say, yeah. Or I'm like, hey, do you want to get ready so you can go get something to eat with me? You're like, yeah. And I don't actually take it. I was like, oh, I was just asking, right? I didn't actually, right? There's like half of, not even half, like there's this huge iceberg underneath the water of shit that's implied when we speak that we don't actually say like 100%. So it's just weird to just try to like look at like the actual verbal thing and not like, well, what is actually being said or argued or debated in this conversation? Did anybody have a link? Hold on.
Should be sometime shortly after
Okay.
23 minutes.
Sure. And then just real quick. So when Hanz is saying like education system here, is it not on Demon Mama to, do you have this written down at all that he's literally saying like education system?
Whereabouts? What
I
are we
linked you
talking
in
about?
Discord. I linked you in Discord.
Let's see here.
Education system of the new one, like the good one that we made, over literally anything and everything else they can do.
Yeah, I mean,
There's that like 5.5 minutes in the conversation.
So what I'm asking is, how do we ensure that we get enough of society? Because you agree that's a terrible thing. It's like if we have like a portion of society that can't read or write, how do we get them to voluntarily choose this like education system of the new one, like the good one that we made?
Fair enough. Yeah, I did not get this. That's my bad.
Okay, so that didn't change how any of this conversation went. But regardless, okay, here's the next thing.
He continues to focus on school, to be fair, but yes.
Sure, but I still think it's pretty obvious what is being said. But okay, I'm going to start this at normal speed, and I'm going to listen, okay? Let me know when you're ready, okay?
Yep. Ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
What if they're gonna what if they're gonna Roblox themselves? Like, would you be okay with force then?
I mean, me personally, I would.
Okay, hold on.
would
Actually,
take-
fuck.
Excuse me, hold on a second.
Wait,
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 Description.
We're gonna go back to 26 minutes, okay? Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, back to 26. You
Okay.
said.
3.
Wait.
Oh, sorry. Let me. Yeah.
I'm slow. Okay, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
I said you seem to take a lot of issue when I said use force as a last effort with the superchild who like cannot function in society. They're willingly making choices.
Yeah, because you said that they should be institutionalized.
To get the help they need, absolutely. If they're a danger to themselves, they're a danger to everybody else.
Well, then I guess you and I just have different positions on.
No, but this is the last use of force.
Of institutions.
What if they're gonna? What if they're gonna Roblox themselves? Like, would you be okay with force then?
I mean, me personally, I would take. Excuse me, hold on a second.
Pause, okay? Fuck, I'm letting you gaslight me in this conversation. I should be listening through all of this as we're talking about it. He did not ask her if she personally would be okay. It is obvious in the context that he is talking about using the force of the state to intervene, not if she would personally do it for her child.
I would take.
Do you acknowledge that is not what he asked? It wasn't, would you personally do this with your personal child? They were still having a conversation about public policy and what the government should do, right?
In context, yes.
Okay, I'm at 23 or 26:30. Okay, and then I'm gonna start it again. Okay.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Me personally, I would take. Excuse me, hold on a second. Wait.
What's the prescription?
Whoa! Don't. Oh, wow! We're gonna do the performative thing. Let's do it. All right. Listen, you want to hear? Me personally, if my kid was gonna, if my child was going to like kill themselves or was eminently in physical danger, then yes, I would tackle them. I would be like, look, let's get you out of the danger. I know you'll see through this on the other side.
What about other people's kids? Would you force them? Would you you wouldn't let the state take children from parents when the kid says they're going to kill themselves and the parents aren't doing anything. You're really going to let that happen? Really? Wait, that's what you're dying on right now?
Hold on a second. You're saying that it, like, are we talking about like an idealized?
Pause.
I obviously
this is so bad faith. It is plainly obvious what he's asking. Notice how she starts to dance a lot here because of what he asked. She knew what she'd committed herself to, and it was a bad argument logically, and it was a loser of an argument rhetorically and optically. When I heard this in the video, I think I said at this moment, they are never going to actually address this question, and Demon Mama's going to rage quit, and that is exactly what happened. I didn't pre-watch, but it's obvious with the way that she's dancing here that she doesn't want to answer it. How can you read this any other way?
Fair enough. My apologies. I concede on this one for sure. He was very, very specific here, and she was clearly going to weasel out of it, and she's forcing it to be about her personally.
Prior to this, when he brought up like the force as a last resort thing, notice how her position is changing as well. When earlier he said we should use force as a last resort, and she was like, oh, so you would institutionalize kids that are a danger to themselves? That's what they were talking about. And he said, yeah, of course. But now all of a sudden she doesn't want to use force there. So what the fuck is her position actually? If you can't institutionalize somebody, then you have no force. What is your force? Sending them like a meanly worded letter? Giving them a phone call? Like, where is your force at?
Okay. Yeah, I would agree on this last part for sure.
Okay, and then also he did say education system earlier, and it made zero difference in this conversation.
Well, I will admit that he did say the education system in the very beginning. This may seem pedantic, but then we continue to do school throughout, right? So I think this is...
But Demon Mama never like clarifies between the two, so I think it's safe to assume that she's assuming both are synonymous with one another, as 99% of people would if you were talking about school versus education system. Nobody's talking about the building.
You know what, Destiny? I don't like this lady, and I think I'm done defending her. Okay. If we want to make the inference jump that that these two things are the same thing, school and education are the same thing, then I retract. I admit that I'm wrong. I admit that it may not have made a difference. This person doesn't seem to necessarily care. Fair enough.
Wow. Okay. Well,
you've done it. You've convinced me, and you've made me tired.
What else do you wanna scream about? Have you played any 4X games?
No, what's that?
Oh, I honest to God, I couldn't even explain it to you even if I wanted to. It's just games with lots and lots of menus, like Civilization or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Then you have. I'm trying to learn how to play Stellaris, and I just am lost. But
you earned it, buddy.
Okay. Well, Hanz probably wants to shout at you, so you can go argue with him too if you want next.
Oh God, that's not going to be fun. I need your advice. I need your advice. No, never mind. I'm not going to ask you this.
Well, now you kind of have to. Now you have to. What do you mean?
I'm getting sick of having a fucking... So, okay, I have a problem, all right? And it's that I'm biased, okay? When I start a conversation like this, I really, really, really dislike Demon Mama, and I really, really, really dislike her stupid fucking argument. And so I twist and contort my brain in any way that I could possibly see that she's getting confused or she doesn't understand or how the other person could help her. And I'm clearly overcorrecting, and this is a good example of that. But I don't know what to do about this. I don't know how to walk this line or to be not biased or be charitable to the one side without necessarily overcorrecting in this way. I agree that there was...
I don't know. I try to follow as many inferences as I can in the ways that make sense to me. But I mean, there are times when I miss them. I mean, there are probably times when you miss them. I mean, that's a really, really complicated nuance. How do you listen to an argument and figure out what both sides are trying to say and then figure out who's doing a better or worse job? That's a really complicated thing, right? We all kind of do that on the fly in real time, and it's different for every situation.
A disappointing answer.
Well, I mean, you're asking me for the key question of all debates. How do you remove your bias when interpreting a situation? If I had the answer to that, I would be the best Supreme Court justice. I would be the best legislator, the best judge, the best jury in the world, right? That's a really hard thing to do, right?
She's so slimy and dishonest, you effed yourself trying to be charitable toward her.
Okay. Because I feel I do this for other people like Vosh and stuff too, and their communities still think I'm super fucking mean to them and unreasonable against them. And it's I don't know. It feels like a fucking uphill battle I'm getting sick of.
Everybody, here's the way that I learned it, okay? If you go into a community and everybody's making personal insults at you, they're calling you short, fat, gnome, dumb fuck, whatever shit, you're probably pretty correct in what you're saying. If people are tearing you apart on some factual basis or actually attacking and critiquing arguments that are founded in reality, then you probably made a bad argument or fucked up or something. That's how I figure it. So when I go through and I read feedback at the end of the day and everybody is calling me a cuck, virgin, whatever crazy random shit people say about me, then I probably said something that's pretty correct. And that's why they are lashing out and they're upset and they don't have anything else to say. But if I say something that's oh, Destiny didn't know about this or that, or he didn't even know this thing, and it's oh shit, well maybe I missed some factual stuff. All criticism comes from a place that makes sense. It might just not be immediately sensible, right? I don't want to say Republican, a guy that is constantly homophobic throughout his entire life, who's secretly gay, his homophobia can make sense and that we can understand where it's coming from, but it might not seem like a super logical thing, but that doesn't mean it's beyond the pale of comprehension. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To be fair, your community sometimes gives arguments and they're just really dumb, or they hyper focus on one specific thing to the detriment of the whole thing. So I don't know if that...
Sure, I agree. Does it matter if you have one styrofoam cup or 1,000? It's not much of a difference, right? If anything, buying 1,000 at once is probably better because you're not going to the store every time and getting them in different 20 styrofoam cup packs. I agree. Even my community makes a lot of dumb fuck arguments. 100% it happens, A lot of my community here are still eating out of sugar cones instead of eating or waffle cones instead of the superior sugar cones. No community is perfect. Yeah, it's impossible. It's really, really, really hard because you either have communities that will circle jerk the fuck out of you, which mine does to me sometimes, or you have communities that will relentlessly attack you in every single thing, which mine does sometimes, or other people will do all the time. So it's an impossible terrain to navigate or landscape to navigate. A lot of larger content creators don't engage with public feedback at all because it's so difficult to do it. That's probably the norm when you're a larger content creator. You just don't engage with any of it. You don't read any of it. You've got a person that manages it. You tweet and then you turn your phone off and you never look back.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Fuck. Well, I'm happy we had this conversation. I'm happy we got feisty, and then I conceded so you would be quiet, and now
sure. Well, I don't care. I don't care if you consider it. That's never the care. If you want to see me going through the same thing, because I've had to think a lot about this, my analysis of things that Lauren Southern says has been super tested, because for that whole 2-month period before we'd actually had any formal debates, my whole community was oh, this is obviously white nationalist dog whistle. She went through the left eye. Hitler was known for doing that. Oh my God, she's secretly blah 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 blah. Every fucking day, anytime I would say anything, oh my God, League of Legends. Didn't you hear when she was hooking with Thresh? She was saying this is just like one of my my ancestors owned the slaves, like blah blah. Like every fucking post, there were like 20 of them, and I had to think for a long time. I was like, okay, fuck, am I being overly charitable to Lauren Southern? Am I actually like missing like a ton of shit, or like are people just really fucking mad? Like it is an inhumane task to try to sort through that type of public feedback and try to like discern like, okay, well, what criticisms here are founded in reality that demand my attention, and what criticisms are just people being mad, and then can I do something to alleviate that, or should I just ignore it? It's really, really, really difficult to do.
Okay.
Where are you at now? Where do you live now?
I'm in such a shitty fucking place, dude. Romania is so gross.
Romania? Holy shit. What do you... Damn. You have fiber internet at least, right?
I guess.
No?
I think I do.
Yeah.
Your fucking subreddit thinks that we hate each other or something like that. Can you, like, alleviate their concerns?
The thing is that, like, anytime anybody makes a mean comment about anybody, they think that... Because your clip was like, oh, Destiny's opinions are fucking stupid sometimes. Generally, when I see stuff like that, I just assume people are talking shit. I don't really care that much. And I think somebody even asked me, like, oh, I'm assuming he's just, like, fucking around or whatever. But, like, people will see that sometimes. They're like, oh, my God, he thinks that every single opinion is really fucking bad. Dan was right. Burn the bridge. Like, people will go, like, crazy, like, hardcore. I don't know. Just people do what they do. That's always going to be like a thing. Yeah, of course. I read all my subreddit, of course. What do you mean?
Okay. I know. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Just wanted to confirm that because people get crazy. It's good to know that you know.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Yeah, people do it. The only thing that bothers me, and you've never done this before, but the only thing that bothers me is when somebody takes a lot of shots publicly, but then they get mad when you shoot back. That was one of the big issues I've had with other, not political people, but other large content creators on Twitch will like constantly make jokes about me, or they used to. Like, oh, Destiny shut up. I was like, okay, well, this guy does this thing. But then whenever I would like fire back, they'd be like, what the fuck, dude? That's so mean. Why would you do that? And they like get really like ass mad about it and DM me and shit. I was like, okay, fuck you. But yeah, I mean, as long as but we don't do that, so it's all good. It is what it is.
So the next time I hear you say something mean about me, I have to be like, well, we did say some shit about Destiny, so we got to let it go.
Sure. I don't think I say mean things about you that often, do I?
I don't think you do really at all.
Yeah, okay. Especially because like if there's like a jerk wave where my sub is like being hating towards you because you're giving a take that you don't like, if I were to say something like, oh yeah, Booksmarts is just really dumb here or whatever, then I would like dramatically empower every negative commenter in that thread, and they would be like fucking super energized, and they'd be like, holy fuck, Destiny agreed with us, Booksmarts is the fucking demon hell spawn, like, oh, and then it's gonna be like a million times worse. So I try not to like piggyback onto like feedback like that. That would be like really fucked up, I think.
Damn, well thanks. Good to know you don't do it for me.
Buddy. Love you, buddy.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Okay, stay safe, okay?
I will. I'll try not to be a dumb fuck. Bye. Well, there you go. He convinced me. Okay. We got to reevaluate the rules of engagement, chat. You did say love you back? No, because that's cringe, dude. I don't love him. This is too parasocial for me to handle. Every time he says that, I get thrown for a loop. Can't win them all. No. I'll definitely think it through today if education would make a difference. I'm not convinced that it wouldn't make a difference, but I am convinced on the parts where we looked at the conversation and like she's dodging at the very end or things like this. So I gave concessions there. I just need to think about this education thing a little bit more. Hanz is DMing me, but you do love him though. I don't know about that. I have a high threshold for that word. What was the turning point for you, Booksmarts? At the end when she's clearly avoiding this question and he's so explicit in asking it. It could have been.
Love me, ooh.
It could have been that I was buzzed and upset because I think this was towards the end and I didn't write this down properly. But I don't remember him being as explicit about that question as he was at the end. And that's my bad. Yeah, because he was very, very explicit, and then she refuses to answer it, and that's not good at all. So that, in terms of what convinced me, it's that if you talk to Hanz, you should establish the tone very early. I'm not talking to Hanz, probably. What's gross about Romania specifically? I'm not saying. I don't want to be mean about Romania. Irrelevant still wants you in there. Just who? Why? Why do we need Relly in there? Booksmarts, you're not wrong on the broad points, but you were on the education thing. Fair enough. At the beginning of the conversation, Haas first says education. Demon Mama does not correct him. Yeah, we talked about that, dumb fuck. What was the already answered that. God's thing overpowers book smarts in a battle of rhetoric. I don't know if it was about rhetoric. I'm really enjoying you validating my opinion as a poll that Poland is way better. All right. I don't want to get involved in your guys' country wars. That's why I don't want to say anything. Because here's the thing. If you don't know this about Europe, the different countries really fucking have a lot of beef with each other, okay? And I don't want to, like, give any leeway to one side or the other side. I don't want the Poles getting uppity. You know, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to say anything. So much content falling in your lap right now. Maybe, bro. You should have debated Destiny on his ice cream cone take. No. I was in a position of weakness. I couldn't. I don't like how she dodged several questions that were easily answered with a yes or a no and an explanation. Yeah, I can understand that. Your outburst scared me. You detail what annoys you every stream, so I really felt your anger in that moment. You detail what annoys you every stream, so I really felt your... I don't understand. Idiots in Europe have issues with other countries. Yeah, because he fucking... Now I understand what your comment said. It took a little bit for my peewee brain to process it. Because schools and education are too... Like, they're so different that you have to use different words when you fucking say them. He does this inference shit, like, so much, and it just fucking triggers me. That's the only thing is, like, the inference shit, dude. Because I have to be so fucking specific, and he just gets to infer shit all the fucking time. Like, I'm getting sick of it. I think I might just stop being specific and just inferring shit randomly. But I feel like that's where you go off the rails with, like, interpreting a conversation. You can get into shitty parts of Poland and be appalled. You can get into better parts of Romania and be nice. I've seen the better parts of Romania, and it's not very nice, so I don't know. Inference can be annoying, but the onus is not on a single part of the conversation, to be clear. That's a difficult line for me to walk. I'll learn more about it, but yeah, hold on. Let me see what the fuck Hanz is saying. Hey, buddy, got some questions. Wanna chat? Oh my god, this fucking guy. We're gonna give him 10 minutes. That's the limitation. That's the limitation. I will put a timer for 10 minutes and we will talk to Hanz. That's what we're going to do. Oh, this isn't going to be fun. I'm not giving 15. No, I already said 10. That's, let's be real. There aren't any good. Okay. I'm not reading that. The issue with school equals education plus mandating school requiring education is then the words mean nothing. I don't care, bro. What percentage of people do you think just accept education as school as synonymous? Oh man, there's so many dumb fucks. The problem is we're not talking about everybody. We're talking about Demon Mama. I don't think that Demon Mama did. Like, it doesn't matter what everybody thinks. What matters is Demon Mama. That's the whole point that we made the distinction, because it only matters because he's arguing with Demon Mama. Okay, we're calling Hanz. I'm not going to shout at you. I'm just going to time you out. Curious now what the nice part of Romania was. Bucharest? Demon Mama literally uses school and education interchangeably during the entire convo, including the clip Destiny mentioned. Not the entire convo. You're so full of shit. I'm putting you in timeout as well. Don't try to trigger me, party people, or I will put you in timeout. Books, I was agreeing with you. Well, agreement gets you timeout. I'm a monster. I'm putting all of you in timeout. I don't want to see your stupid ads. Just don't at me when you come back from timeout, because I'm not having it. Hans's timer is going and he's not picking up the phone. This is on Hanz at this point. Book is on the Destiny arc of bans. Yeah, I am, dude. Fuck these people. You need to be more concrete. Bucharest is pretty big. Yep, and you're timed out as well. JK, you're lucky you're on Twitch. He's talking to Destiny? Oh, well, he missed his opportunity. I'm not talking to him. Destiny's probably a better person to talk to anyways. Book's banning everyone. Hide your comments. Hide your children. All right. Hanz has made his decision. And I won't say he decided wrong. Destiny's a better person to talk to. Let's see. All right. I think we're done for the night. We can wrap it up. It's been a fun stream. I've enjoyed it. It's been a lot of ups and downs. I've certainly been flattened. I'll talk to you guys later. Oh, Hanz, he's here. All right, let's join.
Hey, buddy.
Hello?
Hello. First of all, I promise I love you. I appreciate you. I'm not gonna this is not a bridge burning. I think the work you do is really, really cool, really, really great. I haven't seen the full review of mine yet. I saw the first hour and a half. But I just want to say we can admit that I said education system, not just school, correct?
Yes.
Excellent. And then we can agree that when I asked Even Mama, I didn't ask what her personal opinion on was about stopping child suicide, right? I asked for the societal prescription.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. I love you. I want you to review all of my debates in the future because I think you're fantastic. And I promise to review the whole, watch the whole your review. And I know you gave me some good criticisms, and I really appreciate them. So I want you to understand this. And I get everyone gets things wrong, dude. I've been dealing with stupid shit I've said for the last 24 hours. I completely understand. You fuck up less than virtually everybody else on this platform. Do not take this as a dead thing. I love you. Okay.
Thanks. Okay.
Love you, buddy. Have a good one.
Wait, I want to talk to you. Are you busy?
Okay. Yeah, we can talk more.
Okay, what do you do? Who are you?
Actually. Oh, yeah. I was we're just vibing. Yeah, dude. What do you want to know? So I'm 24. I grew up in rural Indiana. I was I was also a bookish kid, right? Mm-hmm. I have a bachelor's in public policy. I want to be a professional powerlifter. I actually really like politics. I volunteered for the Bernie campaign in 2020. I did college dems, that sort of stuff. I love people make fun of me because they say everyone online says I'm on crack because apparently I'm the only person online that's that is happy and full of energy. The rest of y'all are sad. But I have so many hobbies. I like all sorts of stuff. I like weightlifting. I like reading. After I finished college, I made it my goal of 2020 was I read a book a nonfiction book every single week. It was really fun. So I learned I did a lot of history reading, a lot of philosophy stuff. So that was really enjoyable. But I have a lot of super broad flavors of interest right now. I have a pretty great job. I graduated from college in 2020. I've had my job ever since. Right now I live in Florida. Currently I'm moving to Virginia the next month. And I'm feeling pretty good. I'm single, but I have a lot of friends. I got a great family, great support system, good friends online. My community is normally pretty chill. But yeah, what about you?
I think I'm also 24.
Dude, kindred spirits. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you So, because I've heard a little bit of lore, lore about you. You said you move around a lot and stuff. Do you have and I know you help write grad essays and stuff. Do you have a formal education or what do you do with that sort of stuff?
No, just when I was in high school, I started writing college papers for people, and then by the time I made it into my senior year, I did my first grad paper for somebody, and then I just kept doing that. I never went to college.
Okay, I mean, I don't think college is necessary. I think many routes, and you seem really good at what you do in terms of writing and rhetoric stuff. I've seen some of your breakdowns. The first time I ever actually heard of you was I think it was during a Destiny debate. I don't think you were there, but he was I have to make sure that everything I say, I assume it's going to be picked over by this book fucker guy. And I was oh, and then now actually seeing you in the flesh, dude, honestly, it's been a bit wild because I started doing this online sort of stuff about 9 months ago. I did I had a YouTube channel where I reviewed the nonfiction books that I read in 2020, but I didn't start streaming until 2021. And I've always been a fan of Osh. I've watched Destiny for a lot of the time, and so it's really cool. And I've seen you around too, and so it's now it's dude, it's I'm in a I feel I'm in an anime almost, where it's I'm meeting all the characters that I see online who do all their stuff. You know what I mean? People who I would watch all day for enjoyment. They know who I am now. It's meeting movie stars and stuff. It's so wild. It's absolutely no, but actually, you know what I mean? Like it's bonkers. Like what? Like I don't know like what that feeling is. You know, like I gotta talk with Destiny today, which is always really cool. Like I'm a bit of a simp. Same thing with Vosh. I'm a bit of a simp. Like I like people. You know, like I think like it's like I want to be friends with all these cool content creators, and I just you know, it's been good.
So you're one happy motherfucker. Here's the question.
Dude, absolutely. Go ahead.
What do you do when you start feeling sad? What brings you out of it?
It depends. I have a lot of like different methods. So, like I said, I have a great support system. Like I said, I love my parents. I call my mom every day on the way to work. In the morning when we're both driving to work, I call her. On the way home from the gym, I call my dad. On his way home from work, so I try and keep in contact with my parents. I have 2 brothers. I try and keep in contact with them. They're both really good guys. But when I'm feeling sad, there's a couple things. First of all, the big meme is don't get sad in the first place. But like. I have a naturally high like baseline, so I have a pretty healthy lifestyle, right? Like I go to the gym like almost every day, so I get like the happy chemicals from that. I'm very good about cutting out toxic people from my life. Like if someone like is like a consistent drag on me, I'm very much like in the Destiny school of just saying like I just don't want to talk to this person. Like if I'm getting nothing out of this and like I'm just constantly putting in energy and effort and like feeling really sad, I think that's something that a lot of people don't do, and they surround themselves with toxic people who own, and like there's like this like vicious cycle of people draining each other and no one's like bringing life. And I'm totally fine bringing life to people, but I have to like get, you know, some kind of like happiness back, and I think I'm really good about doing that, like in my relationships with my family, my friends. But when I'm actually sad, normally I'll talk to my friends about it, right? I'll be like, hey, like, you know, or like, hey mom, really struggling about this. If it's like an online thing, you know, I have some online friends that I can talk to. The gym is just like a great thing. Like I've had my best workouts when I'm like fucking beaten down or I'm mad or I'm sad. I just like get myself to the gym, crush some weights, and then I feel better. I'm like super pro therapy. I haven't gone to therapy in like a long time. I had some therapy in middle school. I got like bullied like super hard way back in the day. Yeah. I wasn't always this big. But like and so I think it's just having a healthy support system and having hobbies that you can do no matter your mental state, right? Because maybe some days I'm feeling so sad that I can't even do the gym, right? I have like comfort games that I play, or I have comfort shows that I watch. Like one of DGG's first, hey DGG, I see all of you. One of their first interactions with me was like in the Cat Prime drama. I was like really, really sad that night, right? And I was like literally crying on stream. And one of my favorite things to do when I get sad is like watch my favorite episodes, or not episodes, are like scenes from like different animes or TV shows, because I find them like extremely inspiring, and I can feed off the energy in media like super well. And so normally if I want to feel better, I'll like either play like a really like powerful song that like hits me in a certain way, or I'll watch like a show that hits me in a certain way, and it like helps bring me out of those things. I don't really I'm not really like a substance kind of person. Like I drink, like people know that I like my whiskey, right? I used to be like that big college party guy, right? That kind of guy. And that's kind of carried over into my real life, but I don't smoke. I don't like do any of those drugs. I'm just not super interested in it. People keep telling me that like if I actually do like any kind of upper, like the world will explode because I'm already so high energy. But like I was on Zerka's panel last night. Everyone's like, "Are you on speed?" I'm like, "No," but like imagine if I was. Like, oh yeah, world cannot stop Hanz.
And like, what made you want to get into like being a content creator, being like an influencer?
I have a lot of long-term goals in life. I want to I want to get I like so I'll list these like in no particular order, right? I want to get higher education. I want to get my master's in public administration. I want to work for like one of the alphabet soup agencies, right? Like my like life goal from like a executive perspective, like non-elected procedure, I would love to be like the head of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. That would be like super fucking cool. I would love that. Like I said, my bachelor's in public policy. I did like an international econ like internship in college for like 2 years. I really like that sort of stuff. So I'd love to do that. I want to be a professional powerlifter. I never want like I don't think I'm never gonna be like the world's strongest man. I just have too many interests, and also I have like scoliosis, like a shit ton of injuries that like really keep me from like achieving my full potential, right? Got that twisty spine and stuff. But in terms of like being a content creator, I want to have a positive influence in the world, and especially in politics. And I see a lot of giant, and this is partially from Destiny and partially from Vosh. And I want to get big enough that my influence can potentially help sway like smaller elections, right? Like I can go to a district, I can interview candidates, I can do these things, and I can make a like some small positive difference. And that's part of why I want to grow, even though like I don't make any money from my platform. I have about 3,500 followers on Twitch now. I don't accept any donations. All the donos that I've gotten are still sitting in Twitch. They're just kind of sitting there. I make good money with my IRL job. I don't really need it, and I know there's like I know I make more than most of the kids who watch Twitch, so like I'm not gonna fucking ask money for kids. Like I have no shame for like you or anybody else like who does this like for a living. So like everyone fucking like sub Booksmarts and stuff. But it's just like it's a personal thing about quote unquote living my values, right? Because I feel like I have enough right now. I feel like I'm doing remarkably well, and I don't feel like I need to ask for any more.
And you said that you were educated in public policy and that you wanted to do this working for the Consumer Finance Bureau. Why that bureau, or like why the focus there? Is there something in particular that you want to change or problems that you're seeing, or does it just seem like an enjoyable position?
It seems enjoyable. I'm like a huge fan of like the old style like trust busting and stuff, like fighting against those kind of things and protecting people from like more powerful corporations. As like I'm a big lefty, right? Even though I've been arguing with anarchists for the last like 72 hours, right? Huge lefty, and I really dislike inequality. I really dislike unchecked corporate power, and I really want to try and like mitigate some of those things. And I feel like being part of an agency that explicitly protects consumers from like big like businesses. And I know Destiny says that like if you say big in front of something that I'm dumb, I like legitimately mean like large like corporations, right? And give like money back to like defrauded people. And I think that's a really useful thing, because I think we can all like agree that this is a necessary function of society, that sometimes fraud happens, and if it's going to happen, we want to make sure that people who are hurt by it get their stuff back. So I think it's a great way of like actually like protecting people and fighting for individual people. Elizabeth Warren is like one of my like political heroes, because I think she does amazing economic work. Like I had some issues with, I supported Bernie like in the 2020 primary, but like back in the day, like she was like one of the OGs in terms of like what she actually supported. So like huge role model for me there, and I want to have that positive influence. And so part of building the platform is I don't know anybody, right? I'm not like well connected or anything. I'm a farm boy from the Midwest, right? Like literally. So, and I knew the only way that I can get like a sizable platform is if I create one for myself. And so that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to build my platform. I've been told I'm bombastic, that I'm entertaining, because this is like how I am right now. This is how I am like in my entire life. And so I was like, oh, hey, if I can do this, and I'm just going to be doing stuff I'm doing anyway, which is, watching Vosh, watching Destiny, playing video games, then why can't I like do that and build a platform and hopefully make the space a tiny bit better? I haven't focused on that like this week, but like most of my like goals, like having good conversations on my panels and stuff about actual issues. And if I can do that while growing, and eventually I hit like a tipping point where I can start having conversations with Congress people, and I don't have the monetary incentive, because like one of the things that made me so sad is that like when Vosh sorry, not Vosh. When Destiny would do, or Vosh too, when Vosh did like his interview with like some like really awesome like economic journalists, I think it's like Owen Wilson or something like that. No, not Owen Wilson. Owen. Oh, wow. No, someone else. Fuck up. Or when Destiny would do his or when Destiny would do his interviews with congressional candidates, their numbers would tank. And I think I'm personally, because I am very career focused. Like right now, like I said, like I work my job like 40 hours a week. Live 12 hours a week, stream 20 hours a week. I think I can maintain like my existing career path, and that way I don't need monetary incentives, which means I can take those hits, right? I can do the interviews with people and not worry about my views. I can do the interviews with people and not worry about like not getting enough money in the same way that some other creators could do. So I feel like I'm in a specific, Owen Jones, thank you so much, chat. I think I'm in a specific like position that I can do these things and without like the potential like pitfalls of having this as like your sole source of income, because I totally get it. People like like especially as streaming becomes more like I would say like flat, because like when you think of streamers, you used to think of like big people like Destiny, but now I'd say like there's a lot of like people like closer to your size, like where it's like a regular style job, you're probably making like somewhere like up like 5 figures in income, and like you have about like 10,000 followers, right? I think there's a lot more of those people, and so I feel like people of your size are much more incentivized for content, and again like rightfully so, right? Because like you want to make the money, and like I'm never gonna like take that away from anybody. But if I'm like say of equivalent size and I can do the same thing, or so I can focus on like explicitly what I want to focus on, and not have to worry about the content machine, then I think I have a considerably more resiliency than a standard content creator. Do I ever shut up? Little flips? No, I can literally talk ad infinitum. Like, sorry, go ahead.
No, so moving forward with your content, how are you balancing like the desire to grow the channel so that you can accomplish these kinds of conversations and like things that you could do to grow the channel versus this because you said you don't care about money, but there's more to the channel than just money, right? Because there's things that you could do to grow the channel. That way you can more quickly achieve this goal of talking to like influential people. Have you run into anything where you're having a conflict of interest there, where it comes between growing the channel and doing what you would want to do with the channel so that you could accomplish the end goal with the channel?
Yes, that's happened to me. I had like a small roadblock when I had about 1,500 followers, right? I was in the middle of my work. I have a pretty stressful job. When I was smaller, I used to do like political content every day. Like my thing was I would read like 5 news articles from like the New York Times and Washington Post and Wall Street Journal, like like shit-lived like middle ground sources, right? Which are pretty good in terms of information. And I would have about 30 people watching me. But I was getting really burnt out and it was really, really hard. And so eventually I was like, all right, guys, like I'm going to keep streaming, but like I have to do something to relax. So I just started playing Pokemon, right? Both my brothers love Pokemon. So it's been a way to reconnect with them. So it's like 2 birds, 1 stone, and I can keep like have my presence online. Because for a lot of people, like just being like live is like a benefit, right? So like being able to stream, even if it's not like maximum content. And then of course my viewers drop from like 30 to like 5. But I fought through that. I kept working on my community. I got people like to accept watching me like doing what I do, and I made it through that. And now it's like I can have 50 people watching me while I play Pokemon, or when I start doing politics stuff, it goes up at like like in the like closer to like triple digits. And so it's like I think just fighting through those, and I'm always like cognizant of like how it affects like say like my mental like health in regards to like what content that I'm covering or like what I'm choosing to cover. And I think I've like developed a good balance for that. If we're talking about like me like being a drama monger or fighting those things, I'll be honest, chat, I really haven't participated in drama until this week, and that's because I'm literally at the epicenter of the drama. And I'll tell you, it's been fun. It's also been exhausting, and I don't think I'm ever going to be in a place where I have to compromise like my values to be able to keep my channel growing. I'm essentially doing my own thing, doing like exactly what I want, and I've been like having like pretty good success, right? I think I'm probably like the fastest one of the fastest growing like political streamers of like the new generation, right? Because like I started in 2021. I'm pretty sure like the only person who's grown faster than me is like Infrared, right? So it's like, so I think I have a pretty like solid formula for like how I'm doing. And if I have to start making like harder decisions about what to do in the future, I can make that decision when it comes to it. But yeah, like obviously like long-term goals, especially like right now when I'm just kind of vibing. If I want to take a day off and just play Pokemon, I'm going to do that. And it's not some like 3D chess thing. It's like a long-term goal that I'm consistently working towards, but just not like 100% like every day. You know what I mean? Because if I was, I could be doing like drama content, react stuff like every single day. But like literally, it's like most of my streams are like on the weekdays. I play Pokemon. I might react to something while I'm playing Pokemon. And then on the weekends, I like have a panel, or I go on Prime's panel like once or twice a week, right? So I have like 3 days of political stuff and then 4 days of non-political stuff. And that's kind of like been my ratio, and it's been really working for me. And if I have to change that to keep growing, I probably will just accept like a slower rate of growth. But I honestly don't know that, because I'm growing faster now than I've ever grown. So like I don't know if I obviously probably can't maintain this, right? Because I'm just like at the epicenter of a drama thing. But I've never had a problem with growing. Even like when my days like going to like Pokemon streams, right? I would still grow like 5 to 10 like followers a day. So it's like I'm pretty okay with my rate of growth, and if I can do something to make it happen faster, I'll take it. But like I said, like I'm in it for the long game, dude. I'm 24 years old. I can play this game for 50 years.
And so you have really, really good relationships with the people in your life. You probably know how to communicate well with them, at least to like not stir up shit. And you're hand picking people that are going to be better for you, that kind of like make good on whatever energy you're investing in them. How do you see, or do you see a difference between the way that you're able to have conversations with people in your personal life, in your real life, and the way that conversations work on Twitch or online in general?
Okay, so it's been a bit of a struggle in terms of like reacting to some of this, because I'm like naturally like a pretty friendly guy, right? Like I'm boisterous, I'm loud, I go hard in debates, but like in general, like I'm always the guy that's like next day I'm like, dude, you're fine. Like we had a spat, I don't care. Like, it was a debate. We're fine. But I feel like a lot of people in the online space can't do that. They can't argue with somebody without like explicitly hating them the next day.
No.
And it's like, yeah, like I can argue with someone and like during the day I'm like, yeah, fuck them, they're stupid, da da da. But the next day I'm like, all right, they're still my friend, right? And I think people don't do that super healthily, and it's been really weird experiencing that response from some people. And I think I got some good advice from someone I won't name. Was that eventually they said that, hey, everyone starts off saying I'm going to be nice to everybody and be inoffensive, but I have specific principles, and I've never been afraid of fighting for them and not backing down, because like it's like I'm a nice guy, but I'm not a marshmallow. You know what I mean? Like I've been in fights and stuff. Like I've done that sort of thing before, and it's like I don't like doing that, but I feel like I'm still capable of doing that. And just because I'm nice to people doesn't mean I'm gonna let someone say bullshit, right? Like someone made a meme under my Demon Mama debate where they're like, you know, why didn't you could have saved your friendship if you just nodded along with everything she said for 30 minutes? And I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying that's true, but like, if I disagree with somebody, I'm not gonna not say that just because they're like my friend, right? Like I massively respect Destiny, I massively respect Vosh, and I have disagreements with both of them, right? And I feel like I'm pretty comfortable like saying that. Like my first like actual interaction I think on stream with Destiny was like us debating about something. And like, and I remember you, DGG, you made fun of me for having a Morty voice. Oh geez, Destiny. No, but actually, and I think I'm fine with that position. I'm fine with fighting with people. I realize there is a certain break where it's like I'm always gonna try and be nice to people and be like a nice dude. But that doesn't mean I'm not gonna like fight. And if that pisses off some people, and they keep coming at me, like I think I'm gonna respond, right? I've been going a little, like people have been memeing, like I've been going like a little Joker mode the last like 24 hours, because I think some of these people are like legitimately insane, and I don't know how to like really like deal with that other than just like blow them out in like the marketplace of ideas. But I don't want to do that. But I feel like the alternative is either letting it happen and do nothing and let them say insane shit, or agree to get along, right? Like if I'm friends with a bunch of lefty content creators and some of them are saying like, you know, like what abolish like education systems, right? I gotcha. And I just sit there. I'm not gonna sit there and fucking nod my head. I'm gonna tell them that they're wrong. And if that means if my friends can't handle me disagreeing with them over something as like basic as like whether we should have school or not, and because this is entirely theoretical. We're never getting rid of mandatory schooling like for the foreseeable future, right? Like anarchists make memes about like, oh, like this won't happen in my lifetime. I'm like, all right, so then if it's not happening in our lifetime, if we disagree on it, it doesn't fucking matter. Like we can still be friends because like what you're suggesting doesn't like come to pass. So yeah.
So it sounds like you're already past the phase of thinking that you can be friends with everybody, because you've accepted that like challenging certain people, especially depending on how you challenge them, is going to mean that you can't be friends with them anymore. Another interesting one you might run into is being friends with certain people means that other people refuse to be friends with you or be friendly with you, which is like another one that makes like the idea of being friends with everybody impossible. But it's unfortunate. Specifically about conversations though, like, do you feel like you need to shift gears and talk differently to people on Twitch than you would in real life?
Yes. Well, like things like in real life when I'm at the office and stuff, things are a lot more like strict and like I have to dial my energy back in real life a lot, right? Like for like when I wear like my button down suit and stuff like for work. I don't wear a suit to work. I mean, like just like a button-down shirt. Like I have to like be very different, but also how I talk to people is different. I don't really talk about politics a lot IRL, or at least not like in my current like work. It's just not the environment for that. And I like talking about things aside from politics. I like talking about sports and not sports. I like talking about the gym. I like, watching like, MMA fights with my friends, even though they don't know anything about fighting. Right. Like also everyone on Twitch becomes a boxer when you threaten them. Like, gang, I've been in like a couple fights. I do not know how to fight. You know what I mean? Like everyone does that meme where they're like, yo guys, I have a black belt in jujitsu and like I can Kaioken people. Like that's not it. So like I have a lot of like healthy interests and hobbies outside of like online politics, and I think that grounds me a lot more than a lot of people on this platform where this is kind of everything for them. And I'm not saying I don't like live politics. I'm on Twitter all the time. Everyone knows this. But I feel like having healthy hobbies, or at least hobbies that distract you from like politics, is like literally like, what's the word?
not incremental, like like super important. What's like that word? I just like this like super integral, integral to like having a healthy mindset. Because I think a lot of these people spiral because this is all they know and this is all they talk about, and like that's where you lead to like catastrophizing people on Twitter and stuff, where they're like, oh my god, like you don't have Medicare for all yet. I'm like, all right, but like there's like literally the meme of the online leftist that's sitting there waiting for like $15 minimum wage and waiting for like Medicare for all to pass, and they're just sitting in their wagey cagey job being like sad as fuck. And I'm like, gang, like we can do systemic solutions, but like in the meantime, fucking grind, do what you can. Like please just try. I've never understood that.
Huh. And like you're doing panels now. Are you trying to do panels differently than other people on the platform? Or are you kind of falling in line with the way the medium is on here? Like, how do you run that?
I've made my own one. I can tell you how I do them right now. So Prime and Dylan. So Prime loves blood sports and absolutely respect that. I love going on his panels. I love doing blood sports. You know what I mean? Like I love heavy debates with people. Dylan, it's a bit more of a game, and that's totally fine, right? You know, I can respect the memes, right, for the Hippy Dippy Championship and all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. Completely agree. I try when I made my panels initially, I tried to think of something that was different that could like help the platform. And this was still my early phase. Like, I want to be nice to everybody and help everyone get along. And so my panels are a lot more structured. They're smaller. So instead of like normally the 8 like regular people or like the 12-person like screaming panels, I have 6 people. And I try and self-select based on their knowledge of an issue and their position around an issue. So I won't always say bring conservatives on, right? Like there's the meme that like for every Twitch panel there's like 5 conservatives that like every person brings on their panels, and I still do that like sometimes, right? But like I said I did like a trans issues panel I think like a week and a half ago at this point or something like that, or last week, and I didn't bring any conservatives on because the conversation wasn't about whether trans people have a right to exist. It was about like specific nitty gritty like issues inside the trans community. And I think and I explicitly try and curate the people on my panels for the conversation that I want to have. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying my panels never get like spicy or anything like that, but it's considerably more moderated. Let me I can DM you my discussion format really quick if you want to take a look at it. And this is what I do like virtually all the time. It's very like a parliamentary or hand raising style system stuff because I just like, and this is gonna sound super hypocritical, I love fucking screaming over people on panels, but I hate fucking listening to it. So like when so for my panels, I'm like, all right, gang, like if we want to do some crazy stuff, you can go on the Prime After panel. I promise I'm gonna join you. I'm gonna be pounding shots. I'm gonna be screaming at motherfuckers. But like on my panel, we're gonna try and have like a regular conversation. So yeah. So so uninterrupted intros and outros, hand raising system, go down the list, stopping people from gish galloping, right? Like not having people speak for more than 2 minutes. Don't allow people to interrupt someone like while they're explicitly talking has been super helpful for like moving forward conversations. Like you ask a question afterwards, and then if someone gets called out, something that's normally really frustrating is like if like everyone's dunking on one person and say we go from there's a panel of like me, Vosh, Destiny, and you, right? And then like you dunk on me, and then Vosh dunks on me, and then Destiny dunks on me, and like the moderator doesn't let me respond to either of those individually. But eventually when it's my turn, there's so many things that I have to respond to that I can't like say anything. So I make like the rule where it's like if someone like calls you out, you're allowed to respond immediately, and that normally helps resolve disagreements a lot more. And I've been pretty happy with the panels that I've created.
And you don't like take, I mean, with how high energy you are, I'm surprised to read that you will not be participating in the conversation with the exception of moderating and enforcing the rules. Is that hard for you to do?
A little bit, but just because I'm super high energy, I'm also again pretty self-disciplined. Like my work and stuff demands that. So I know how to shut up and like sit there and listen to things. And if I got to do that, then yeah. And I think it makes it better because I really dislike moderators debating in the debates that they moderate because the power dynamic completely fucks up that conversation. Because if I am like, say, if I'm debating 6 people and if I'm disagreeing with somebody and I can mute them at any time, they're fucking terrified to disagree with me. So it's no, actually though, right? And that's happened to me on panels, and it like pisses the fuck off of me. Like I love Prime, but I hate when he does that to me, because it's like, dude, we're disagreeing, but like I can't mute you and you can mute me. Like that's not fucking fair. So it's like, so that's kind of the vibe. And yes, I muted people on stream. I understand I'm a hypocrite. I get it. But I don't do that for my panels, and like not try. And if I don't step in, then it gives the panelists more freedom to say what they're going to say. But honestly, I like listening to people. I really do. I can watch chat, and also it's pretty hands-on, my moderation style, right? Because I'm watching for people to raise their hand. I'm like looking at the timer. Like I have a lot of like small activities that I'm doing in the background that keep me busy. And I'm pretty good at functioning like with just like a couple of like small menial tasks, like to keep my mind occupied. And it's good. And like, sometimes I'll be sitting there, sometimes I'll be like having a couple drinks. And I can normally handle it very, very well. I'm used to like I absolutely hate it, but I can sit like pretty silently for hours at a time, like doing like virtually nothing. And it's and I don't have to do that because I'm listening to normally a pretty good conversation and like participating because I'm like throwing it from person to person. So yeah.
Huh. And you mentioned that you're managing the timers. How strict are you about this 2 minutes for each talk time, each bit of talk time? How strict are you about that rule?
Not perfectly strict. It's more like spirit of the law versus the letter. So like I do I have like cue cards like for 30 seconds and then 10 seconds, and then at 2 minutes I'll normally, like if I know they're about to finish, like they're like towards the end of like a sentence, I'll like just let them do it. If they finish that sentence and keeps going, I'm like, hey, finish your point. If they keep going, I'll normally just like scream at them or mute them or something. Because like some people are worse at this than others. And some people I don't want to cut off. I'm normally pretty good about this. Like even when I was tiny, I would mute people who were bigger than me who came on my panels. Actually had to mute, I remember my first panel, I think I had to mute like RGR. I love RGR, but like that was like kind of terrifying because like as a super small person, like if you treat your guests badly, they don't want to come back. But I think overall I treat my guests pretty well. So normally I try and keep it there. If someone if a lot of people like say are attacking an individual person or have a bunch of questions, I normally let that person give like a longer time. Like if everyone asks this one person a question, or if, because like I said, like you're allowed to respond, but they might just be like, oh no, let other people get their contentions first. If that's true, I'll like normally like break the rules and say, all right, you have 3 minutes to respond to all their points. Or if 2 people want to have like an actual back and forth on the panel, I'll say, all right, you 2, you have like 3 minutes on the clock for your back and forth. No one else talk during this. You 2 go, and I'll pull it back if it starts going off the rails. And normally that's been really good for facilitating discussion.
Okay. If there was a kind of content that you wish you could do besides the interviews that we talked about being kind of the end goal, like what are some things that you're looking forward to being able to do with the channel in like the short to medium term? Or like
honestly, guests? Guests or stuff?
Either or.
I mean, I would love to interview like college professors and stuff. I think that'd be really cool. Like more educational style stuff. That'd be really nice. Because of like some certain stuff for work, I can't be like super like I can't be like an operative for like parties and stuff. But my company would not like that whatsoever. But I would like to potentially like when I have more freedom, like to raise money for like different groups, like the lefties meme about mutual aid and like guys like it's just leftist charity, but like that's a good thing because charity can be good. So it's like I like to raise money for different causes. Like part of like this is my 2 favorite content creators really. My 2 dads are Destiny and Vosh. Destiny because of what he's done with the IRL activism. I know like we kind of crashed and burned in Omaha, but I think like what he did for the Georgia stuff was really, really cool. And I think Vosh does a really good job raising money for using his big charity streams. I think those, even if like they're self-serving, right? I think those are both good, and that's kind of where I want to be. And long term, my content, I've decided that I'm probably gonna, if I start skimming off the top for myself, I'm gonna say like, oh, I'll take 10% of subs and stuff, because like honestly, dealing with all y'all online is like getting to be a lot of work. But what I'll try and do is at the end of like every month, I'll probably donate all the subs and stuff that I get to like to a charity of choice. or like to like an organization or something. I think that'd be really cool. But really, like the impetus right now is to keep doing my thing, keep enjoying, because this is my hobby. Like this is like what I do for fun, right? I have like 3 main hobbies right now, which are 3 things I do right now. I go to work, I lift weights, and I stream like video games and stuff, right? And politics. And I want to keep growing so that I can eventually do the things that I want to do. And right now, I realize it's kind of infeasible, with like very few exceptions, because like no candidate's going to want to talk to somebody who has 50 people watching him, like none of which might even be in his state. You know what I mean? Like that's not. So I got to get like larger to get to that point. And like, yeah, that's part of why I want to grow so badly, is to keep pushing that. So eventually I can do good stuff with that. And long term, that's really cool. Short term goals, literally just keep growing, keep improving myself in conversations. Like I've had 2 debates in the last like week and a half. One against Cherry. I came off a little unhinged. I think I did better on the points, but like I sounded crazy a little bit. Like absolutely. I'm just really like, dude, if you review my baits, you'll understand. Like I'm just really aggressive in debates. I can't stop myself from yelling. And then I was much calmer in the Demon Mama one. But I want to keep getting better at debating. I want to keep having good panels. The sky's the limit now. I've had like really big people in my panels now, because I feel like I've had like shoe on head and stuff. So like I feel like people know who knew who I am and who know who my panels are. So just keep making good panels, good conversations, keep growing the channel, keep trying new games. I finally beat like a fucking Pokemon Nuzlocke that I've been working on for like 3 weeks. It's been a nightmare, and I'm really excited to try new games and just like keep growing the channel, keep being a positive influence in the space, primarily positive influence. And that can take many forms. You know, that can be the nice chill guy that everyone enjoys, or that can be the nice chill guy that 90% of people enjoy, who just dunks on dumb fuck anarchist takes. So yeah.
Well, best of luck with all that. I'll definitely keep an eye on your debates, and I'll try to catch one of your panels, and if I review something, I'll let you know in advance so that I could ask you questions.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. And if you ever want to be on my panels, like I know you like you only do the rhetoric stuff, but if there's anything you actually care about, like in terms of issues, like let me know, and I'd love to have you on.
Yeah, well, we could see about that.
Hell yeah. And chat, I know I monologue like a motherfucker. I'm really sorry. I talk a mile a minute, and like I literally will not stop. Someone like said that I talk for like 4 minutes without taking a breath. I was a swimmer for 12 years, motherfucker, and I might be giant, but my cardio is better. How do you think I fuck your mom so many times without stopping? I love you all. Have a great day.
Yep. Bye. Well, that was fun, wasn't it? He's a fun guy. He's got a lot of energy, that fella. He can just keep going and going and going. Very endearing. Yeah, I would say the same. Hanz doesn't know about panel smarts. No, he does not. Hanz is like, oh, I saw you give, Destiny a rhetorical review, and it's so cool to meet you, and blah, blah, blah. You clearly didn't see me on the hippy dippy, bro, inviting me to panels. You don't know what's good for you. Oh, come on, sure. I'll wear my sexy socks and... He doesn't know. Oh, shit. Anywho, that's a good end to the day. Look at that. We ended the rhetorical critique stream with making good with Hanz, admitting that I was wrong to things with Destiny, taking the shit from the Reddit, reading YouTube comments, and then letting my own chat roast me. Never mind, I'm not supposed to say this because I promised that I'd work on arrogance. I will work on my arrogance. I will work on a bunch of different things, okay? For those of you that missed earlier on in the stream, we went through all of this. So arrogance is something I need to work on, which is some mixture of confidence and aggression, okay? So I need to fix that. I need to fix my aggression to Destiny, okay, because we're getting some moments that are not so great, and people interpret them really, really poorly. Even if I think it's funny, it's not funny. Even if I'm getting comfortable with my chat, to be honest about my feelings, not good. I shouldn't rage at the chat as much. I should choose to be patient. I used to do that a lot, and I don't now, but I need to time out people more quickly. There's some balance there. It's like junk food. Shorter videos on the YouTube, 15 to 20 minute recaps or small focus videos. Make my purpose clear, create a rubric for the debate reviews. This will be something that I work on my own time. And a code of conduct that's official for the mods in the chat. All doable, okay? We talked about so much today. We talked about the spectrum of changing opinions. We talked about hot zones. We talked about why it's important to worry about the toxic little people. We talked about why it's annoying when people don't leave criticism that's not super duper helpful. We talked about a lot. If you're interested in any of these notes, they'll of course be available on the Patreon. If you don't know what any of these notes are, you can watch the VOD on YouTube. That's my recommended player. Yeah, so there you go. Hanz is really cool. Happy to have met him. We'll probably do more stuff with him in the future because I kind of like him. And he's positive. I like that. I miss people like that. I used to have more people like that in my life, and he's reminding me like, yes, toxic people. We really don't need those. We need a lot more of you. Yeah, I mean, we need more positive people. So I think I'm smelling a new friend in the political space. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm smelling a new friend because he's a normal fucking person and everybody else on this website is fucking cringe. So yeah, we can be book buddies. Yeah, be careful. Be careful with that. If you say that we're book buddies, people are gonna get the wrong idea, bruh. But yes, for sure. We can be friends. Wait, do you actually read? It's not so much about me reading, it's what I do with the books afterwards, okay? I have recommendations? Okay, well, don't overwhelm me with them. It's going to be difficult for me to read them. I'm a slow reader. Anywho. Let me find a place to put the Twitch chat for the night. It's been lovely. I think we did more than what I set out to accomplish today. A lot of admitting that I'm wrong and stuff, which is always wonderful. Because if you guys didn't know, that's part of my whole shtick. When you're wrong, you should admit you're wrong, and don't be too difficult with people when they prove it, and yada, 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 yada. So I think I lived up to that today. You may disagree, and if you do, you're an unreasonable piece of shit, and I'm not going to listen to you. Then you're wrong and I'm right. Oh man, there's nobody that I can raid into. Sunsol, I guess. Forsen, Bad Bunny, Amorinth. Where do you guys want to go? Anybody? Anybody got a particular raid Sond? Sunsol? Okay, that seems to be. Wait, we could raid Hassanabi. What about Hassanabi, dude? What about our boy? I'm just kidding. We'll head into Sansel. Bye, guys. Have a good rest of your day. Follow. I'll catch you at a later time. I appreciate all the support, and I will talk to you guys later. See ya. To my YouTube people, hello. Goodbye. To my VOD people, I love you. Please leave some comments. If you have commentary, if you have criticisms, if you have whatever, I still go through that stuff. It would be very helpful to me. I would appreciate it. Hassan needs to pay off that mortgage. Yeah. Try not to go on a ban/timeout raid next time. I think you get so annoyed with chat, what you're reviewing, so check out. No, I think it's good to ban and time people out. I actually think that's good. I think it's preferable to reading all of you guys, so I don't actually agree with that at all. So yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. Goodbye, YouTube chat. Leave some comments, leave some likes. I appreciate all of it, and I will talk to you guys later. Bye. Whew.